high in the Belgian Ardennes, the legendary Spa-Francorchamps, one of the world's most majestic racetracks. So much history, so much heritage, and for the FIA World Endurance Championship, a regular staple. We have raced at Spa in the 6 hours every single one of our now 14 seasons. Round 3 of the FIA World Endurance Championship as we build up to the big one, the 24 Hours of Le Mans, in just over 6 weeks' time. But this race has a life all of its own, and look at the crowds that are jamming this circuit. 18 degrees air temperature, but it's been a bright, sunny week. Hasn't been a spot of rain for 9 days so far in the Ardennes, and that has definitely cursed it. But the cars are on the grid, and so the fans are waiting for the start of the action. Let's take a look at the circuit here at Spa. Anthony Davidson.
Yeah, thanks, Martin. Great to be back here in Spa, and what a circuit it is. 7 kilometers long, 4.34 miles, clockwise circuit, 20 corners, lots of elevation change as well. We'll take a look at La Source, turn 1. This is important to get through cleanly at the start of the race, of course. Saw a few lockups there last year, and always a bit of action. You head down the hill towards Eau Rouge, and then up the hill through Radion, turns 3 and 4. That grandstand on the left-hand side of the screen, absolutely packed today. They're in for a great show with all these hypercars and GT cars going through that part of the track. Then you got the chicane at the end of the lap, a heavy braking zone, one of the best overtaking parts on the track as well today in race day, and at the top of the hill into turn 5 at Le Combe as well. So yeah, you can pass on this circuit. That's a good thing. We had a lack of it in Imola, and we're in for a great show today.
Tom Christensen with Dieter Gas, the head of the Motorsport program. Bruno Fama on the right-hand side from Alpine, multiple Le Mans winner. There, Yannick Dalmas, one of our safety car drivers. Teams mingling with the fans on the grid, and so many fans this weekend talking about coming here to WEC because of the phenomenal access that you can get, even with an ordinary ticket, that you just don't get at other World Championships. So heading down to our grid, we have 2 groups of cars. At the front of the field, the hypercars, and making up the rest of the 36-car entry, cars from LMGT3. Graham Goodwin, this is where half the excitement for the fans is going to come.
It is, and a lot of great sound, a lot of great action. Bookmarking the top 10 are the 2 Lexus. We'll see the other one much, much later, the 87, 10th in the order for the big rumbly V8 from Lexus. Kevin Magnussen there, chatting away to Kelvin van der Linde. So, GT driver from WRT. There is one of the figures behind amazing success from WRT. Fernando Canizzo, the technical head at Ferrari.
Yeah, WRT very much a home race for them. Their brand new workshop just 25 kilometers from the circuit, so they have literally grown up with the echo of this track. Now, a worrying moment right at the end of free practice for Ahmed Al-Hati and the crew of the 46 car, contact with one of the Ferrari hypercars, but they still managed to put the car into the top 10 in qualifying. The top 10 go through into the single shot hyperpole run, and they will start in 9th place on the grid. It's had a pretty strong season so far. Championship being led in LMGT3 by the 33 Corvette after victory in the season opener in Qatar back in March.
But we are seeing swings and roundabouts in LMGT3. It's not a clear-cut picture. And we've seen a brand new pole sitter this weekend, and that starts towards a quite incredible number of different pole sitting marks we've seen in a very short history of this class.
And in fact, our championship leader is 17th out of 18 cars on the grid. So the cars are all very different. You've got front-engined, mid-engined, rear-engine cars. You've got all sorts of engine options, and they make their pace in different ways, and that means different circuits suit different cars. Here, 8th place, qualifying for the crew that won the Manthey Porsche, the winners in Imola.
Yeah, it'd be Ryan Hardwick to start this car, the number 92 car, an ex-world champion jet skier. I found out yesterday for the first time. Excellent attitude to the sport and really applying himself to the task ahead.
He's not going to need any of those skills today, though, isn't he? It's a severe lack of rain. Unbelievable weather that we've got here in Spa, and it's been like it all week, like you say, Martin.
I think we need to talk it down a little bit because this place is renowned for its capricious weather systems. The forecast is extremely good, nice, hot, sunny conditions, warm air temperature, good track temperature, which is important for all of our cars because they don't have tyre warmers. 21. One of our strong Ferrari crews, François Heriot, starting that car.
I'm really unlucky. Last time out, got caught up in someone else's incident, eliminating the 21. But Simon Mann was going so well in that car. I think that could be a very strong contender today. Damon Young there, with Young Junior on the grid.
Yeah, I was chatting to the guys yesterday. Rahel Frey starts her 30th race in the WEC, the most for any female driver. Teammate Michelle Gatting saying that because she didn't do a couple of races in COVID, she's permanently 2 behind. Ian James, Zach Rubicon and Mattia Judy, another car that had pace in Imola, but not the fortune. They too ended up in the wall, so that car is a brand new chassis built up by the crew in 2 weeks.
The Aston Martin, a very strong package here at Spa, reigning champions in the Spa 24 Hours. Race that takes place late in the summer, but here with LMGT3 and on a very different tyre, still in the mix.
And we know that the car, the Aston Martin Vantage, has history here in both LMGT3, but also in GTE Am of good pace here. Expect both Vista Ferraris to go well. Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci and Davide Rigon. This car, like their sister 21 car, has been very quick at each of our races so far this season. It was good in Qatar, good too in Imola. Well, we are in Belgium. It is the home of WRT. Let's catch up with Vos the boss.
Because we're in Spa, I'm with Vincent Vos, the head of WRT. You're racing at home with all this big crowd and a lot of fans. And the BMW car seems to be gearing up and coming in the mix as well since last race.
Yeah. I mean, we've been working very hard since last year. I mean, during the winter we got prepared, I would say, in a much better way than we were prepared in 24. And I would say, yeah, we arrive here as a sunny Belgium as expected. So it's feeling great to be at home.
I'm sure. Good luck for the race and thank you.
Thank you.
On the left, Ugo Schonag. In the centre, Dr. Wolfgang Ulrich and his most successful driver, Tom Christensen, along with Alex Wurz. Sports car racing luminaries down on the grid. So we're working through our LMGT3 field. We've just seen the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, 6th on the grid, 5th on the grid, the 54 Ferrari. But the big story really in qualifying, Graham Goodwin, the pace of the 2 Ford Mustangs.
Fabulous stuff, big roaring V8s in these cars, belting down the wide open spaces, and Mustang coming on strong. Yeah, iconic Goodyear blimp in the background there.
And it still looked like there was a bit more pace in the Mustang as well, didn't it, in qualifying. They didn't absolutely optimise their laps, so it'll be interesting to see how they progress through the race today. Yes,
Gianmarco Leverato in one car, Ben Tuck to the left there in the other, and their silver drivers had an absolute cracker. Tom Christensen and his old boss.
Yeah.
Dr. Ulrich, and then Hugo Schonag. This is the second of the Mustangs, the 77 car, 3rd on the grid, and it could have been pole. What a qualifying session we had.
Talked to Ben Tuck this morning. He was saying, I watched your commentary on qualifying, and he said, you were talking about me overdriving the car on one of the laps. He said, you're absolutely right. When I just calmed down a little bit the next lap, let the rear brakes cool down, it went much better. And he said, that's the real problem when you're in traffic, is trying to be smooth, trying to have that flow when you're being attacked and dive bombed all the time. It's tough problem to have. But at the front of the field on the first row, in 2nd place in qualifying, Racing Spirit of Le Mans. That's not a spelling error, it's a lake in Switzerland where the team comes from. Racing Spirit of Le Mans, their Aston Martin qualifying on the outside of the front row of the grid. Excellent form from them.
We said about the harder racing car, the Aston Martin being a good package. That shows it's got the 1-lap speed. We're about to see how deep into a stint and beyond they can go. And this is a brand new pole setter for the FI World Endurance Championship. Arnaud Robin Fingers, it's putting the number 78 Lexus on pole position. The 8th different mark in 11 races to be on a pole position in LMGT3. That's an extraordinary number.
It really is, and the Lexus, like the Mustang, really benefiting from the fast-flowing nature here. One slick tyre, wearing the Goodyear Blimp 100-year logo. That's the medium tyre, and the wet weather tyre will hopefully stay in the locker until, well, at the very least, Le Mans, our next race. So,
speaking of that Lexus as well, am I right in saying that we got a rookie driver as the platinum driver in that car?
Yep, it's going to be exceptional. Well, this has always been a popular racetrack. This is our 14th consecutive appearance here. Of course, during COVID, it was tumbleweed, but since then, the crowds have returned every year in greater and greater number. And the traffic queues to come in this morning are part of the reason why our race start has gone back from midday, which it has been historically, to 2 in the afternoon. Also to bring in a little bit of Le Mans feel as the sun is going to be starting to go down. There's Finn Gersitz, not your standard racing driver. He's about 18 inches taller than Anthony Davidson. He's a proper 6'6", 2-meter driver. There's the grandstand that overlooks Eau Rouge Radillon. And as you can see, everybody bathed in sunshine. Anthony, the soft and the medium tyre here for Hypercar from Goodyear. Very little soft tyre running at all so far this week.
The only driver, I believe, has ran the soft tyre, or the only team, has been BMW, car 15. So that's the car that Kevin Magnussen drives. So it'll be very interesting to see, alongside Rafael Marcello, which tyres they opt for.
Well, looking into our qualifying field in Hypercar, unfortunately, neither Ferrari able to, neither of the Toyotas rather, able to match the pace in qualifying on low fuel and fresh tyres that they had shown in free practice in lots of traffic. However, as usual, they will maximise their advantage during the race. Now, one of the things we know about Toyota from our friends at the FIA, Anthony, is that their engine is perhaps the most efficient in the field, and so there's a much smaller offset between their race pace and how much more they can find in qualifying. But we'll have to wait and see whether the two cars can come from the penultimate row on the Hypercar grid and challenge for the podium positions.
Yeah, Brendan Hartley there in car number 8. He qualified the car, nothing more that he could do. Very close to his teammate Kamui Kobayashi. They seemed to optimize what they had, but like I say, far off of where they were, even in free practice. So something must have gone wrong, maybe operationally, within the team for that one particular event. A very different process, of course, for qualifying in these cars compared to the race. And remember, the cars aren't in Parc Fermé after qualifying before the race, so you still can make changes, as we look now at the number 99 Proton competition car. Yeah, had a very strong race last year. Yep. But not so on the pace this season.
Nico Pino saying that these higher track temperatures really help them. They're not as good at bringing the cold tyres in as the Penske Porsche Motorsport cars, so these higher track temperatures definitely help. Nico Pino, this is one for Graham later, he thinks he's the youngest driver in the paddock. Julian Andlauer was the star in the 99 reasonably priced car last year, became a factory Porsche driver this year. Now their car, unfortunately, car number 5, will start in 13th place, the better of the two Porsche Penske Motorsport cars, with its Belgian driver Laurens Vanthoor aboard. That will start in 12th position. You can see we are starting to line up all our teams and cars. The starting driver is in the car, waiting to go. There is the number 6 Porsche. So we've got black 5, white 6. That's the colour on the roof and down the back of the car. That's how you tell the difference between them.
And the number 6 Porsche will be really interesting in this race, because you have Pascal Wehrlein joining the World Championship driver car crew.
Yeah, both Porsches with a new driver this weekend. Pascal Wehrlein and Nico Müller, who's an Andretti Porsche driver in Formula E, rejoining World Endurance. Is that a Belgian wave? Noble Belgique, mère chérie, à toi nos cœurs, à toi nos bras, à toi notre patrie, nous le jurons tous, tu vivras, tu vivras. Belgian anthem greeted by the fans and a dramatic smoke-filled flyover. Every year we come back here, there are more and more fans. And every year we come back here, more and more fans from different countries. Lots of Brits, lots of Germans, fans from all across Europe making their way to Spa-Francorchamps, partly because of what this place is, the famous history it has, but also partly because of what this championship is becoming. Well, let's take a look at our two BMW hypercars, both two-driver efforts, because the third driver for both cars racing in Laguna Seca in the WeatherTech Sports Car Series in IMSA this season, or this weekend. So Kevin Magnussen will take the start, Raffaele Marciello joining him in the car. And just ahead of them, René Rast and Robin Freins. But let's catch up with Belgium's Stoffel van Doorn.
I am with Stoffel van Doorn, driver of the Peugeot car number 94. A very good quali yesterday, and Peugeot finally there into the mix.
Yeah, it was a really good day for the team yesterday. To qualify fourth was, probably a little bit unexpected, but we're here, we're in the mix, and it's going to be a long race ahead of us. So, we're focusing on ourselves, try to make no mistakes, and hopefully bring home some good points.
And at home.
And?
At home.
At home, yes. Always special for me to race in front of my home crowd. It's been a while since I was last here in competition, so it feels good to be back.
Well, good luck then.
Thank you.
Stoffel again this afternoon, driver's autograph session, saying actually the resurfacing here, which is most of the circuit now, it makes it smoother and it's better for their car. Oh, Bamba, Sebastian Bourdais, who starts the car, and Jensen Button, the crew of the mighty 38 Jota Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry. That car lines up in 10th place on the grid.
Yeah, it was a bit of a heroic effort from Bamba at the end in qualifying to just sneak through to the hyperpole where they sat for the rest of it. And we look at now the Alpine number 35. They've shown good pace here all weekend so far. The car looks nice to drive, most importantly, in race trim. Keep an eye on these guys today. I think this trio could be a very strong contender come the end of the race today.
Yeah, Alpine on the podium last time out in Imola. A little bit of a surprise for them, perhaps, as well as everybody else, but it shows they're doing a better and better job with the equipment, and every race they're learning more about it. The other car that was perhaps a surprise performer on the podium, the number 20 BMW, particularly given it had a clash early on in the race. Robin Freins was the man who did the qualifying run for them yesterday. René Rast looks like he's going to start the car. Sebastian Buemi from Toyota, long walk from the back of the grid towards the pit gate, but just checking out what everybody else is doing. All goes into the data banks. And here with Peugeot, Paul de Resta, Mikkel Jensen and Jean-Eric Verne. And again, these boys feeling that the car definitely suits this circuit more than anywhere that they've been so far this season. Well, Cadillac have had lots of pace this weekend and last year. Let's catch up with the team's Will Stevens.
We are on the grid with Will Stevens, driver of the Cadillac number 12. Will, a great effort from Alex yesterday in quali. We saw him fighting with the car. You look in better shape than in Imola. How does it look like?
Yeah, I think you're definitely right. We're more confident heading into this race than we were in Imola for sure. I think that's what we were also expecting. But I think today's going to be a day of degradation and looking after tyres, and also where you use your new tyres and where you don't. So I think it's going to be an interesting race. Got a nice hot sunny day here in Spa, so looking forward to it.
And Spa is a good place for Jota as well.
Yeah, historically we've done well, so let's hope we can get the strategy right, repeat what we did a year ago. But hopefully we can get a good result for everyone here today.
Thank you very much, good luck.
Yeah, Jota winning last year with the customer Hertz Team Jota Porsche. They'd love to do that again. Jugunot from Makovici and Mick Schumacher, the crew of the 36 Alpine, and like the 35 car, shown a lot of pace through the second half of last season as they developed what was then a brand new car, and it's getting stronger and stronger. And this is the secret, Anthony, is optimizing what you've got, getting every iota of performance out of it. And Jota are past masters at doing that.
Absolutely, and here is Will Stevens now at the wheel of the number 12 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota, starting the race today in P5. So we keep an eye on them as well. They could end up being Ferrari's biggest challenger today.
And fourth on the grid for Peugeot, Loic Duval, Malte Jakobsen and Stoffel van Dorn. Really great run through qualifying. They look fast in all the free practice sessions, even in the chaos of FP2. So again, there's a real potential for podium finish here for the Peugeot. But first, they have to beat the top 3 cars, which all come from Maranello. Both the red cars, 51 in third place and 50 at the front of the field. Alessandro Pierre Guidi doing the qualifying run. Antonio Giovinazzi doing the qualifying run, in fact. It was Pierre Guidi at the end of the final free practice session that had a little contact with the 46 BMW. They start on row 2 of the grid. On the outside of the front row, Robert Kubica, Ye Yufei and Phil Hansen to take the start. Kubica did the qualifying in the 83 Ferrari, but Antonio Fuoco keeping the car within track limits this week that he didn't manage to do in Imola, setting pole position for the number 50 Ferrari. And they will be looking to try and recover lost ground in the championship. Don't forget, if you want more about the championship, the cars, the drivers, you can get it on FIAWC.tv. And we are waiting for the Belgian national colours to be waved to release the field for the first of 2 laps to warm up their tyres. As for the last couple of seasons, no tyre warmers in the hypercar class or in LMGT3. So tyres are at ambient air temperature, 13 or 14 degrees. They'll have a couple of laps to build up to speed. $18 hypercars from 9 manufacturers. 18 LMGT3 cars from 9 manufacturers. And 6 hours around the roller coaster Spa-Francorchamps. Who will come out on top? Well, there is only one way to find out, and that is to stay with us through what is likely to be, frankly, a thrilling and possibly slightly chaotic Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps.
Packed grandstands, packed viewing areas, 36 cars all away from the grid. The conditions at the moment absolutely perfect for 6 hours of racing to come. And this place at Davidson just seems to dole out the drama every single time we've been here. And as Martin was saying a little earlier, this is visit number 14 for the FI World Endurance Championship.
It's a tried and tested circuit, isn't it? Pretty much every driver on the grid has been here, raced here, apart from a few. I think one of them being in the number 78 Lexus, actually on pole position. So keep an eye out for that car. That's going to be an interesting one, particularly when the race starts and you've got the hypercars diving through the pack of the LMGT3s. Is always exciting. But yeah, tried and tested circuit. Easy to get to for all around Europe, and it's that real melting pot of a fan base here. They really understand the motorsport, and I think they're in for a great show today.
Rolling through the grid as we roll around the circuit, look for your favourites. Who are you hoping will dominate here? I'm not sure anybody's going to dominate. If the Ferraris get a break and start to run away, then that is as good as they're likely to get. Once they hit traffic after the first 3 or 4 laps, then all bets are off.
Well, the good thing is we got 3 Ferraris right at the front with 1 customer team in between them. Robert Kubica did a fantastic job yesterday in qualifying to split the 2 works Ferraris. So, yeah, you can't expect any team orders with the yellow car versus the 2 red ones at least. So that's going to be a fight in its own right. And then, like Will Stevens said, a day of degradation. That I picked up on that. So tyres management is key.
The BM15 is on full soft. The rest looks like medium all around.
So as we said before, car 15 was the only car that tried. They ventured onto the soft tyre. So that's the white sidewall tyre, not like Formula 1 where it's the red softwall tyre. So it is different in the World Endurance Championship. Get your head around that one. So it's the white sidewall on the number 15 BMW. There it is, just disappearing out of the screen now. So Kevin Magnussen opting for that tyre. That might be a brave call, particularly at the start of the race where it's at its hottest and greenest as well. Always takes its toll on tyres. I'm fascinated to see how this one plays out for the BMW car 15.
Well, I might wonder whether he's thinking maybe there might be an early safety car which will take a few laps out of it, but we'll wait and see. Down in our LMGT3 field, it is Lexus ahead of Aston Martin, the two Mustangs third and fourth, the Ferraris fifth and seventh, with the second of the Aston Martins between them. And then a little further down the order, we get the first of the BMWs. The Corvettes struggled in qualifying. The Porsches, one of them made it into the top 10, but the Iron Dames did not. Aston Martin with 007 and 009, no question at all.
This is George to Alex, quick radio check. Okay, Alex, what just give you overview more or less, if you look on the low speed corners on the cars that are in front of us, the Toyota's got 40 kilowatts less than us at the beginning, so the acceleration difference might be quite significant, and they will take care for the tires from the beginning.
All right, always nice to have a heads up from your engineer about what you can expect from the traffic in front. And that's what Alex Riberas was hearing in that V12 Aston Martin. Riding up to Les Combes for the second time on board with James Collado. Here is one of the packed grandstands. That's right opposite our commentary position, overlooking what is undoubtedly going to be a fairly busy pit lane. That's Team Jota Cadillac guys getting ready just in case, and the drivers might have time off, but the engineers will be in the garage from the beginning of the race just in case there are unexpected pit callers.
Great to see not just the grandstands but all the viewing areas here around this glorious circuit filling up. Down the hill, Goodyear blimp on the horizon. Fantastic stuff. Just one quick correction, Nick Opinio's wrong, I'm afraid. Finger Sits is 4 days younger than he is. Both 20 years old and both with birthdays in September.
Fingers needs to stop growing.
Yes, just
if he's only 20.
He's going to need a sunroof.
He really properly is. So anxious moments for the crew, waiting to see what will happen here at the start. As the safety car lights are out, we should be ready to go green this time. The cars now have been instructed by the race director to form up side by side. At the start, you are supposed to drive through the grid markings on your side of the track. So any cars that are out of line may end up with a penalty for that, but these drivers are so well rehearsed.
Okay, Brendan, for info, pressures at the moment, front 1.65, rear 1.7. So you should be able to push from a pressure standpoint from the beginning of the race.
The drivers being told the pressures, the state of their tyres after these 2 warm-up laps before we get going here, and it's always good to know what you've got under you. And it was interesting to hear, wasn't it, from the Aston Martin, one of the Aston Martin engineers, Rafael Porcara, who actually is my engineer back in my Toyota days, telling his drivers, look, we've got 40 kilowatt advantage in power compared to the Toyota here. So in a way, watch out when you accelerate down towards turn 1. You're going to accelerate quicker than them, and obviously maybe have a go at them as well on the run up the hill through Eau Rouge and up the Kemmel Straight.
Okay, here we go. 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. We are ready to get this race underway. The safety car will pull out and 36 cars will be released around this fabulous racetrack. We go green at Spa. The pole sitter leads down into the first corner, the red Ferrari of Niklas Nielsen. And there is no contact in La Source, but one of the Toyotas being jumped by the first of the Aston Martins. A bunch of 4 cars side by side. That's the 20 BMW and both Penske Porsche Motorsport cars. It is Ferrari 1, 2, 3 as they hop the curbs at Rédillon. And then the 15 BMW, look at the Cadillac, number 12.
A bit of touch there, contact between the yellow 83 Ferrari and number 51, who goes round the outside. Brilliant stuff by Antonio Giovinazzi.
It's James Collado in the 51 car, yeah, moving ahead of Phil Hansen. Hansen just being perhaps a fraction cautious, and trouble for the number 5 Penske Porsche car up at Les Combes. Clearly a little bit of contact in that 4-car melee going into the braking area.
So that was an important pass there for Collado. Can he have the speed to match Niklas Nielsen, who looks like he's making a breakaway here down towards Pouhon?
And under pressure, Phil Hansen for Loic Duval for third place. The Peugeot pretty rampant at the start here, 94 in the mix.
Mike Conway in the number 7 Toyota. That's the view of the back of his car.
And one of the Aston Martins did actually overtake the Toyota up the Kemmel Straight, so Toyota already displaced them before or on the exit of turn 9.
Yeah, so Toyota's back up to where they started, 15th and 16th, and 17th and 18th in class are the Astons. In fact, they're not. They've all moved up because of that spin for Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche. We'll take a look at that as the field streams down the hill.
I'll tell you that Andlauer has recovered, is now ahead of the GT field, trying to get back onto this fast-moving train. It's a long way back, though.
Alex Riberas with full tanks and that big V12 behind him, having to just breathe off the throttle as they come through the hill. There is our leader in LMGT3. It is still the red car of Arnaud Robin, the Lexus, and the Mustang second and third. Bernardo Souza ahead of the similar car of Stefano Gattuso.
That means that the Aston Martin number 10 has dropped back in this early running. Both the Mustangs moving forward as the 10 drops back into this pack.
Yeah, the number 10 Aston Martin is the one with the green nose highlights. Looking back at the 2 orange and black McLarens, they are down. United Auto Sports cars 14th and 15th. Behind them is Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette. He's looking at the inside, but looking inside him is the first of the Mercedes. Meanwhile, 99. This is the battle with the 2 Toyotas trying to go around Proton Competitions. Nico Pino.
Yeah, Mike Conway finds his way through in car number 7 round the outside, similar to the move of Collado on Hansen the lap before. So, yeah, overtaking is possible. It's on for the Toyotas, isn't it, versus the Porsche platform at least.
Watch this. I think second viewing of the first lap at Eau Rouge Radion might open some eyes. There seemed to be some very close contention there. The car's taking some very odd lines indeed. Let's listen to what's going on the number 8 Toyota with Brendan Hartley.
Tango 9-6 when you can, Brendan. Tango 9-6. Locked.
There's the first of the Corvettes, the yellow and black car. That's car number 81, and that is currently running in 12th place. Behind is the pink Porsche, the Iron Dames Porsche of Celia Martin. So Tom van Rompuy has got by that Porsche at the top of the hill. And further down at the bottom of the shot, you could just see the number 10 Aston Martin. That's Derek de Boer with Ryan Hardwick's bright turquoise Porsche right behind him. A battle there at the tail end of the top 10.
We ride on board with Hardwick here through turn 12. Just looking back at the 2 McLarens, it was James Cottingham earlier on round turn 19. Tried to go around outside of his teammate. Didn't make it work that lap, but he's right on the tail of the sister car, as you can see here, the 2 orange McLarens.
Yeah, 2 McLarens very close together here. They're saying they're lacking a little bit of top-end speed. Ryan Hardwick, winner last time out. Talked to him this morning. He said that was a big surprise. Now, here's the battle. 15 BMW, Kevin Magnussen. Right behind him, this battle for 6th position is Will Stevens in the number 12 gold-nosed Cadillac.
Yeah, Will Stevens looking pretty racy here, isn't he, against the soft shod tyres of Kevin Magnussen in car 15.
fastest lap of the race this early on goes to the recovering Julian Andlauer. He's closed a 6-second gap to the second Aston Martin. It's down to 4. It's a 2:04.109, just a few thousandths quicker than Nick Nielsen's race-leading time right now.
BMW looks like it's, sorry Martin, the BMW looks like it's got pretty good straight line speed actually compared to the Cadillac. That's going to make Will Stevens' job a little bit more tricky to get by, but he certainly looks like he's got the speed per lap. It's just using the speed of the car to get by where he can. But that's a tricky overtake compared to the likes of the Toyotas versus the Porsche that we saw before.
Mustang looking to see whether or not there's an opportunity to take the lead here.
Yeah, the two cars, white front and blue back. That is car number 77, Bernardo Souza. The blue front and the white back, that is his teammate, Stefano Gattuso. And the Iron Dame, Celia Martin, under pressure from 31 BMW for 12th place. Yasser Shaheen. Let's take a look at the start in LMGT3. Watch the green and yellow Aston Martin. Did not make an alacrity getaway. That was really slow, picking up the throttle there from Derek de Boer, and got out-dragged by the second of the Mustangs right down into turn 1.
I think I've just spotted why it is the 85 team manager is being called for race control. That car did not look like it made the start across the grid hatchings. It was right over to the pit wall in the hands of Celia Martin, and I think there might be a problem coming to the 85.
Battle between the two Mustangs. Or the Mustang and the Lexus in front. The other Mustang just out beside us, looking back from the Lexus, our pole-sitting car. So the Aston Martin, number 10 on the outside. Derek de Boer hadn't just breathed off the throttle, Antti, to avoid running wide into the gravel. Yeah, but definitely caught napping, wasn't he, on the start there? Was that contact as well just before? Oh, the Mustang very close. But yeah, definitely caught napping at the start there. Just didn't get on power simply early enough, so was out-dragged by the pole-sitter on the inside. And yeah, that's a lesson maybe for the future. But obviously, lots of bronze drivers starting in the LMGT3 category. You want to get their driver time, minimum driver time of 1 hour 45 minutes out of the way as quickly as you can for later on. And the reason they start like that is because there's a higher chance of full course yellows and safety cars at the start of the race compared to later on, usually. 83, Phil Hansen in third place in the yellow Porsche, and Ferrari rather right behind him, Loic Duval in the Peugeot. But Duval trying to hassle the back of the Ferrari. The problem a lot of hypercar drivers are saying is that coming through Eau Rouge, if you're close behind a car in front, you lose a lot of your downforce and you're slower through Eau Rouge and up the Kemmel Straight.
Very strong start here from the number 94 Peugeot in front of the company's brand new COO, who is here for the entire race, has been meeting all of the senior staff in this effort. I think they're very close to committing to a much longer programme than we first thought with Peugeot, potentially with a brand new car. But great stuff in the early running from the number 94 Peugeot. Loic Duval is chasing hard.
27 Aston Martin losing a spot there in James and Harter racing car, dropping behind. I know, back in front of Tom van Rompuy once more, but Petru Umbrarescu in the other red-bonneted car as we ride with Yasser Shaheen. All over the back of Celia Martin. Martin is being investigated for start procedures, i.e. not running through the grid hatchings. It's only her third start in the World Endurance Championship. She may not be quite as familiar with that regulation as required. Ferrari 1, 2, 3, Peugeot, Alpine, BMW and Cadillac the pursuing pack. Celia Martin will have an extra 5 seconds added to the first pit stop for that car. There's Kevin Magnussen in the blue, black and white BMW, car number 15 in 6th position. Looks, Anthony, as though he's sort of fought off the challenge from Will Stevens for the moment. Yeah, they've settled into a bit of a rhythm right now, haven't they? Will Stevens gave it a go a few laps before, but has quickly realised, as I spotted, that straight line speed's not quite there on the Cadillac side. And we saw a similar thing, didn't we, play out in Imola. The car looks more competitive in terms of lap times that they can produce, but it's where the car is delivering the lap time, and it doesn't look like that's in a straight line. So it could be more of a problem for them working their way through the field today. A good run out of turn 9 for the Alpine there, putting the Porsche number 6, the red and white Porsche there, just gone through Pouan under pressure. Meanwhile, race leader Nick Nielsen just keeping things under control. You kind of get the feeling
the Ferraris could be extending their lead, the performance that they have in that car at the moment, but tyre degradation is on everyone's mind right now, especially in these early stages of the race when the car is so heavy with fuel.
They can't relax though. Loic Devel's still there with the 83. I think he sniffs the possibility of a bit of a head-turning battle here. Meantime, here is the 85 car, right here with the number 81 TF Sport Corvette. That 5-second penalty, though, looming over Senior Martin. Suspect that was just inexperience. It is the same regulation, by the way, in the European Le Mans Series at the start, where she has taken a race win so far this year. Almost side by side, but not quite the room to do it until I sourced there with the Ferrari and the second of the Lexus.
Yeah, and that is the second Ferrari. That's Thomas Floor. Now, he was 5th place in the opening lap, but got shuffled down the order early on, looking back from Tom van Rompuy. And again, there's the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen, that AF Corsa run car. It's the same car as the red cars, run by largely a bunch of people from under the same roof, but as a different team.
Just as the cars went out of the shot there, the hypercars, it looked like the Cadillac of Will Stevens was the closest it's been to car 15 of Kevin Magnussen so far, as we look back at the LMGT3 action.
Battle for 3rd place in LMGT3, the blue-nosed Mustang, that's Stefano Gattuso. Francois Heriot follows him, and right behind him is Ahmed Al-Hati in 46. You're absolutely right about the Caddy, but as they were saying, it takes the whole length of the Kemmel Straight to get right back on terms with the car, because you wash out so much in Eau Rouge when you're right behind them.
Yeah, they don't suffer the same amount of turbulence, anywhere near the same amount of turbulence following each other as you would do in single-seater categories like Formula 1, for example, where you rely on the wings to generate a lot of your downforce. The floors are so big, it's such a massive area on these hypercars that you generate the grip that way as well as quite a bit of mechanical. So you can follow close, but you are still affected, especially on a high to medium speed track like this one in Spa, as we're riding on board now momentarily with Hasberg, putting the Porsche still under a lot of pressure. And it is so difficult when you're the car in front. You got your eyes forwards as Vanthoor has now in car 6, that red and white Porsche, just going through to that's his teammate Kevin Estra looking on. He'll be in the car later on, and you're looking forward to the car in front. There's the Peugeot in front of him. Right behind, you're under attack from this guy here, Ferdinand Habsburg, who's in a very quick Alpine this race.
Yeah, good start from Laurens Vanthoor, up to 9th place from 12th on the grid, so he made the most of the little bottleneck up at Les Combes on lap 1. And you saw Ferdy Habsburg chasing him. Laurens Vanthoor, Belgian driver with lots of good race-winning history here.
Developing into a number of battling pairs, isn't it, in hypercars? Just spotted last time around, actually, as the lead quartet came through to start the last lap, coming down from the source. Something we've heard through the season about the Peugeot, that the tractability of that car is perhaps not where the drivers want to see it, and it was definitely losing speed on that initial losing ground on that initial traction down the hill towards Eau Rouge. One of the fascinating things, though, about sports car racing is generating very similar lap times, but in very different ways.
Absolutely. You got the Peugeot, the Toyota just in front now of the number 99, as he just slipped by that Proton Competition 99. So that is Brendan Hartley that finds his way past Pinot.
Also in the background, Julian Andler with both of the Aston Martins now, so that's a recovery drive to catch the train has succeeded. Now it's leapfrog time.
And looking here again at the battle for 3rd place, you can see quite clearly on the side of the doors, 3rd for the Mustang, 4th for the Ferrari, 5th for the 46 BMW, and the number 10 Aston Martin in 6th place. Let's hear from the crew of this 4th place Ferrari.
Well, the guy is too slow with the engine they have. It's impossible to pass them.
Just as you were saying, Graham, it's not just in hypercar where you had that disparity between, or the discrepancy between the performance of the cars. It's in LMGT3 as well. And this is the driver saying, what can I do? They seem to have loads more power, i.e. straight line speed, than what I have. I can tell I'm quicker, but I can't do anything with the lap time, because it's almost like running too high a downforce in a way compared to a car running low downforce. It's that kind of scenario. So your car can do the lap time, but you can't do anything with it right now.
Peugeot closer than we've seen into the 83, right with the rear of the AF Corsa run privately entered car. And what's the result as they come back down the hill? Ultimately, it comes down to, as the leaders, by the way, are catching traffic now for the first time. Again, loses a little bit of ground as they come out of La Source, but then will catch it up elsewhere.
Just seen flash up on our screens that car number 38, Sebastian Bourdais in the Cadillac, and Julian Andlauer in car number 5, the Porsche, are under investigation for the incident at turn 5 that we saw at Le Mans on that opening lap.
We only saw the end of that, didn't we? We did not see the beginning.
So the fun and games start now with the hypercars diving through all of the LMGT3s. This opens up an opportunity for the hypercar drivers, and even in the GT category as well, trying to get your way past your opponent in this mix-up. So look, the Alpine right on the back of the Peugeot now. So the Peugeot had a bit of a tough time of it seems, through Le Mans.
It is going to be a drive-through penalty for Sebastian Bourdais for whatever incident befell Julian Andlauer involving the Cadillac. So we are going to see the number 38 caddy down pit lane shortly.
Interestingly, sorry Martin, interesting regarding traffic, I was chatting to Phil Hansen, who's in the number 83 yellow, bright yellow Ferrari, and he was saying, as he goes around the outside of the McLaren there in turn 12, he was saying to me, it's actually really nice being in such a bright coloured car, because you tend to be spotted a little bit easier by the cars you're catching.
Really interesting when we had that little inset picture of James Collado, how he was like looking in the mirrors, and then the outside shot, that's because the yellow Ferrari was right behind him all of a sudden in traffic.
For your information, with the energy saving you are doing, you are good for an extra lap.
They may not have mentioned the penalty yet then. On board with Paul di Resta in 8th place in the 93 Peugeot Total Energy machine. Ooh, trying to decide which side of the Mustang he was going to go.
Look at the Alpine on the inside of the Peugeot, the second element of the bus stop, and that position is gone.
And that is 4th place. So Loic Duval being jumped by Fred Makovici. Mako up to 4th place. The Ferrari still 1, 2, 3. Looks like James Collado survived the attack from behind. And look at the blue and black BMW right behind the white and green Peugeot, coming down past the old control tower. There's the Peugeot, the BMW 15, K-Mag right behind him.
And we know with the speed that the BMW's got in the straight line, the Peugeot could be under pressure here. Who knows? He's going to have to desperately stay in the slipstream of the position he's already lost against the Alpine. A great opportunistic move there by Fred Makovici in the traffic.
And Mako going to try and go through on the first form Porsche. He does, but further back, contact between the Porsche. Here comes Lawrence Vanthoor, the red and white Porsche. He's trying to get around the other Peugeot. That's Paul di Resta.
But watch the other Alpine that was right there as well with them in the mix of that. Definitely side-by-side contact between the Peugeot and the Porsche coming into the braking zone.
Yeah, it's desperate. It's always frantic. It's desperate stuff. When you first arrive on a tightly packed LMGT3 field and it's the first time you arrive on the scene, it's tough for everybody, and especially when you've got such a strong competitive field in hypercar. You just talk, well, and there's a moment for Phil Hansen there, and the Alpine gets by as well in that moment.
Yes, Fred Makovici on the inside. Now it's the outside at Piff Paff, but the next corner is a right. He's not alongside, but Hansen under real pressure from Makovici for 3rd place, going by another of the Ferraris. That's the 3rd place LMGT3 car, 4th place LMGT3 car.
Peugeot almost got there, but then the traffic intervened again. Great stuff coming through traffic. Like you said, Ant, it gives and it takes away in just a moment, but right behind the Peugeot, that BMW tucked right underneath where there is now a rear wing on the Peugeot.
And Hansen's got a good roll, did have a good run on his teammate of James Collado. And look at the Alpine coming through on the inside as well. Makovici very late on the brakes in the Alpine. That blue Alpine just looks like it kisses the rear.
Magnussen inside the white Peugeot and the Cadillac as well. Both Peugeots in danger of losing out a spot. It's Will Stevens in the gold Cadillac. The BMW didn't get through, and Loic Duval. Will Stevens still outside Paul di Resta, and side by side for 3rd place. Hansen's in the gravel. Up to 3rd place goes Fred Makovici. Mako knows there's a gravel trap on the outside. If he eases Hansen out wide, he's either got a lift or go through the gravel. Mako up to third.
He's going to be investigated for that one, though, for pushing a rival into the gravel trap, so he could have left him more room. I feel like he chose not to. It'd be interesting to have another look at that, as we've got some big action here.
BMW, 2 Peugeots, a Cadillac, a Porsche, another Alpine, and the second BMW. Pick the bones out of that. That is the battle for 5th, and there are only 6 cars in it.
Well, the important one there is the BMW is ahead of the Peugeots. Peugeots have now, I think, exchanged places.
They have.
But it is war in this little group.
De Resta's done very well out of that battle, and they probably caught some traffic through Eau Rouge. De Resta didn't, and had a mighty run on everyone else.
And on board at the back of this group with René Rast, just saw Lawrence Vantore and the Porsche going around the outside of the Cadillac. They're both off. Will Stevens dropping like a stone. That is likely to be a puncture, and the Toyota is starting to work his way through. That's the first of the black Toyotas with Mike Conway.
Keep an eye on all this. Can tell you that Sébastien Bourdais has taken that drive-through penalty. Can tell you too, Julien Andlauer has passed both Aston Martins and the Proton Porsche. 51 under real pressure here from the 36 Alpine of Fred Makowiecki.
So much for Ferrari running away at the front of the 6-hour race and lapping everybody else. Fred Makowiecki having none of that. But Anthony, what's going to be really key is not what they can do on 9-lap old tyres, but what they can do on 30-lap old tyres and 40-lap old tyres, if they've got anything left in the end of the second stint.
Absolutely, you know, this is about time management. Makowiecki is taking no prisoners through LMGT3 traffic, but also his competitors or direct rivals in hypercar as well. And that move that he did on Hansen out of La Source turn 1, I'll be very surprised if the stewards don't open the rule book on that one. This is what happened in turn 9. So Will Stevens on the outside just ran out of room, and it was a little bit brave to try and hang it round the outside there. And I don't think he had enough of his car alongside the Porsche, who was already running quite wide. That's a different scenario to how I saw it play out in turn 1, for example.
On board with Stevens, those are the Peugeots in front, and the Porsche taking all the road.
He tried to hang on to it round the outside. It was actually the Porsche coming through on the inside. And Will Stevens tried to hang around the outside, but it's that was a bit of a different scenario, because what happened to Hansen was he was already on the exit of the corner and then got physically pushed off onto the gravel and lost a lot of momentum. So I'm not sure stewards will look at that one too kindly. I think a bit more of a racing incident there at turn 9 that we just saw.
Well, you saw a little bit of the reaction there at the number 6 Porsche Penske Motorsport Garage. You can see a lot more of that in our full access program that's being shot through the race. It'll be out on the 30th of May on the FIA-WEC.TV website. You can sign up for a free subscription to watch that, and about 3 or 4 days later it'll drop on YouTube as well. The one from Imola is currently keeping fans engaged. You can catch up with all the access that you want on FIA-WEC.TV. As I said, subscription is free.
Peugeot have had their moments in the sun so far this race, but it seems to be swinging at this point to the other French make, Alpines. Both those cars looking very quick just at this phase of the race, with 23 minutes in. It's about halfway through the first of their energy stints, and this, Ant Davidson, is shaping up to be quite the battle.
It really is, Graham, because it's not how I thought it was going to play out really after qualifying. There was a little element where I was thinking we would see the Ferraris just run away into the distance, all 3 of them fighting each other. That hasn't been the case at all. I'm really glad to say that hasn't been the case. We've got a race in our hands as a Toyota dives into the pits. It's Mike Conway.
Yeah, that is Conway. He was right behind Lawrence Vantore, René Rast, and ahead of Brendan Hartley. So he's dived into the pit lane. Here is our battle for second place, James Collado. And actually, this little bit of battling has allowed the race leader, Niklas Nielsen, just to double his lead from 1.5 to 3.2 seconds. And that is now on lap 12 of the race. So a tyre waiting to go on. Right rear. So
that looked to be. That was definitely an unscheduled pit stop, and it seemed a little bit frantic by Toyota standards anyway.
Let's see if the team radio yields any little more nuggets of information.
It's a front right tire puncture.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So, they're doing 2 of them anyway while they're at it, and he's back out of the pit lane, I can see. I wonder where he picked that up from. Maybe it was from that turn 9 moment.
Anthony, there's Makovic in the blue Alpine on the inside of Phil Hansen again.
Yeah, he was on the moment, just on the exit of the corner. Oh, this is going to be good, an onboard shot of it. So he tucks into the apex, knows the car's on his outside, just lets the car run out a little bit wide in a straight line.
I think he's going to get away with that.
He is not even up to the white line there, so there was a little bit of room. Now then, Celia Martin coming back up the order in the Iron Dames Pink Porsche, and then Corvette versus Aston Martin, and that's Tom van Rompuy getting ahead of Ian James. So that's a change that puts that yellow Corvette into the top 10 for the first time this race, and the Iron Dames now up 4 places from their grid spot, having dropped back and had that penalty.
Well, they've got that penalty still to come, remember. That's going to be added to the first of their pit stops up the inside there, and that is a clash between the 54 and the number 92.
Yeah, that was too late, wasn't it? Just a bit too late. The car's already pretty much at the apex and not enough of the car alongside. It was a late lunge.
I have to say, Thomas Ford probably very lucky that Ryan Hardwick didn't spin there. He got nudged sideways, but it straightened up. If he'd been facing the wrong way, that's a definite penalty. Damage on the Alpine of Fred Makovic.
Yeah, but look at this run he's got on the Ferrari through a Rouge. This will be he'll be hanging on to this one. Look how tough that is. Both cars taken to the outside or the inside of the circuit in desperation, and I have to say it looked like the Ferrari took more track limits than the Alpine in that moment, and maybe because of that
maybe it's just
survived the threat that he would have been under otherwise.
See how much Makovic closed up there until they come. It's actually the way the light falls on the nose of the Alpine. That is actually all intact. All the dive planes are still there. But Makovic, talk about with his tail up and on the attack, all over James Collado. Collado, it's all he can do to hold him off at the moment.
Well, I thought the Alpine was going to have pretty good race pace. We saw that all the way through the weekend so far. And it couldn't match the Ferrari, obviously, in qualifying, but didn't expect them to be as strong as they are at this stage anyway.
Peugeot under pressure from Alpine as well.
James, please, we are pushing too much, turn 12, 14 and Pouhon.
Not the message you want to hear when you've got the car breathing right down your neck. He's probably thinking, OK, so shall I just let this car pass behind me then? But it might pay dividends later on.
That's a Lewis Hamilton radio message. Do you want me to let him pass then? OK, so on board there with Ferdy Habsburg, and Habsburg all over the back of Loic Duval. Wasn't so long ago that Loic Duval was all over the back of Phil Hansen for 3rd. Now he's hanging on to 7th. And that's how easily you can lose ground in this championship, because the cars are so evenly matched, and also, Anthony, so damn well driven.
Yeah, that's part of the problem, you know, the drivers, you can see when they go through the traffic, they're all as good as each other, and of course you'll get some winners and losers in that scenario, you always will, but you're fighting such tough, high standard of driving ability. And this one, let's see what they can do now. So the Alpine's definitely got the speed here. Look, under threat already is the Ferrari before they even get to a Rouge. And he's through. Amazing stuff. But that was a drag on the exit of the source. But can Collado fight back?
You can hear the crowd cheering that move over the sound of the engines from that huge grandstand. Collado has got clear air now, but the speed of the Alpine, Fred Makovic used his advantage to his advantage. That's a phenomenal pass. Nevertheless, Anthony, still heart in mouth, wheel to wheel into a Rouge in any cars.
Absolutely, look at that, how close it was against the wall, and the Ferrari before committing to turn 4. Great stuff.
I've loved that one. 4.7 seconds, then is the gap. Nick Nielsen now to Fred Makovic, Ferrari 2, Alpine.
It was the traction he had on the exit of La Source that gave him this run fully into the slipstream, and then Collado's nothing that he could do for the Alpine to come through on the outside. A big old lift and bravery. You can see even the Hurst Team Jota crew in Cadillac thought that was on the limit.
OK, hands up everybody, all you BOP botherers, who had Alpine to win this race? Or even lead this race. OK, right, now, back with the action. On board with Paul di Resta. We're in 6th position, right in front of us on the soft tyre. Kevin Magnussen in the 15 BMW.
And that Peugeot still looks pretty racy. They had a bad run, didn't they, through the traffic?
They did.
Actually, so Paul di Resta, the fact that Paul di Resta's in front of Loic Duval, it really goes to show how what a bad time or bad run of it that Duval had, because he was right up there in challenging the Ferraris at one stage.
Three-way battle for 10th. The dark blue car, Ian James in the Aston. Right behind him is the yellow Corvette of Tom van Rompuy, and then last time's winner Ryan Hardwick in that bright turquoise Porsche.
Front, middle and rear engine cars, 1, 2, 3 in that little trio. Good encapsulation of what is making LMGT3 so very special since its introduction.
We're talking to Ryan Hardwick about the pace of the Mustangs here, because of course he drove it last year and he was going, that ain't the Mustang I drove. Now then, here comes the Peugeot once more. This is Paul di Resta towing up behind Kevin Magnussen, but again you lose that grip in Eau Rouge. Takes you the entire kilometre-long straight to get back in touch.
Yeah, di Resta couldn't quite do that, and I think Magnussen helped by the fact he had the slipstream as well, the yellow Ferrari of Phil Hansen in front of him.
Now, leaders just going by the black AMG Mustang, AMG Mercedes rather, car 61, that's Aussie Martin Berry, and the yellow Corvette right in front. He was just a few hundreds behind him, but Ben Keating has escaped now. So that Mercedes really looking at losing out in traffic.
Three French cars, almost nose to tail, trying to get to terms to the BMW ahead. There's the two Peugeots and then the 35 Alpine. This is the battle at the moment, including the BMW for 5th. Kevin Magnussen, Paul di Resta, Loic Duval and Ferdy Habsburg.
Now, if you're watching World Endurance for the first time, it is only 14 laps in. This will all calm down soon, and by soon, I mean after the checkered flag. What are we seeing here? This is the 20 BMW and the number 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens trying to go around the outside of René Rast.
Rast looked like Rast was defending a little bit on the inside, and you've got to give a car's width to the outside, and that looked a little bit tight for Will Stevens, so I'm sure he'll be complaining on the radio, hey, look, I almost had to take to the grass there and outbrake myself because of it. I didn't quite have the room that I thought I should be allowed.
Aboard with United Autosports McLaren of Darren Young. Briefly then, looking at the team's other car, the rear view camera. Great view of that. In traffic.
Darren Young was actually chasing the number 31 BMW that he raced last year.
And won at Imola.
Yeah, indeed so. Oh, Kevin Magnussen now, real run up behind him from the Peugeot of Paul di Resta.
It was a mistake there from K-Mag, and di Resta, I think, has got the job done this time around. Less of a slipstream as well for the advantage of the car number 15. So di Resta through, and Duval just about hangs on to that position as well. Hangs on to the position from the car 35 of Ferdinand Habsburg.
Rather wider Peugeot than its homologation, I think, in that move there. There was real nose-to-tail stuff.
But it looked to me like Kevin Magnussen, I'm not sure what happened through Radion, the top of the hill, where just looked like he lost a lot of momentum. I think, did he have a bit of a sideways snap, or maybe these soft tyres are starting to give up on him? Maybe, yeah, so just watch the car in front of us. Yeah, too wide, over the curb, lack of momentum. Di Resta sees what's happened and chooses to the inside. Yeah, great stuff by Paul there.
Into the bargain, the fastest first sector of the race so far for Paul di Resta on that run. So he just got it perfectly. Incident we saw between Thomas Fleur and Ryan Hardwick at La Source is under investigation. That's no surprise. There's more traffic to come for the race leader, Nick Nielsen. That gap, we said 4.7 seconds, is down to 3.2. Fred Mako is charging.
2.8 even. That just because of the traffic that they're coming up to right now. So this goes against Makawiki. Gonna have to be careful here, because you don't want to try and lunge down the inside of too many LMGT3s when they're all racing each other as well.
And in fact, that queue is getting longer behind the 31 car of Yasser Shaheen. You've got both of the orange and black McLarens, and now that yellow Corvette of Ben Keating, and the first of the Iron Lynx AMGs. That's Aussie Martin Berry, who makes his debut in World Endurance here this weekend.
The Ferrari is about to lose even more time here. Is car 51. If you can't get past this GT before a ruse, and which you can't, look how slow you have to go round the outside. Brave stuff from Collado, but that's why you're looking, is so desperate to try and get past the GT, because the momentum you lose in that scenario, as you just saw a great demonstration riding on board that car 51.
Sixth-place battle here. You can see the red nose. That is our Lexus, Petru Îmbrărescu, then Derek de Boer in the number 10 Aston Martin, and Celia Martin, the Iron Dames Porsche behind. And again, it is all arms and elbows. Peugeot up behind BMW once more. This is the second car of Loic Duval. Ferdy Habsburg is there waiting for Duval to open the door on Kevin Magnussen. Magnussen trying to go around the outside of the McLarens. Is he going to lose speed down the hill? No, he gets through. So does Duval.
8 cars within 2 seconds in hypercar, all the way down from 4th to, what is that, 12th, 13th now.
And behind the blue Alpine, that is the first of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars. So that's Lawrence Van Tor, the black and white car behind him as he flashes the headlights to go inside the McLaren GT3 car. That is the number 20 BMW. So looking back from Van Tor, 20 BMW trying to come through, and behind the BMW, the gold nose of the number 12 Cadillac of Will Stevens.
Frantic stuff. It all depends on where you catch the GT cars, and if you're in the hypercar, if you catch them in the high-speed corners, you lose so much momentum. So here, riding on board with Di Resta, has to back out of it slightly because Hansen, he could see, had traffic in front of him. Di Resta on the attack.
And I wonder whether that turbulence behind Phil Hansen's Ferrari also encouraging Di Resta just to lift a fraction. There's the other car of Loic Duval, the second of our white Peugeots. Right behind him, we're on board with Ferdy Habsburg in the dark blue Alpine, French blue Alpine. He goes by Ben Keating, Tom Van Rompuy.
This is so tough as well for the bronze drivers, predominantly who are at the wheel here in the LMGT3 category. It's so tough for them. So they're maxed out in terms of capacity anyway as the lowest graded driver behind the wheel of the GT cars this race. I mean, make no mistake how tough it is for them to see a train of cars going through all the time. We see a GT car actually off through Eau Rouge, probably as a result of traffic.
And no surprise to see that the GT cars are now racking up track limits infractions as they get shoved off wide. On board again with the number 15 BMW. Look at the speed as he has to take to the grass. That was Martin Berry going by Ben Keating in the yellow Corvette. Berry suddenly sees the danger but nearly shuts the door on the Peugeot, and that's where the big accident happened last year.
It is exactly what I was talking about. You know, the bronze drivers are at absolute max capacity. It's hard enough for them anyway to drive a lap with the car on the edge, let alone with these hypercars buzzing all around them.
It's in a battle for position with Ben Keating. You know, it's kind of, you've got to have several sets of eyes, I'm afraid, on GT3. Well done, everybody. Got through that one. Heart the mouth all the way around.
It really was. There is the first of the Toyotas, Mike Conway.
No, that's the car number 8, isn't it, of course, because of Conway's pit stop. And he's actually found his way past the Porsche number 6 there, number 5, sorry, of Julian Andlauer.
They've got a result of that investigation into the clash between 54 and 92. 9th at the moment, Thomas Fleur, but he's going to get 10 seconds added to his next pit stop. That will drop him pretty close to the back of the field.
Again, I think if he'd ended up spinning out the Porsche, that might have been worse for him. Again, see the GT cars all running off wide there because the hypercar is taking the line away. And so that is the 31 BMW just behind the hypercar, and all over the back of him is the, oh, those are the 2 Mustangs, aren't they? That's second and third, in fact.
Yeah, it is so many of them and they're so close together. It's a remarkable race to this point.
How is the tire situation?
Yeah, good. I need to be faster. You went managing so much.
Okay, so let's push more. 5, 6, 7, 18, 19, turn 1.
Interesting that he's almost laughing. I need to be quicker, and they're telling him which corners he can attack more in without destroying the cars. That's super critical information.
I am with Mikkel Jensen, driver of the 93 Peugeot. Mikkel, a very strong race for start of a race for Paul Di Resta through the traffic and through the GTs. It's looking pretty good out there.
Yeah, an action-packed race. It's incredible that we haven't seen any worse accidents yet. So yeah, we are very pleased. We're getting up to 5th, so everything is going
according to the plan, and just hopefully we can stay out of trouble.
Excellent. Good luck for the continuation of the race.
Thank you.
He makes a valid point. There hasn't been lots of bits of composite bodywork flying off all over the place, despite how close the racing's been.
It's one of the things that I did think it, he said it.
Yeah, curse of the racing driver is less of a thing than curse of the commentator.
So that was again,
right.
it's Mikkel Jensen's fault. Right, 40 minutes into this 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, so many storylines, so many battles.
I was going to say, should we just have a breather for a second? We can't really, but we'll try. This is on board with 009 Aston Martin. That is Mikkel Jensen, I beg your pardon, Alex Riberas. Those cars now up to 14th and 15th. Proton's 99, the 38 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota car, which has served its penalty, and the number 7 Toyota, which had a puncture, are all behind it. So on board with Ryan Hardwick.
As we watch this battle, can tell you the lead for Arnaud Robin is growing. It's been full green since the start of this race. 9.8 seconds to the good, that number 78 Lexus. He's been untroubled by anybody pretty much since lap 2, and he's used that really well. Here we have the race-leading LMGT3 car. It's the length of the start-finish straights and more.
And there you can see the gaps, 9.7 first to second, barely a second, second to third. These gaps will yo-yo, not just when somebody has a good lap or a bad lap, but when they get cut up by hypercars, and depending on how many hypercars cut them up on a lap, those gaps can grow or shrink by a second or two on any given lap. And there you go, perfect example as the leader just watches and listens to the Aston Martin Valkyrie going wailing by.
Is our other leader, the number 50 car. That is the gap, now 2.5 seconds. This is Seb Bourdais coming back up through on Nico Pino to take what is now 16th place. Next two targets for the recovering Cadillac will be the two Aston Martins, and he'll be able to hear them before he can see them.
Yes, definitely will.
I can hear them.
Well, the Aston Martin drivers say, actually, it doesn't sound particularly special in the car.
It's because it's all behind you.
Because they've all gone deaf. Here's a replay of the start. Anthony, pick a fancied runner out of this bunch.
Well, it's desperate stuff, isn't it? Because they know how hard overtaking is, even on this circuit. One of the BMWs gets pushed on to the gravel early on there, and always the safest place to be is the inside through the source. But if you're on the outside, sometimes you can brake a bit later, try and hang it round the outside, but you need the compliance, obviously, of your competitors. And then you've got that drag race down towards Eau Rouge. This was in one of the Peugeots, the Loic Duval. That's his view of it. On the exit there, runs up against the curb, and he's got the view on the clear run on the inside. This was what happened in turn 5 and 6. One of the Alpine's car, 35, takes to the inside. I did wonder at the time what happened to him. That was Habsburg. And I'm looking out to see what happened to the Porsche. That is car number, one of the Toyotas locked up. And that's the moment when Bourdais spun around the Porsche number 5 of Vanthoor.
Yeah, on board with Bourdais. Actually, if we can see this again up at Les Combes.
I'm keen to see what actually happened through a Rouge Radion on that first lap, because there was certainly some sideways running for some of the midfield there, and I suspect there might have been a little bit argy-bargy.
Yeah, that was Di Resta. Di Resta was just making contact there with the Cadillac, and there is car number 5, and we're on board with Bourdais, and boom, that's the moment.
Little harsh again, because the car ends up facing the wrong way. I mean, Bourdais was on the curbs on the inside.
Well, this is riding on board with the Porsche. There was enough room on the inside. There was a car's width, I'd have to say. So just a little bit hot from a lot of drivers into that corner, and many going off.
And this is up the hill. I mean, Bourdais was on the curbs. This is the battle between James Collado in 51 and Phil Hansen around the outside, and on the first lap of the race. That's pretty ballsy stuff.
Well, gutsy stuff indeed. If you go around the outside of turn 5, like, it can be done, look. So the line just cut away before he got to the line. I think the racing line was pretty similar to that what Vanthoor took, but he just had, obviously, the yellow Ferrari on the inside, and they're
a little bit of sympathy.
Yes, a little bit of sympathy, even though they're not actual teammates. They still got the Ferrari badge on their car.
And it's 2.2 seconds, the lead between Nick Nielsen and Fred Macko now. 45 minutes into the race. But Fred Macko has pulled away from James Gallardo to the tune of something like 4 seconds, 4+ seconds now. Behind that, it's a blanket over much of the midfield of...
There's the yellow AF Corsa car, Phil Hansen, he's in 4th place. The first of the white Peugeots, Paul de Resta in 5th. Then Kevin Magnussen in 6th. Looking back further to Tom van Rompuy in the yellow Corvette. And that car is now inside the top 10. Dive bomb by Ryan Hardwick. In fact, this is further back. Further outside the top 10 now, that is 11th place, Ryan Hardwick.
De Resta has displaced Hansen, and under the attack from the BMW as well, from Kevin Magnussen, car 15 makes it through under the braking. So what happened there through Eau Rouge? And Radion Hansen thinks about coming back around the outside, has to back out of it, and the Alpine's through as well.
Yeah, Ferdy Habsburg getting by the yellow Ferrari. He's going to have a look at Kevin Magnussen in the blue, black and white BMW as well. Can't get through, but here comes the Peugeot of Loic Duval, trying to shove his nose up the inside of Phil Hansen's yellow Ferrari.
Yeah, Hansen left a tantalising gap there, didn't he, on the inside of turn 8. What happened? So the rundown, I saw that De Resta got a great run out of La Source and just sends it on the inside. Brilliant move there. Right, I mean, he ultimately went off the track, all 4 wheels over the white line on the exit, but that was brave stuff.
And Hansen in the yellow Ferrari had to have a big lift to survive Eau Rouge.
He needed the awareness there of Hansen, so that was really well played there by him as well.
I think we have a problem for the number 99 Proton car. I think we have yellows, turn 5, turn 6. I'm pretty certain it's 99 in trouble, and it is.
Ryan Hardwick in the pits as well in the Manthey First Form Porsche, so that's an unexpected pit call.
That was not the Shadow of the Grim Reaper, by the way, that was the Goodyear blimp.
Nico Pino.
A loss of hydraulic pressure, gearbox problems we're hearing. Oh yeah, definitely.
Whoa, that selected...
box and neutrals.
That selected neutral in a hurry, didn't it? So first car down, and an unexpected, maybe a lap early for Manthey First Form. Maybe they're staggering the pit stop between that car and the Iron Dames, which they're also running.
Did notice, by the way, on the start grid, Antares out, who's going to be the longest driver in their 3rd car at Le Mans, finish the Le Mans Series Championship win. But this is a great battle here. Phil Hansen in the number 83 car in 7th now, fending off Loic Duval, who wants to be a little further back up the road than he is at the moment, and he was, what, 15 minutes earlier?
Yeah. Yellow flags are out there, so Loic Duval dropped back in line behind Phil Hansen. Not allowed to try a move until they get to the next marshal's post and go green. Now down to Rivage, closing in behind the white and red number 6 Porsche of Lawrence Vantor.
Full course yellow is coming.
Yeah,
will be for the recovery
will,
99.
Full course yellow will freeze the field. They will all go down to 80 kilometers an hour on their limiters, and the gaps should not grow or shrink. 20 BMW towards the tail of that little queue is in 10th, the Cadillac in 11th. Full course yellow countdown being shown there on board with Will Stevens.
Yeah, no excuses for ignoring that, are there?
Nope.
Well, there are, but they're not going to be accepted.
Yes. And actually, when the race control sends the message to the car bings a message back going, yep, got that. So even the driver can't say, I didn't see it, because the telemetry says, yeah, actually you did.
Yeah, we have a number of cars on pit lane before the full course yellow came.
But it's a perfect time for them, because that is their pit window, 22 laps.
Yeah, at least one that's been on pit lane since the full course yellow was called, at least against our pit stop timer. We'll keep an eye on that.
And don't forget, if you want to see a little bit more from behind the scenes this weekend, then our full access program will drop on FIAWC TV, rather, on the 30th of May, and on YouTube a few days later. There's Simon Mann, 21 Ferrari team, watching as their car makes its stop. Francois Heriot stays in.
There's a hand up there to say what's going on,
or
as we see the Porsche Proton getting going again.
Or is he cooling his hand in the air tube?
It might be. The other quick thing to notice, by the way, Celia Martin did pit there 36 seconds on pit lane. Should have served that extra 5 seconds. If she's managed to do it here, that's a big win for them.
Yeah. Not everybody has had the same length. Tom van Rompuy's Corvette stopped for 55 seconds, 1 minute and 6 for Ryan Hardwick.
Going back to full green flag running in just under 10 seconds.
Now the pit lane remains open during a full course yellow. It's not like a safety car. This is going to be fun when they go green.
Well, the trick for these guys there, just going through those corners, you were on the full course yellow, but that holds the car to 80 kilometres an hour, and that corner is slower than that. So you're driving flat out at full racing speed, even though you're at full course yellow. So that's why they were ducking and diving at that moment.
The two teams that have shown such a big improvement this season, the BMW Team WRT and the Alpine Endurance team, both on the podium last time out. Here's the side-by-side move. Lloyd Duval takes that place.
Yeah, Lloyd Duval getting by Phil Hansen from the restart. And Anthony, sometimes where you're able to release the green has a big difference. If Hansen was nearly turning in to La Source, he would have lost a lot of ground to the guys behind who've got a run-up at him.
That's exactly what happened there with the car number 6 as well. The Porsche, the white and red Porsche number 6, have found his way past Hansen, slow moving after the full course yellow. But it does look like he's struggling a bit for straight line speed anyway on top of that.
Well, Lawrence Fantour looking quite racy at the moment, almost immediately onto the back of the Peugeot, and he's now putting Lloyd Duval under pressure.
50 minutes in, look at this fly squash on the screen of the number 20 car. They're going to be peeling those layers of windscreen off at every stop to try and give the drivers some visibility. The red, black and yellow and white of Shell all over that number 20 BMW. René Rast attacking Phil Hansen. Busy hands though, Anthony.
I mean, you don't usually see a car go sideways, a hypercar go sideways and have to correct it through the exit of turn 10 at Pouhon. So really pushing on is René Rast. And a sign to me as well that the tyres are starting to give up. I wonder if this is what Phil Hansen's problem is as well in the number 83 Ferrari that goes through on screen there out of turn 15.
And GT3 cars on pit lane.
That's our top 3, in fact, the 2 Mustangs, and in comes Petro Umbrarescu as well. Was that Arnaud Robin, 78? Yeah, almost the whole field stopping last lap, and this?
Well, in fact, the only one that's not stopped last lap in this is the new leader, the 87 Akonis ASP, not the Lexus that's been leading to this point, but the team car. That will go around for another lap of the 7-kilometre Spa-Francorchamps circuit.
Paul di Resta also in the pits, the first full stop for a hypercar, the 93 car. Now we're expecting them to do 25 laps on fuel. Looks like they've stopped a lap early, and here comes René Rast on Phil Hansen down into Eau Rouge. Aye, aye, aye. And coming up behind him as well quickly is Will Stevens with the gold nose on the Cadillac.
He's got momentum up through Radion, gets alongside the Ferrari, making this look as if it could be easy into the braking zone at Lecombe.
Right, I'm sure AF Corse are there looking at all their data screens, trying to figure out what they can do to increase the speed of that 83 car. In the inset, you're seeing the clear track view that our race leader has, Niklas Nielsen.
Celia Martin's been in twice.
Well, maybe they did a half stop, and did she have a little splash because it was full course yellow?
Emergency service?
Well, but that doesn't, that's safety car only, that's not full course yellow.
Well, look who the next car is, as we look back at the hypercars. Look who the next car is in line to overtake or come up to the back of Phil Hansen. None other than the number 8 Toyota Gazoo Racing of Brendan Hartley, who was, what, around 2 seconds slower than that car in qualifying yesterday.
Yeah. Games people play. Just saw Alex Lynn watching Sebastian Bourdais' 38 Caddy leave the pit lane. A few of our hypercars coming in. 25 laps should be a regular stint on energy for the hypercars, but because we had 2 formation laps before the start of the race, they count, but they will have been less strenuous on fuel consumption. Let's hear from Hansen and team.
It's okay, but every time I exit P1, I get past before a Rouge. When I have to lift in a Rouge, I'm right behind them, and then I get past again. I mean, there's no way around it, unfortunately.
Try to anticipate the transit if you can.
Well, he's nursing a problem, isn't he? I didn't quite pick up exactly what the problem
Well,
is.
he was just saying
he
he keeps getting aero wash through Eau Rouge and then gets past again. As soon as one goes by him, he struggles in Eau Rouge. A little bit of contact there from the first. Oh, that wasn't from the. I suppose it must have been from the first lap with the number 12 car. Wasn't the car that made contact with the number 5 Porsche, but
I think it was the car that was off wide at Radion on the first lap.
No, it was. Remember, it was when Will tried to go around the outside of the Porsche in turn 9.
Yep.
And ran out of room. As we look back now at the number 83, I'm sure that Phil Hansen was saying that it's something about turn 1 as well. He was having to do something in turn 1. But yeah, clearly not happy in that car and has lost speed, hand over fist, as the race is starting to unfold for them. So last lap around, just put that into context, 2:05.2 for the race leaders, and that's Nick Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari, as opposed to the number 83 that we were just talking about of Phil Hansen, a 2:08.
Huge variation in pit stop times amongst the LMGT3s, by the way. 52 seconds the quickest, and well over a minute, 1:13 for the Proton number 88 Mustang. The new leader, Team WRT's Ahmed El Harti in the 46 BMW. 99 Proton Porsche, meanwhile, did make it back to the garage. Went back out again, but is now back in the box.
Didn't go back out, came in and went into the garage. It's only been in the pits once. But worth pointing out that the better of the two Toyotas in 7th place, Mike Conway, or second place Toyota rather, in 7th place, has already made a stop for puncture as well. So Toyota, whatever they were doing in qualifying, it was nothing to do with their race pace. Leader is in. So too is the 2nd place Alpine of Fred Makovici. So too is the 3rd place BMW of René Rast.
It's the last of the hypercars to pits. It's the top 5 cars that didn't pit last time around. So the 50, 36, 20, 83 and 8, all on pit road at the moment. Here comes Phil Hansen.
And to make matters worse for Phil Hansen, he's got to do a nose-in pit stop, as they call it. When you've got one of your teammates behind you, you have to come in and just nose the car in, and then they wheel it back on the jacks. Actually, might have just made it to a straight line because he's got the space of the car 51, who is yet to pit.
Who has pitted. And every other team as well with a pair of cars.
Look how close this is.
Has staggered them. Out comes the leader, and that is now the lead gap.
Great pit work from both teams, but you have to say rather better pit work, depending on what the work was done by the Alpine Endurance team.
Yeah, they gave Fred Makovici in that blue car 3 seconds advantage over the Ferrari. Mako 1:07 on pit lane. The Ferrari of Nick Nielsen, 1:10.
And that was a slower pit stop for Nick Nielsen, because 1:07, the same time registered for the 51 car and for the 15 BMW. So that was the standard, and the 50 team did not meet it.
1:06 for Paul di Resta in the Peugeot.
83 has gone into the box.
Into the garage.
Drama for the 83.
Wow. Okay, that is not good news.
Yeah, I picked up from Phil Hansen's message that it was something more than just balance of the car, but I couldn't quite catch what it was. When he mentioned turn 1 as well, yeah, clearly some kind of, the back end of the car comes off as well. Is it PU related, I wonder? He was just losing too much time, too much straight line speed as well compared to the cars around him. Shame.
Looking at Lawrence Van Tor in the number 6 Porsche. And behind him is Brendan Hartley's Toyota, the black car. Going round the Aston Martin of Ian James. That number 27 car is currently in 5th place in LMGT3. So they've had a really good run through the pit lane. In fact, that car 10 seconds quicker on the pit lane than Bernardo Souza's Proton Competition Mustang.
I am in the Alpine garage with Philippe Sino, head of Alpine team, team principal. Philippe, an amazing start of the race from Fred Mako, pushing really hard, closing the gap with the leader car, now only 1.2 seconds behind.
Yes, it's a tough race. The start was crazy. We avoid all the mistakes and all the incidents on the track. But now, as you know, the race will be long. It's only 1 hour, so still 5. So it will be so stressful for everybody.
I can sense the stress. Thank you, Philippe.
Thank you.
Just approaching the end of the first hour, gentlemen. Top, what is that? 15 cars. 40 seconds is the gap, and we have not had a safety car to close those gaps. It's been very fast all the way down, with the exception of one of the Aston Martins and this Ferrari that was in the mix until a few moments ago. And Davidson, what are you noticing?
Hearing that, got reports coming in that it might be the left-hand side turbo that's could be the issue here for the 83 Ferrari. I'm not sure if it is, or if that is the case, whether it's a quick fix or not, but that would definitely explain that lack of straight line speed, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be much off to be giving away a lot of speed. 1 hour into the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, one of the world's greatest racetracks in some of the best weather we've seen here for the 14th visit of the World Endurance Championship to Spa-Francorchamps. We've been here every year, and every year the crowd has grown and grown and grown, and so has the entertainment and the spectacle. 36 cars on the grid, and a great opportunity for the fans beforehand to come in and see the drivers and the cars up close in the autograph sessions. At the start, it was Nicholas Nielsen on pole in the 50 Ferrari who led the field. Ferrari 1, 2, 3 in qualifying. James Collado in the second of the red Ferraris from second, immediately trying to put in the moves on Phil Hansen's yellow car. Behind it was 3 wide, boxes of 4, and in LMGT3 just as tight. The Mustangs and the Lexus that started on pole jockeying for position with the number 10 Aston Martin, but the Racing Spirit Le Mans car dropping down the order right from the start. Up at Les Combes first time, Collado safely round the outside of the yellow Ferrari, and the number 10 Aston just running out of road a little in his battle at the head of LMGT3. Contact between Sebastian Bourdais and the number 5 Porsche of Julian Andlauer, spinning the 5 around. Bourdais would serve a drive-through penalty for that one. Meanwhile, Alpine and Peugeot both looking very strong. The 36 car, Fred Makovici with his sleeves probably physically as well as metaphorically rolled up. It wasn't quiet in the rest of the field either. Will Stevens getting edged out onto the gravel in the Cadillac. Mako moving up first past Phil Hansen and then past James Collado, roared to the echo by the crowd. And behind, Peugeot and BMW also putting on a show. Loic Duval in the 93 car, Paul di Resta in the 93 rather, as Kevin Magnussen had to take to the grass to try and get by a 4-way LMGT3 battle. GT3 cars running out of road as they try and survive the onslaught of fast-moving traffic coming by and changing positions in their class. Brief full-course yellow as the 99 Proton Competition Porsche rolled to a halt at Les Combes, and Phil Hansen in the 83 Ferrari that started in second place, slipping down the order to be barely in the top 10 as the pit stops rolled around. Driver struggling with pace from the hairpin. LMGT3 led by the Lexus, and it is the 50 Ferrari that leads in hypercar. Back with the action, 83 back out on track. It is the last running hypercar at the moment, as 99's Proton Competition Porsche is still in a garage, so whatever ailed Hansen, it looks as though they are trying to keep the car running at the very least.
Yeah, it was just under 6 minutes on pit lane for the number 83 car, whatever that problem was. I'm sure we'll find out shortly for the AF Corsa Run car.
Now, part of what's going on here is not just trying to get overall position, but also the privateers' points.
Maybe a little bit better, but just give me a few more low-speed corners. It's mainly in the slow and acceleration that I feel it. Yeah, no, same thing, same as before.
Copy.
A little update about the 83 Ferrari, who has been struggling with power. They thought that an exhaust was broken at the rear left following a contact, but it turns out that it's the turbo that's not delivering its full power. After stopping the car, they had a good look through, but yet the problem isn't fixed. The driver has just reported that the power is still not there, so they're going to have to stop the car again, probably.
Bad news there for the 83. So rapid fix, unfortunately, not solving the problem for the now troubled number 83, down in 17th place. The second most delayed of our hypercars.
Battle here for what is now third place in LMGT3. That first for Manthey Porsche of Ryan Hardwick, winners last time out. 92 car qualified on row 5 of the grid. They made it into the top 10, but now that car is in third place after the first round of pit stops. Team WRT have bounced to the top of the pile with Ahmed Al-Hati in the 46 BMW. The Proton 88 Mustang is in second place, and this is the battle for third.
Yeah, top 6 cars on GT3, all different makes. Here is the battle, 36 and 51.
Yeah, it looks like Collado has found some speed here, suddenly putting the Alpine under a lot of pressure. So was that traffic related, or is the Alpine just starting to suffer here after that fuel stop, only because they're carrying on these tyres now into that second stint?
So did either of the Ferraris take a pair of tyres?
No.
Or they're still on their starting tyre. So now we're starting to see how comfortable those cars are in the second stint. Remember those radio messages? James, you're overheating the tyres, cool off the tyres, when he was trying to fight off Fred Makovici. Mako, we didn't hear anything similar. They're presumably also trying to work with tyre temperature, because it's tyre life that may well be the deciding factor for every car.
I've been in this position many times before, where the fuel comes down and the tyre starts to degrade and your lap times plateau.
7, really good job. Let's go for it, but safely, safe overtake.
Oh, so the overtake is on. He's going to go for it. But yeah, it's really interesting now that, so you've topped up the fuel. So once I say the lap times plateau as the fuel comes down in the first stint and the tyre starts to degrade. As soon as you come out the pits, this feeling the drivers have right now is, where's my grip gone? Because suddenly you've topped it up with fuel again and the car feels so lethargic. It's got a lot more inertia, and the tyre deg that you suffered kind of unknowingly through that first stint because of fuel depletion, keeping the lap times stable, now you feel it. You feel the damage you've done through that first stint.
Second, third and fourth in LMGT3. The running order before the pit stops has basically been torn up and thrown to the 4 wins, because it is Ahmed Al-Hati who leads in the 46 BMW. 6 seconds ahead of this battle. The Mustang, the Proton competition car of Stefano Gattuso, is ahead of us. Right in front of us as we ride with Francois Heriot, the turquoise Porsche of Ryan Hardwick. So this is second, third and fourth. They're covered by a fraction under a second. Great racing in LMGT3, and they've got a few laps before the hypercars arrive again.
Yeah, if you ask yourself the question, what happened to the race-leading Lexus, the answer is running in 5th, running quicker than most of the cars ahead, but spent 10 seconds longer on pit lane than any of the cars around it. That's why it dropped back.
Well, it may be that they had done a tyre change as well, but nevertheless, they've got a... I mean, we talked about this, Anthony, about how important track position is going to be. You're looking at the second Mustang, the one with the white nose, that's 77 in 7th place, Bernardo Souza. The Iron Dames are watching there, Celia Martin. She's in the 85 car, the pink and white Porsche, getting very close. And here's another 3-way tussle. This is for 10th. 10, Derek de Boer, the green and yellow. Then the yellow and black. That is Tom Van Rompuy in the Corvette, and the first of the orange and black McLarens, and that is James Cottingham.
Yeah, I mean, track position is important, particularly on a circuit like we were at last time round in Imola. You can overtake a bit easier around Spa. It's still not, but it's still a difficult challenge, particularly in the LMGT3 category, where their lap the lap times and where you get the time from in the car, it seems to be more evenly spread, closely matched compared to hypercar.
Change for second, 92 Porsche moves up to second place, and Celia Martin as well goes around the outside of a Mustang at the bus stop, and she just got through without getting muscled out of the way, so the Iron Dame's up to 7th. And Bernardo Souza is down to 8th, with Petro Umbrarescu in right behind. Again, Ryan Hardwick just ahead of Stefano Gattuso, and the Ferrari of Francois Heriot has got a really good run. Heriot much cleaner there than the Mustang, through Eau Rouge and over Rédillon. There'll be a drive-through as well to hurt the efforts of Racing Spirit of Lemon, the number 10 car, as 83 Phil Hansen back in the garage. That quick fix on the turbo. You can't quick fix a turbo, apparently, so there is more going on for the 83 Ferrari crew.
And that is a somewhat less urgent approach to that work, I think. They know the damage has been done to a potential points run for this car.
James Collado right behind the car of Fred Makovici, that blue Alpine that came out maybe a second, not even that, a couple of car lengths behind Niklas Nielsen, now 2.2 seconds behind the leader, and Collado looking to retake second place. And this is the story of a limited tyre allocation. You treat your tyres well, they'll be good to you. Oh. Yeah, Ferrari driver had his wits about him. I think that was Thomas Fleur, wasn't it? It was in a 54 LMGT3 Ferrari. And this is where the pass happened for second. Ryan Hardwick dive-bombing Stefano Gattuso. That was clean, clear.
And Ryan Hardwick executing the overtake on the car he drove last season.
Yeah.
Enjoying his 2025 FI World Endurance Championship run. Here we have James Collado all over the rear now of Fred Makovici. Has to be said, though, by the way, this is Collado going more quickly. It's not Makovici going slower, because look at the gap to the leader.
Well, yeah, I mean, Makovici, like you say, rightly pointed out there, Graham, that he's only lost a second compared to where he was when he came out the pits, and that probably could have happened in traffic. It's Collado that's definitely picked up the pace and has been told to push harder, but also he's the one that saved his tyres the most, I feel, during that first stint. It's paying dividends now. Our
race leader is the slowest hypercar on track. 2:11 last lap compared to 2:09 for Collado and Mako. Whoa, goodness gracious.
I wondered how they came out of that situation so close together. That, like, when we picked them up after this replay we've just seen, I saw Collado was right behind the Alpine. I thought, oh, he's had a good run there. That's how it happened. Oh, but Collado's going to get stung here behind the Lexus. Look at that. The momentum you lose. Yeah. He's been given the room on the outside, but look at that, what you lose now all the way up the hill on the Kemmel Straight. Continues to climb, by the way, that hill towards Le Combe. And now we look back towards the turn 1 with car 8. Car number 5, the red and white Porsche.
Yeah, Julian Andlauer ahead of Brendan Hartley for 12th. Leader back up to pace, Niklas Nielsen, 2:11 last lap, 2:08.9 this lap. He's now the quickest of the hypercars.
The problem is contact there between the BMW and the Ferrari. Just about gets back on track. Does the BMW? There's another hypercar coming through as well. If you could measure, that's the onboard. Wow, and it was a hit, wasn't it? You really heard that one, and that was almost a hit as well. That's how close it is, and actually...
He's got damage.
Yeah,
he's got damage.
Right front, looks like, yeah.
Unfortunately, it's tipped a whole lot of gravel all over the place, and we are in, I think we're looking here for an intervention.
I think we're looking here at a guaranteed safety car. You're going to have to send a vehicle in to snatch the car out. That's 31, Yasser Shaheen. Yeah, broken right front steering or suspension.
Virtual safety car is coming.
Yeah, that definitely happened in turn 19, didn't we? We heard the thud. And I'm not surprised that's taken damage there.
That's a real shame for them. Ferdy Habsburg in the blue Alpine in 7th, René Rast in the Shell livery BMW in 8th.
This actually might benefit Mike Conway, of all people, who's already done a stop. I'm just looking to see how many laps. He's done 23 laps.
We will deploy virtual safety car in less than 15 seconds. Virtual safety car in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Virtual safety car deployed. VSC, VSC.
What is a virtual safety car? The cars will come down to 80 kilometers an hour. The pit lane will be open in this period, and there's trouble for one of the Lexus. Now, that wasn't the other car involved with the BMW, was it? That's the 87 car.
That's 87, yeah.
Well, he certainly pulled over on the straight and stopped. Not the sort of position that we saw the 31 BMW in last year after that contact with Earl Bamber.
Yeah, to complete the explanation about virtual safety car, the virtual safety car will remain in this position for at least 2 laps. It's the call for race control to make as we get intervention on the 31. After that, the safety car will be deployed, and the second we see that on the screen, pit entry will be closed. It's the option here for everybody to pit. And Ant Davidson, you spotted something very interesting in terms of where the hypercars in particular are on their tyre stints right now.
Well, it's always, yeah, you look to see who's done the pit stop. Obviously, the hypercars have just come in and done their stops. They're out there again, and they've only completed 10 laps. We know that 25 laps is a full stint. As you see that replay of the Lexus just pulling over. But going back to Mike Conway, who obviously took he had the puncture early on, didn't he? Lost a lot of ground. He currently runs P6 overall. He has just completed his 24th lap. I'll be amazed if he doesn't use this safety car or full course yellow period, the virtual safety car period, to come in and get that pit stop done while they're all going around slowly.
So 31 trying to turn in, and that is the 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor.
The Ferrari was through.
Yeah, I can't see that there's a penalty to be served there. This is not a good racetrack for the 31 car, because it was that car, that number, that got hit by Earl Bamber last year in traffic that brought out our 2-hour red flag. And so Sean Galale, he was the man aboard last year, may not get a drive this year.
Meantime, first batch of cars on pit lane.
And we saw Norman Nato helmeting up, so, ooh, hello, broken rim.
Which car was that?
That was
the Aston Martin.
No, that was 38. That was Sebastian Bourdais' car.
So the stricken Lexus being towed to a place of safety. That's one of 2 reasons why we have this virtual safety car situation right now.
And a gorgeous shot of the leader, just taking a fraction too much of Rédillon, turn 4. So that will be shown up as a track limit. That one was good. Lardo's was clean as well. But look at the difference in line when you're chasing somebody.
The other point to make here, remember, the safety car is going to come out, and the gaps are done.
007 in, 009 in, 007 has already left the 2 Aston Martins. We have a car 7 and a car 007. Really, really encouraging to see so many young fans. I mean, real primary school age as well as secondary school age fans.
Tell your friends.
This championship is bringing eyes from all age groups, not just us crusty old ones that remember Group C.
31 car being lifted to place of safety.
Well, that'll go down to Parc Fermé inside the first corner. It's the end of their race.
How was the car on the second stint, these few laps?
I don't have any grip compared to the others. If I tried to drive without destroying the tire, they drive away like this. At the end I started pushing, but I think I would have paid it back. The rear seems quite high. I just don't have any grip. And the problem is I'm a bit stuck because it's on the looser side, so medium and high speed. I have a lot of understeer, so I cannot do anything.
This is what I love about the World Endurance Championship, is that the teams themselves have less info on the tyres, so therefore it's more down to the driver, and you could just really feel his pain almost there, Vanthoor, saying, look, if I try to push faster and try and keep up with the pack in front, I feel like I'm hurting my tyres potentially more than them. If I back out and drive to the point where I feel like I'm protecting the tyres, they're just racing away from me. So this second stint at the moment, the car doesn't feel great at all. Whereas in Formula 1, for example, as you see cars now, they're all going to peel in, aren't they? Because they've done 10 laps, I guess. But, oh, no, some stay out. So this is Collado opting to stay out. But in F1, they've got so much tyre information. It's the other way around. They tell the driver what to do with tyre prep and everything. So I do prefer that element of sports car racing, where it's more down to the driver and their actual feel.
We're midway through the stint, the fuel length stint for hypercars, so the only sensible thing now is to split your options. Stop one, leave the other one out. One's full of fuel, the other one gets track position. Driver change going on at 50, so Nick Nielsen is out.
51 will take the lead.
Yeah, so 51 stays out.
35 stays out.
Yeah,
that's Ferdy Habsburg, so he'll lead on the order.
You're absolutely right about Mike Conway. The number 7 car is in the pit lane. He was on the end of his fuel anyway, so...
Well, effectively gets to burn the longer pit stop. If he's taken tyres on this stop, I presume it's end of the second stint with this rubber?
Well, don't forget they took the right side as well because of the puncture for Conway. So, yeah, what do they do in terms of tyres? I'd be surprised if they don't actually go for the left side as well. So, yeah, we're hearing that the left side new is going to go on, as it is the case for the number 12 Cadillac. Let's see if car number 8.
Welcome. I ended up on front bar 2-1 just to try to protect the rear, but not much on this there. But also poor traction as well. I'm sliding around on the surface. I'm a bit lost on what to do, honestly.
Copy. We see that versus the sister car, we're quite gentle on our tires in terms of the tire energy metrics. And obviously wear is not critical. So it could be the case that it feels bad, but we need to put more energy into them. I'm not sure. But energy level is also similar to the other car, so it would be under braking, let's say. The type of braking we do.
Yeah, interesting information there from both sides, from the driver's point of view and also the engineer. They seem a little bit lost, actually, of how to get the best out of these medium Michelin tyres that they're on in hypercar today. We've seen some, of course, use the soft compound, which actually Magnussen on the soft compound didn't suffer as much as I thought he would.
And he was handed a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free car by only having to do 10 laps on the second stint, so that might not have hurt either. So it'd be interesting to see whether they change and go for mediums for a really long run, maybe on the right side, or whether he's got fresh softs on the left side. Brendan Hartley, interesting in the Toyota, exactly the same complaints as we heard from the number 6 Porsche. Low speed oversteer, high speed understeer. Brendan saying, I can't get rid of the understeer. That's exactly what we heard as well from the Porsche, yeah.
Meantime, as you see the number 10 Aston Martin lead pit lane, we've got new leader in GT3. It is the Proton Competition Mustang of Stefano Gattuso. He hasn't stopped on this cycle. Also seen, I think, 3 investigations underway for potential speeding in pit lane, all with LMGT3 cars.
Neither Mustang has stopped, so they have not split their strategy at all. In fact, nobody at LMGT3, I think, has split their strategy. I think just about everybody is going to stop if they get the chance, or when they get the chance.
I'll correct myself, it's 2. It's Ryan Hardwick under investigation speeding in pit lane in car 92, and it's Armadale Harty in the 46 BMW.
Yep, I saw that a little earlier. James Collado is our race leader in Ferrari number 51. So the first complete roll of the dice for everybody, enforced by virtual safety car, and that was that contact for the unfortunate Yasser Shaheen in the number 31 Benz WRT BMW, and that car has been recovered to a place of safety. We saw Petro Umbrarescu's Lexus, the 87 car, being towed up to the top of the hill as well. I'm not sure whether that will continue.
So running on board here with Collado, yet to pit, and has gone for track position on 36 lap-old tyres now. Well, this will be a tough one for him. Well out of sequence, therefore, with his teammates and other cars that just pitted.
Now, is that his choice, or have the team, because he's the second car, not the leader, they've given the leader fuel, stay with everybody else, and James and his crew in 51 are going to be on an offset?
Well, I think 51 is going to come in, and they better hope that the virtual safety car stays out at this point, and that we don't see on our screens safety car deployed, because at that point they can't pit under virtual safety car position.
Well, there is the answer to whether we're going to see the 87 Lexus again. Petru Umbrarescu on a scooter going back to the pits. Virtual safety car at Spa-Francorchamps. James Collado into the pit lane from the lead of the race, and Ferrari unhedging their bets. It looked like they were going on a split strategy, putting the 50 car in for fuel and leaving 51 out. Miguel Molina took over the 50 car, by the way, from Niklas Nielsen. So Nielsen did, 34 laps or so. And I wonder whether Collado is going to step out as well. And that will likely be Antonio Giovinazzi taking over from him.
Yeah, both those two cars in the lead order that opted not to pit. But double yellows at turn 1, is that just a bit of clean-up?
Yeah, might well be. 35 is in as well, Ferdy Habsburg. So everybody has stopped for fuel. And that returns the number 50 Ferrari, or will do, as he crosses the line of Miguel Molina to the lead. And the Alpine, Ferdy Habsburg, I beg your pardon, Fred Makovici, he stayed in, but has had the advantage of the chance to put fresher tyres on. So before we reset the field behind the safety car, Anthony, let's just kind of look at who among our lead group may have done something different on tyres.
Well, I'm still waiting to have confirmation exactly who's put what tyre on. There's a bigger car out on track.
Yes.
Well, that's the answer, by the way,
in the race?
The double yellows. That's cleaning up we saw quite a rather large spillage of gravel as a result of the 31 trying to get back, but with that damaged suspension arm that has put that car out of the race. Safety car now called, but pretty much everybody that wanted to stop has stopped.
James Collado out of the car. Bruce Ioanni lining him up for a quick chat. And look at where the 51 car is, right behind Fred Makovici. So that car now with Antonio Giovinazzi at the wheel. And I wonder, Anthony, in your head as a racing driver, you're out behind the safety car. Is this not the time to have put 4 fresh tyres on? Because you've got a chance to warm them up.
For Mike Conway, at least, they opted for just a fresh set of left-hand side medium tyres. But don't forget, it's a little bit unique for him because he took the right-hand side
10 laps ago, correct.
Yeah, well, no, more than that, actually. That last set of tyres did 24 laps.
Yeah.
So his right side is going to be hanging on here against others that have done or maybe opted for all 4 tyres to go on. So, yeah, still waiting to hear confirmation on exactly which teams have done what. Just getting a few more snippets here. So car number 5, for example, the Porsche, Julian Andlau has taken 4 new mediums. Car number 50 took 4 used mediums, but they would have just done qualifying. So they would only have 3 laps on, so effectively a new set. Number 94, Loic Duval, 4 new tyres as well.
Virtual safety car has become safety car here at Spa-Francorchamps. Ferrari number 50 leads, Ferrari number 51 in 3rd place. Antonio Giovinazzi has just taken the car over, and that frees up James Collado to talk to Bruce Ioanni.
I'm with James Collado, driver of the 51 Ferrari. James, we heard your engineer at the beginning telling you to kind of save those tires in Pouhon, but it seems to have been paid off towards the end because you were super strong at the end of your stint.
Yeah, well, actually, it was difficult to manage because we missed a lot of track time in practice. We never did any proper race runs, and I didn't know the reference. So I was managing too much, I think, a little bit at the beginning. But then, obviously, it paid off. But unfortunately for me, I couldn't extract the full stint. And actually, yeah, I was catching quite quickly and had a nice battle with the Alpines. So, I mean, yeah, we've got to take it easy, score points. And it was an enjoyable race so far.
Excellent. Good luck for the end.
And hi to my daughters. They wanted me to say hi. So Aurelia and Celestia. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice indeed. It's the endurance racing family, and there's a big part of it. Hello, girls. We're going to listen into what's going on with Peugeot number 93 with Paul di Resta, but in the thick of things, what they got to say.
Copy. Done. You got my message, Jeff, about T15. If you're behind someone, you can just rest on the inside curb.
Yep.
to avoid the understeer. And Blanchimont seems to be a bit on the understeer side today, generally. And when you're behind someone, obviously you need to pay a bit more attention not to understeer more. Eau Rouge is not too bad behind people. Well, you can see I can pass.
Yeah. So Jeb is listening, so if you have other messages, you can go now.
Love you, Jeff. Oh, they cut that bit.
That's brilliant from
It's
Buda
great
Resta.
feedback.
I was used to doing a similar kind of thing when I drove with a silver-rated driver. Before they would get in the car, it was always good. You felt like it was your responsibility to hand over all that knowledge you've been gaining out there in an ever-changing circuit, things like gravel going down and knowing where that is and how the turbulence is affecting you on X, Y, Z of a corner, and just how the car generally feels today compared to previous days that you've all shared the car. And so you're the one hanging on to that knowledge. Give it to your teammates, because when they jump in, it's like this code that you can take on and apply for when you jump in. It's amazing how in tune you can be with your teammates in that regard.
We are in race control with our race director, Eduardo Freitas, here in Spa. Eduardo, can you take us through the different safety procedures that you have available for you? Last year here in Spa, we had a red flag and a long interruption. So what can you do to control the car in case of the race, in case of an incident?
Well, we have several levels of neutralization. The lowest one, it's the normal yellow flag which marshals use, which is for something very local, which will be solved in the immediate, and sometimes they are deployed so that we can prepare to go a further step. The next step will be a full course yellow, which is basically we neutralize the track for a short intervention, for a short period. It's destined to interventions which last less than 1 lap. So we declare full course yellow, everyone goes to 80, and then we can work. We use that in Imola twice. After the full course yellow, we can go virtual safety car. The difference is the procedure is the same. We do a countdown, everyone drops to 80. Pit entry is open, so teams can do an adapt strategy, change tires, refuel, this and that. In the normal full course yellow, which is quick, pit entry is closed from the moment we announce it. Okay. Then from virtual safety car, it lasts 2 laps. That's what was agreed with the team, so that everyone with 2 cars can do car 1 on lap 1, car 2 on lap 2. From then, we always move to safety car. Then safety car has its complex procedure. We group up everyone. Once everyone is packed up, the works are still going on the track. We do the so-called pass around, which is basically cars which are about to be lapped by the leader of their classes. We will allow them to go to the back of the line, so to bring them back into contention. And then it's a normal safety car procedure. We also have the option, if the situation is critical, we have the option to go directly to safety car without passing by virtual safety car. In safety car procedure, normally, the pit lane is also closed. What we don't want is that races are decided by a race into the pits. Other championships have that as an option. We decided not to use that as an option, so when we neutralize, we want to keep the cars on track. So we have the yellow flag, we have the full course yellow, virtual safety car and safety car. These are the most commonly used. If the situation is drastic, we had it unfortunately last year here in Spa, then we go, it's the ultimate thing, which is the red flag. And there everyone stops, lines up on the start-finish straight, the cars are under parc fermé, and we are doing our work in the back. From red flag, we always start when we are able to start, we always start behind the safety car. And these are the tools which we use to neutralize a race.
Thank you so much, it was clear.
Thank you, have a good day.
Great stuff from Eduardo with Bruce Rouhani there, explaining the process we're underway with now. Pass around has been completed, and very unusually, what this is going to see when we go back to green flag running is both classes completely separated. All of the hypercars ahead of all of the LMGT3s, because the 88 was at the very back of the train. Therefore, all the cars ahead of it, well, they're ahead of their class leader. They will come round to join the back of the train.
So how
did
the 88 become just driving around all by itself?
I think it was picked up by the safety car and then was told to pass.
This would be the only explanation. So yeah, we're going to have separation. Basically, it's going to be like a race start all over again, but
fantastic.
Single file. Let's hear from Kevin Magnussen. Kevin Magnussen, car 15.
I am with Kevin Magnussen, driver of the 15 BMW. Kevin, you were the only car to start with soft tires at the beginning, and it seemed to having been paid off because it was paying off. You were super quick at the end of your first stint. Can you have a reading about the deck already?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the best time of the day to be on the soft, but we took a bit of a gamble. We had a good feeling in practice, so we said, okay, let's see if we can gain some positions on the first lap and, you know, try to make some positions because the qualifying was a little bit compromised. So yeah, we made it work and we're in a good position right now, so it's still a long race.
More soft to come or not?
We don't know. I think it's we have to do 2 stints to really see if we like it or not. So with this VSC Met, we didn't really do a full stint, but let's see.
Okay, keep it up. Thank you very much.
Good to hear from Kevin there. The pass-around train of GT3 cars, not quite with the hypercars and the GT3 leader yet, so I think we may get one more at least while this clean-up still continues.
Yeah,
it's
we
not
probably
done
will
yet
because of all the sweeping that's still going on up at La Source. Unfortunately, when the BMW went in sideways and spun around, it really spread the gravel. The tractor is still up at La Source. We can see that out of our commentary box window. So he's got the big blower out, because brooms are one thing, but a very high pressure blower will definitely help. So it'll be at least another lap behind the safety car, and that will allow our crocodile of LMGT3 cars to close right up.
I spoke to a fan yesterday and I said, how's it been? How's Spa treating you this year in the World Endurance Championship? Dusty, they said. Because they'd been sitting on the outside of La Source. We had so many offs during FP2, blowing the gravel back into place.
Nice.
So first corner, second gear is quite good all the way. New tires, old tires. Last corner, third shift to second gear. Otherwise, all the rest is quite fine. Watch out on the second set of the tires or where they start to get hold. On Pouhon, third shift to fifth gear. Not too much steering, otherwise you lose the rear. When the tires are very old, beef path, inside curb can be helpful. And Blanchimont car is good, but a little lift is needed, especially following the cars. That's it, all good, all the best.
That was the voice of Julian Andlauer, who's just handed over the car to Nico Muller, debriefing him on, okay, do this, do that, do that, exactly what you're saying. And again, significantly there, not turn 11, turn 5 to the, using the names.
Of the safety car, we have marshals cleaning at T5.
To confirm, by the way, now having watched the cars go through, watched for the first time for me, the display panels on the sides of the cars confirming their positions rather than me checking the timing screen, I can tell you the 16 hypercars that are still running are in line astern and in that order. And in LMGT3, it's exactly the same. It's 16 cars and they're going to be line astern. Meantime, let's go down with Bruce, who has Tom Van Rompuy from the 81 Corvette.
Cars behind you took tyres, Ben did not take tyres, and Darren Look took tyres on the first pit stop.
Apologies, in car, not an interview, but information going Tom's way about who's on what Goodyear rubber.
So Darren Leung is the key name there because he is right ahead of Tom Van Rompuy in that second yellow and black Corvette, the one that's doing most of the weaving. Darren Leung is in the McLaren. He said he took tyres on the first pit stop, which means he did not take tyres just now, which means you've got a rubber advantage when we go back to green. And Anthony, that's solid goal to the driver. Okay, go get him.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's lovely knowing that you've got the tyre advantage, particularly on a safety car when you're all bunched up together again. You see your direct target right in front of you, knowing that they have a disadvantage against yourself. So, but it's still difficult to overtake, and you've got to make that stick. And it's the same thing. We're looking at the hypercar field here as well. Not everybody, it's not a fair fight for everyone here, because the likes of, I look down the list here, car number 93, for example, Paul Di Resta, only took left-hand side medium tyres, brand new. So the right-hand side is going to be suffering compared to others around him, like car 51, 36 Alpine, and car 50, the race leader.
The safety car needs to go quicker before you open it up because the tyres are too cold. Push for another lap.
Safety car will accelerate. Safety car will accelerate, not now, but it will accelerate before releasing you. The GTs are just joining the pack now.
Yeah, and the reason why, Paul, unknown to Paul, is that the GTs were desperately trying to catch up, so the safety car purposely drives slower so that we can all get racing again as quickly as possible. Otherwise, we'd have to do another lap if it carried on driving flat out.
So we will do another lap behind the safety car. Just to remind you, we've seen all sorts of incident and accidents so far in an hour and nearly 40 minutes of action. And if you go to FIAWC.tv, sign up for a free subscription, you'll be able to see the Spa full access program in 2 weeks, Friday, May the 30th. Stacks of other great content there as well, like race reviews, along with older episodes of Full Access. Plenty to keep you occupied between now and Le Mans.
We have a tractor between T4 and T5. We have a tractor between T4 and T5. All cars to where...
Yeah, all cars to stay to one side or the other. We missed the end of that bit.
A couple of other bits of housekeeping. Hang on.
Left tractor is bearing left, exiting T4, and on the leg come straight. Tractor is bearing left.
Rahel, driver of the Iron Dames Porsche, it's a special race for you this weekend, 30th.
Time is flying, but it's a pleasure to be here. We love Spa. At the moment, Celia is doing super well. So far, so good. We just have to keep going like this.
Do you think she's pushing so hard since she had that little penalty?
I think it's always an extra motivation to catch back, clearly. And we told her on the radio, no more mistakes, focus and do well. And this is how she responds to it, and we are proud of her.
That's great. Good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, Celia Martin really finding her feet now in this FIA World Endurance Championship. There have been a couple of driver changes in and out of cars.
Well, out of one car.
Yeah, in and out of one car,
The only
exactly.
car I've spotted in LMGT3 that's made a driver change, Martin, is the number 60. It's the last car running. It's the 14th father and son combination in WC history. Well, 10 of those in the same car, by the way. Stephen and Brenton Grove. I'm pretty certain Stephen definitely started the race. Safety car was coming in this lap. Pretty sure Brenton got in after the first pit stop, but Dad has got back aboard the number 60. This is about practice for Le Mans when they will drive the third AMG.
And they
We
will...
are currently on lap 3 of the safety car. No overtaking before the line. Don't forget, pit entry is still closed.
Like everybody else in LMGT3, the bronze and silver drivers have a minimum drive time that they must accomplish. And so Stephen Grove, the dad, will have to get back in again after this stint or stay in for another double. Pascal Wehrlein, the FIA Formula E World Champion, is making his debut. He's at the wheel of the number 6 Porsche in the queue in 11th place as they start to build heat in the tyres. Miguel Molina leads the field from Fred Makoviki's Alpine and Antonio Giovinazzi in the second of the Scarlet Ferraris. We are going back to green. Green flag waits at the start line. You cannot pass before you cross the start-finish line. Away we go. Miguel Molina will now have to try and build up that margin again, and Fred Makovicki with fresher tyres, Anthony. We saw how aggressive he was right from the start of the race.
I wonder if they'll play it slightly differently this time around, though, knowing that they might have used him a bit too hard in the first stint, because we saw James Collado, for example, in the second stint, come back at him at a great rate of knots. Paul di Resta in the white Peugeot there just flashes past in front of us. Car number 93. He's the one that's going to be feeling the pressure most of all, I should imagine, particularly at the start. Side-by-side action between Corvette and the McLaren through Eau Rouge.
Remember, we heard the Corvette being told that the McLaren in front of him had older tyres, and behind comes James Cottingham in the other McLaren, going around Thomas Floor's Ferrari, so 2 papaya cars. And it was, in fact, Ben Keating, the first of the Corvettes, who moved up the order, and that car qualified 17th out of the 18 cars. Ben Keating now moving up into the top 10. He is in 8th.
Yeah, Darren Young's in the second McLaren. His progress was thwarted there. It's very close side-by-side action there between the BMW and the Mustang.
Yeah, that's a 46 BMW up to third place. Ahmed El-Hati on the charge. Francois Heriot's Ferrari in front of him.
That's on the restart. The Ferrari has taken the lead on the restart from the 88 Mustang, which led going back to green. Team WRT all over the back of the 88 in a battle for what is now second place. Arnaud Robin just dropping in the recovering Lexus.
And just ahead of the bright blue car of Ryan Hardwick. That's your top 5 all together once more. So we've had 90 minutes of racing, and basically all the cars are now nose to tail once again.
Also, by the way, 2 investigations underway for the same car. It's the 5th place BMW, now with Raffaele Marciello at the wheel. One about pit lane speeding, I believe. The other to do with virtual safety car procedures. Also under investigation with the same matter is car 35 Ferdy Habsburg.
Ahmed El-Hati looking for a way by in the BMW, didn't find it there. There's the number 20 BMW hypercar, that yellow, black and white car with the red rear end. That is currently in 7th place. Really good run for them as well through the pit lane. And Mike Conway in 8th. This car qualified in 15th position.
Here comes the BMW on the Mustang down the inside. El-Hati is having a look. It's last of the late breakers into this one. The Mustang goes very wide to try and do a switchback, but El-Hati looked like he had that covered.
Stay calm, don't fight with them, don't fight with them.
I'm not sure he took that message on board, because he's straight back in front of El-Hati before Eau Rouge. But look, the BMW gets another run on the exit of Eau Rouge, and round the outside he goes.
Why he's not being told to fight with them is because they've just got a drive-through penalty for the 46 BMW. Also a drive-through penalty for the 92 Porsche you can see in the background, and that number 15 BMW hypercar. So 3 of them, all for speeding in pit lane.
That makes much more sense. I was thinking, why would you not fight them? It's a race, isn't it?
Yeah. They will have been notified in the pit lane before we were on the timing system. So Arnaud Robin, you just saw the view from his Lexus ahead of Ryan Hardwick, and that will promote Célia Martin up to 5th place in the 2nd Porsche, the pink and white car that's right behind us as we ride with Ryan Hardwick. There she is. I mean, she's in the mix already, so she again needs to be told by the team, don't try and pass the blue car. It'll pull into the pit lane, out of your way.
And she's already served a penalty in this race as well. That 5 seconds added to the pit stop. Looking good for the Iron Dames at this stage of the race. 4 hours and 13 minutes to go. The field released again after that safety car, virtual safety car, followed by the safety car. It's as close as.
So the 78 Lexus, it's an interesting one, because they were leading the race, don't forget, by nearly 10 seconds at one point earlier on during that first stint, and then found themselves...
Slower pit stop. It was a slower pit stop by over 10 seconds, the cars around them. So whether or not they did something more, had a problem in that pit stop, that's what dropped it back into the pack, but it's clearly got pace.
Clearly got pace, yeah, that's why it looks like he's putting pressure on all the cars in front. So that's definitely one to watch in the LMGT3 field. As we look back at the hypercars now, the Alpine looks pretty racy here, doesn't it? Car 36, but the other one is under pressure by car 51, driven by Antonio Giovinazzi.
Of course, the 2nd Alpine of Ferdy Habsburg is behind Raffaele Marciello, who will have to come in and serve a penalty. So that's a gimme. It's a mulligan for Habsburg. He doesn't even have to think about overtaking 15. He just has to wait there. Now, Ian James in the dark blue Aston Martin has just gone by Célia Martin. That's the problem with being the tail-end Charlie in this queue of cars. She couldn't make progress getting by Ryan Hardwick. He's caught her at the bus stop and gone by. 77 in the pit lane. This is Bernardo Souza.
And that's driver time done there, isn't it? With 1 hour, 48 minutes gone.
Wow, that's really sharp. And look at this, 2 Papaya, 2 yellow and black cars, and an Aston Martin and a Mercedes getting involved as well. Who's coming out on top of this? This is Ben Keating threading the eye of the needle. No, it's not. It's Tom van Rompuy. Ben Keating's been shuffled to the back. Van Rompuy makes it up about 4 spots. So the 81 car now up to 8th place. Both McLarens in 9th, or they were, because the number 10 Aston Martin has jumped in between them. And we're on board with Darren Leung. Don't forget, older tyres, stint and a half old.
It's like a Christmas selection box of LMGT3, this lot. Look at it. It's just to throw a blanket over 5 cars for meaningful positions. And meantime, at the front of the race, still remembering clear air, no traffic yet, another 3 or 4 laps before they catch them side by side. That's the position gone between the 15. Remember, needs to come down pit lane, has taken that slot for the moment. Here comes the Toyota and the Cadillac, also getting to a side by side position, goes back the other way.
Mike Conway ahead of Norman Nato's Cadillac. There's Conway, and Nato not getting a good run through. Right behind him is Loic Duval in the white Peugeot. As you see, 77 Mustang staying well out of the way. Duval on the inside.
Yep, gets the job done nicely on the brakes there, so well spotted there. Martin with the Cadillac not getting a great run. Norman Nato, who right on board with now through Le Combe and turn 6-7. And so you go from being very quickly the hunter to the hunted in this game at the moment, don't you? Up and down the field, both categories. You get the feeling, your eyes are everywhere. You don't know which category to focus on.
One of the really interesting bits in the full access from Imola was the debrief of the Toyota garage saying we lost the race because we spent too much time stuck behind other cars in traffic. And you just saw there at Eau Rouge what happens if you're right behind somebody else, a car in clear air gets a good run on you, just goes straight by. With Pascal Verlaine for the very first time in WEC. In the pit lane is the 88 Proton Mustang as well, so they are changing out both their bronze drivers, putting in their silver guys. Meanwhile, Paul di Resta with the top speed, 318 kilometers an hour. That's impressive. 266 is over 160 miles an hour for the Corvette as well. Those will be getting onto the brakes at the top of the hill. That's uphill. That's uphill. VMAX is uphill. I mean, these things are quick. Miguel Molina leads from Fred Makovici by 1.7 seconds, and Antonio Giovinazzi is right with the Alpine. There they are, but closing right in behind them, Paul di Resta in the white Peugeot, and look at Ferdi Habsburg in the Alpine. Fred Makovici's getting all the headlines. Habsburg wants a bit of that himself. You're not royalty if you're not getting the headlines.
Yeah, he's got the speed as well, hasn't he, has Habsburg. But the problem for him is that the Peugeot, as we see the recovering car 15, they've served their penalties. Saw them pop into the pit lane just a minute or two ago. So they're back on track now. They don't go a lap down, that's critical, but well out of this tight pack. We ride on board now with Harry Ticknell in the Aston Martin Valkyrie. They're looking a little bit more competitive here in Spa, certainly more than where they were in Imola. But we look back at this battle now with Habsburg versus Paul di Resta. Di Resta, like I said before, remember, carrying a bit of a tyre deficit right now. The right-hand side of his of the Michelin medium tyre he's got, done over 36 laps compared to that of Habsburg, which took all 4 medium tyres in that last pit stop.
Both of the Aston Martin Valkyries are in very, very low 207s. 207.1, 207.0 on the last lap. So are the 6 cars in front of them, which include BMWs, Porsches and Cadillacs. So their race pace is definitely improving. Their qualifying pace, that's going to have to come.
Yeah, brilliant battle here between the Peugeot and the Alpine, but also hearing news that car 77, just taken over by Ben Tuck, will be getting a drive-through penalty. Track limits, not for Ben, for Bernardo Souza, and that's a late call on that after he'd taken over the car.
TF United battle. Tom Van Rompuy, 81, just ahead of James Cottingham. Now, Cottingham, I think, must have fresher tyres because he's absolutely flying.
Yeah, the McLarens have been struggling a little bit here so far, haven't they? But the Corvette, to be fair, hasn't quite had the pace either. Darts to the outside, has a look to the inside, but nothing doing that time around for James Cottingham. Van Rompuy had it covered, and just enough straight line speed in that Corvette to serve him good. We look at the hypercars once again. So this is Habsburg on the back, continuing that pressure on Paul di Resta, but he seems to be soaking it up at the moment, doesn't he? Does di Resta. Big old lift and coast there for the Peugeot. in towards Lacombe, and actually it's Habsburg's putting the pressure on Di Resta, but Di Resta's not losing any ground to the Ferrari in front of him, so it's Habsburg. Looks like he's being a bit racy at this point and maybe taking less care of those Michelin tyres compared to others around him. And we learned, didn't we, through the first stint, James Collado maybe underdid it and then had the benefit at the start of the second stint. So they're just trying to find their way, the drivers are, and the teams, to see just how much you can push them today from new.
Really interesting to hear James Collado saying that free practice was so interrupted that nobody's really got a handle on the cars. And so many teams are saying, we don't know what we're doing with the car. It's affected everybody in the whole field.
James is referring to the fact they missed almost an entire session because Antonio Giovinazzi crashed the car in the very early stages of that session. That's what I think he was talking about.
Yeah, but also FP2 alone, in 90 minutes, they had 3 red flags and 3 or 4 or 5 or something full course yellow. So there was almost no meaningful running in that session either.
Watching the cars on track, and it's still a battle. BMW number 20. The car not delayed. 3 cars nose to tail. James Cottingham has made it by the Corvette. All sorts of topsy-turvy stuff, by the way, in LMGT3. Ahmed Al-Hati just down pit lane to take his drive-through penalty. New leader, Francois Heriot, he's under investigation for a full-course yellow infringement. Behind him, Ian James has gone past Arnold Raban to second place at the moment for the Heart of Racing team.
Francois Heriot leading in LMGT3. I'm just going to big up James Cottingham. He's been in the car since the start. He's up to 5th from 16th in qualifying. That was the slower of the 2 McLarens. They started 16th, they're now in 5th. That is a good stint from James Cottingham. Back with Robin Freins, closing in on the Alpine in front. This is 4th, 5th and 6th, these 3 cars.
Yeah, the problem for Ferdinand Habsburg now is that him being stuck behind Paul Di Resta is giving Freins the chance to close in and put pressure on the Alpine. So they all seem to be closing in as they now start to get into the GT3 traffic.
Now, just being notified of 2 further drive-throughs for virtual safety car procedures. The 35 Alpine of Ferdy Habsburg.
Well, we did say there was a second investigation underway for 15, and that's come to pass. They've already taken 1 drive-through for pit lane speeding. Now, again, the 15 car, they'll drop further off this pack. It shouldn't cost them the lead lap, but they're going to drop further back. So the 35 running 5th, that will drop down as a result of the forthcoming drive-through penalty, and again a second one now. Raffaele Marciello will serve that for a virtual safety car procedure problem for that car.
Anthony, this is just like the opening of the race again, because all of the GT cars are still in a clump. They haven't really spread out after that safety car, so all the leaders are finding very little space to get through.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were saying before, because you had the classes completely split thanks to that 88 Mustang that was all alone, and so everyone in GT3 had the drive-through, the pass-around, as we see the Alpine duck into the pit lane there.
The latest car that potentially is in trouble is the 94 Peugeot. That car runs 8th under investigation for a pit stop. What is that, half an hour ago? Is that the 60 car? I think it is. Keep an eye on this. This is Martin Berry on quite a run. I think he's just come out of the pits. He was up into the top 10 briefly, and that's by far the strongest run we've seen from Mercedes-AMG so far this season.
So 15, Raffaele Marciello has served his second drive-through of his stint, neither that he earned, as we ride on board with James Collado, Antonio Giovinazzi rather right up behind Fred Makovic, just trying to get alongside Mako, giving him a little less room than Phil Hansen, and here comes the Peugeot. Paul Di Resta, boom, up to 3rd. Now that is a good moment in the Peugeot garage to see them passing a Ferrari on pace. This, they've already said, the boys were saying this morning, the car feels so much better here than it did in Imola because the track suits it more.
Yeah, that was really, that was some plucky driving there from Di Resta, wasn't he? He did it at the start of the race. He's done it now in the same part of the circuit, so in front of one of the Ferraris. A great move, yeah, opportunistic, of course, in the traffic, but the problem for the Ferrari following is that they're on better tyres. So Di Resta could potentially, as his tyres start to age on the right-hand side, particularly, start to become a bit of a problem for that. That might have been an important move there for Di Resta, claiming track position. Look how frantic this is. They're ducking and diving everywhere. For all it's worth, you daren't give an inch or lose a tenth of a second through the traffic. The GT drivers know it, they can feel it, and still you've got most of them out there, the bronze drivers. That was a lot of dust there being kicked up on the inside, I'm sure, from one of the GT cars.
Yeah, I think that was Celia Martin in the Iron Dames, the pink Porsche. I think she was just trying to stay out of the way. Oh, and here comes Robin Rust around the outside. Is it still Rust?
Okay, no more track limits. No more track limits. You've just done a lot of them now.
It's not.
Next one is a penalty.
Robin Fries.
It's all at rouge. No more track limits.
Right, sorry, all over Jensen's engineer. Robin Fries getting around the outside there. Very frantic stuff.
More of the leading GT cars into the pits to swap out their bronze drivers. End of the stint for Francois Heriot. Simon Mann aboard the 21, that car drops back down. Johnny Edgar now aboard the 33 Corvette, and that's Ben Keating's time done for the 6 hours of Spa.
And again, Keating, as we get to the 2-hour mark, that car had moved up from nowhere in qualifying. Mike Conway pulling out in the background, and here you can see the battle between Loic Duval in the white Peugeot and Norman Nato with the gold nose on the Hertz Team Jota Cadillac.
Watching as well was we're on board with Norman Nato, who's under investigation. I think it was a virtual safety car thing. We'll have a look back at that. Lead gap is down to 0.8 of a second again. Fred Macca right with Miguel Molina as we see this 3-car battle.
Darren Leung in the McLaren, Amadou Harty behind in the BMW, his teammate last year, and Martin Berry, the Aussie, making his debut in the 61 Mustang.
AMG.
Yeah, I beg your pardon. Mercedes was the word I was looking. That was the M I was looking for. And he said this is a really, really comfortable car for a privateer driver. He's got a lot of experience in the Aston Martin, but he said this is more forgiving.
Well, he's already familiar with this car. Racing with Iron Lynx in the European Le Mans Series is adding all bar one of the remaining WC races to his schedule. He won't be racing with us at Interlagos and will be replaced by recent retiree Christian Reed.
81 you just saw, that is the Corvette of Tom Van Rompuy. As there is Van Rompuy. Behind him is still Derek de Boer in the number 10 Aston. And then Darren Leung clinging on to this one. Darren still in from the start of the race, as did Amadou Harty. This is an all-bronze battle still. So these guys not going to short run. They're going to go to the end of this stint and look at this. This is fantastic stuff between the three of them.
Well, you've got Darren Leung, knows all about the BMW that's tucked in behind him. Martin Berry, the more recent addition to LMGT3. But with a season behind him in the European Le Mans Series in an Aston Martin.
Great shot in the mirror there on board with Martin Berry of how often he was looking in the mirrors, because it's such a fast run up to the bus stop and there are hypercars coming.
There are indeed, and I think that's what was the problem for Celia Martin. She just looked a little too long in the mirror, lost her place, I think, for a moment on the track. And here comes the number 15 car, trying to force his way back up the order. He's dropped back off the train of hypercars as a result of those 2 drive-through penalties. This, by the way, just a quick moment as we're now, into the 3rd hour of this race. This has been very good news, this safety car, for the Aston Martins, because in particular Harry Tincknell hanging on to Jenson Button for 12th place here.
Yep, they're doing proper race pace laps with the rest of the field. Second of the McLarens behind under real pressure, and that look at Darren Leung hanging on ahead of Amadou Harty. This is fantastic stuff, and Ryan Hardwick closing in from behind. By the way, leading the field now, 27 Aston Martin, Ian James, heart of racing from Celia Martin, with the 78 Lexus of Arnaud Robin in 3rd ahead of this battle.
Yeah, Ian has been playing leapfrog with the field since we went back to green flag running, and it's been very effective indeed.
Well, still Darren Leung in 7th place, ahead of Amadou Harty in the 46 BMW. Then the black car, Martin Berry, Ryan Hardwick in the turquoise 92 Porsche. That's the last point-scoring car. And he is closing in hand over fist. Look at the different way that the cars make their speed. See Martin Berry all over the black of the BMW there under braking. And team manager of the Iron Dames being summoned to race control. Meanwhile, this is Lexus, and we only have one left, so this is the 78 car. This is a third place battle. Arnaud Robin, James Cottingham. Cottingham from the penultimate row of the grid in 16th place, up to third now.
Rampant at the moment, isn't he? Cracking stuff from James Cottingham on an absolute tear. Just got the Heart of Racing Aston Martin and the Iron Dames Porsche with a team manager for Car 85 to race control immediately, please, on our information screens. James Cottingham is pushing hard here for United Autosports and McLaren.
Yeah, they didn't have the speed at the beginning of the race, but they've definitely found more pace as the race has gone on today. And same driver still behind the wheel as well that started, so yeah, it's not like we've had a change there and suddenly that explains the difference in performance.
His last lap, because he's been in this battle, not quite as quick as the leaders, but look, he's got Amadou Harty. This is Darren Leung in the other McLaren. Amadou Harty had a really good run down the hill through Eau Rouge. For the first time, not under attack from behind from the Mercedes of Martin Berry, but Berry is just keeping his nose clean ahead of Ryan Hardwick in that blue Porsche.
Yeah, you can lose so much momentum if you're not committed through Eau Rouge, and it looked like the BMW had exactly that from Al Harty there.
Well, these four bronze drivers racing their peers, and it is Amadou Harty who's now at the front of the queue in 7th place.
I am with Seb Beau, driver of 59 McLaren. James Cottingham is doing the job right now, staying out of trouble and pushing really hard.
Yeah, very good job to James. I'm very happy. So the race now is long. We are 4 hours, and it's very important to stay focused during the older race. And yeah, James, we put very good job. Now we have P3. So yeah, I'm very happy.
Can you have a reading of the degradation already?
Yeah, we have the big degradation. So James, you have a good management of the rear tires. It's very important to stay on this configuration to go at the end of the stint. And now, unfortunately, James, we have a very good pace and a good job.
Okay, thank you very much. Good luck.
Bye.
Well, James not coming in anytime soon. Sebastien Beau is the second driver, so looks like he's not getting ready to get in. Is that a change of place for number 10 car? It is. And that is Derek De Boer moving ahead of Arnaud Robin. So although it seems the Lexus is quick, maybe they are really suffering with tyres falling away from them. Double yellows out at turn 17. That's the corner otherwise known as Blanchimont, and that's Martin Berry facing the wrong way. So he has been passed now by his teammate in the, no, he hasn't yet, by Stephen Grove, but Martin Berry was in that battle. That 4-car train for 7th, had a looping spin there, and back with the battle for 3rd place. Paul Di Resta still in 3rd in the Peugeot, and Antonio Giovinazzi in the Ferrari, not able to get by him.
That's what I said before, how Di Resta found his way by in traffic. And now he's in the way because things have calmed down, and there's the Ferrari that's got the tyre advantage.
So the 93 is vulnerable into turn 5. Let's try to get close to overtake there.
So vulnerable into turn 5, that's Lecombe. So, yeah, trying to give James Collard a little something. Mike Conway for position with the 94 car. Loic Duval goes the long way round the outside. Oh, look, he's creeping by the Toyota. Goes through. Well, that's a good one.
But Mike Conway was behind him anyway, so somehow Conway was the one finding himself on the attack there before Lesource. So, and here's the Ferrari under attack from the BMW.
Yeah, but Ferrari also trying to attack the Peugeot, but...
Done it, round the outside, what a great move.
Robin Freins.
He hangs on to that one. The thing is, if you overtake on the outside, then defends immediately down into turn 8. He's got that one covered, should have anyway. Fry tries to come back round the outside, but is politely squeezed out of room.
So understeery there, so steep downhill, and you're just scraping the tyre as you turn it.
Great bit of racing that from two hardened pros, because what happened in turn 5, if you go around the outside there at the top of the com, it means that you're really compromised in turn 6. That's exactly what happened to the BMW. So you run out of room on the exit, and Giovinazzi read it well. He knew that he was going to run out of room, so he ducks to the inside again to give himself the outside of turn 7, but that's a much harder corner to overtake on. Brilliant stuff between those two.
So behind this little battle, there you can see Antonio Giovinazzi now down to 5th position. And ahead of him, Robin Freins. Freins was really looking forward to the race, actually, after free practice. They feel this is a track that really suits the car. And here's the battle for the lead in LMGT3. The blue Aston Martin, Ian James. The pink and white Porsche, the Iron Dame, Celia Martin. Despite having spent time, extra time in the pit lane because of a penalty, challenging for the lead of the race.
Yeah, she was served well by that safety car to just negate that penalty, but back with it. Great stuff here on board now with the number 92 car.
This is how the Mercedes got turned around.
Yes.
That will be under investigation without a doubt, and damage as well, of course, to the number 92 as a result of that. In and out of the pits, by the way, as we watch the replays here, is the number 21 from Simon Mann. That's a drive-through penalty for the number 21 car. Yet another drive-through. It's been penalty speckled, hasn't it, this field so far?
A little bit, yes. So we are 2 hours, 10 minutes in, and still not the faintest clue who's going to win. I tell you what, predict the podium and then give me tonight's lottery-winning numbers, because you've got as much chance, I think, of getting both of those right.
It shows again, doesn't it? Yes, we've had a safety car in this race, and a virtual safety car before that, but we've seen teams making errors, we've seen teams having problems. It's the teams that are executing well on pit lane and on track that are cycling through to be in the battles for the lead and the major places in both classes. That's sports car racing.
And it shows us that qualifying is not necessarily an indicator of how you're going to race. 2 hours, 10 minutes into the 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. The lead battle in LMGT3 is that far apart, or prefer that close. It is Ian James, 27, Harter Racing. Celia Martin coming down the hill from La Source. She is within touching distance. Probably half what she can hear is Aston Martin exhaust noise rather than the noise of her own Porsche engine. She gets a good run through and climbing the Kemmel Straight. She's in the slipstream. She's not been better placed so far. Is she going to be able to look for the lead, Anthony?
Yeah, definitely having a look to the inside, come the end of this straight, got to be late on the brakes. Remember, ABS in these cars allow you to brake so deep into the corner, hence no lockups at all. The Aston just about hangs onto it there, but she's got the inside for turn 7 and makes it through. It's not over yet, though, because turn 8 opens up here down the hill, but she's got it covered. A great move. Utilised the speed through her ruse that you rightly picked up there, Martin, and got into the slipstream. You could see the rear wing shaking around in the turbulence. Brilliant stuff.
Brilliant stuff from Celia Martin. First year in the World Endurance Championship. She's leading on merit here in Spa-Francorchamps.
Already a race winner European Le Mans Series. How long before they add, with the new look, Iron Dame squad, another WEC race victory?
Now then, back into our hypercar class. I don't know how the teams keep track of this, goodness me. On board with Robin Freins, BMW number 20, looking for 3rd place. Paul Di Resta's Peugeot right in front.
Hey Robin, so a reminder, this Peugeot still has the same right tyres on that it started the race with. Don't know if that helps, but we expect them to change right side tyres next stop.
Yeah,
now
so
then,
corners like this one here in Pouron, where you really lean on the right-hand side. Look how much Freins can catch up as we look back to the Cadillac pit wall, and Earl Bamber there nodding away.
5 seconds penalty going to be added, by the way, to the next pit stop for the number 12 Cadillac for something that happened in the last pit stop. No details on that, but 5 seconds to be added.
Could the crew of the number 20 BMW get to Le Mans as genuine championship contenders? They were on the podium last time out in Imola, and they are absolutely looking like they might be on the podium here again.
I've done a lot of analysis on exactly this point, and the answer to the question is yes.
The thing is here for Giovinazzi, in all seriousness, Giovinazzi, it's not like he's slow. We know he's faster than the Peugeot of 93 at the moment, but he can't find a way through. And in that happening, it allowed the BMW to leapfrog into the position that he was in. So he's still there, hanging on to the back of them and putting a bit of pressure on as they come up to the next round of GT3 traffic. So it's a fascinating one where I feel like the Ferrari's just slow in the wrong places on the track as Hardwick here looks to the inside, and the Peugeot just slips through. The BMW does as well, but on the grass. And here comes Giovinazzi. Wow.
Well, Giovinazzi's got a good run here because of the BMW going wide, lost a bit of speed. Don't think he's close enough, but did close in as a result of that wide moment for the BMW. That was heart-in-the-mouth moment.
And it was well spotted in the truck that there was a late lunge from Ryan Hardwick in the Porsche that actually moved him up to 4th place ahead of Darren Leung in that McLaren.
Meantime, by the way, as we're looking at the McLaren pit stop for the Heart of Racing team after just dropping out of the lead, and Ian James' time is over. Watch this again.
And just look at the BMW. Kicked up. That's the second time this race we've seen a BMW have to take to the grass. Less dramatic than the first one, but it's becoming a recurring theme. This is what it looked like on board. Do you go for it? Yeah, easy.
What, do you go for it? It's Robin Fries. How is that even a question?
Meantime, another penalty, this time to the 94 Peugeot. 5 seconds to be added to the next pit stop for a pit stop infringement for that car. Unsurprisingly, that incident between Martin Berry and Ryan Hardwick is under investigation, but just watch this.
Oh, look at that. Paul di Resta, Robin Fries, and now Antonio Giovinazzi getting his nose almost underneath the BMW as we rush down the hill. There's no flat bits of this track. Even the start-finish outside our commentary box window is uphill. You're either climbing or diving down the hill. It's such a phenomenal roller coaster of a circuit.
What a great battle between these three. 3 completely different cars, stronger and weaker on completely different parts of the track. Giovinazzi looks like he's very good on the brakes. Looks like he's good in the slow-speed corners as well, or at least the Ferrari is. And di Resta hanging on. What a job he's doing on those old tyres. I'm just going to do another recount of how many laps they've done now. So he's on lap 22 of this stint.
Got to say, what a job that Paul has done from the start. Started the race, and he's been nothing if not great entertainment to watch. Right behind him, Robin Fries has got a run this time. Fries is in clearer air coming down the hill. He's rushed through Eau Rouge, but look at the Peugeot keeping that gap over the BMW.
He's going to have to go to the outside, is Fries. He's late on the brakes, but di Resta looks like he's just about got it covered once again. He placed the car beautifully well there.
This might be one of his best drives in the Peugeot since the programme started, Paul di Resta. Change from the 94 to the 93 crew as they shuffle their drivers around this year. But what a great run he's having in 3rd place. It's like, give them a sniff, and suddenly they're all up and at it.
Amazing battles up and down the field. Still a battle underway, by the way, for the overall lead. We're not seeing that at the moment. It's about 1.5 seconds, but it's ebbing and flowing, 1.1 to 1.5. Fred Makovic is not letting Miguel Molina get away here.
And again, it shows that the Ferraris don't have pace to run away from everybody else. They're going by Celia Martin, our LMGT3 leader, and again di Resta found the gap. The traffic broke well for him, but he made sure he got in the gap before the door closed, and it just opens up a tiny bit over that BMW of Robin Fries. And again, Giovinazzi didn't quite have the clean enough run, so he's going to have to work hard to get back to Fries before the bus stop. And closing in on them is Loic Duval in the 2nd of the Peugeots, the 94 car. It is competitive.
Duval did take all 4 new medium tyres in that last pit stop, but I do feel that he's taken this first stint on them of 23 laps that he's done on them now. He's definitely eased them in more gently than I feel like he did in the first stint. So I'm expecting a very strong second stint from Duval.
And of course he had the opportunity to bring those new tyres in behind the safety car. That's why Paul was going, get him to speed up, I'm losing tyre temperature. But of course I think Duval and Di Resta are going to be out at the next stop, but those tyres will go to the new driver.
Here comes this quartet of rapid hypercars, not quite nose to tail, but not that far away from it. Look behind them, though, and closing in on this battle is Mike Conway, the number 7 Toyota.
Well, that's interesting, Graham, because Mike Conway has got quite used tyres as well on his right-hand side. So, yeah, it's the right-hand side. It's still done a lot of that. So he's in a very similar position to Di Resta, and I'm just going to look at their lap times. I know it's traffic-dependent. Last lap around 2:07.0 for Paul Di Resta. Mike
2:07.8 for Mike. So
okay, yeah,
very similar. But Conway, again, you know, the Toyotas really didn't make much of an effort in qualifying, if we're honest. I'm not quite sure why. They were 7/10 slower than in free practice, but they were. Wow. But in race pace, they are certainly doing what they do best.
We saw Campiashi giving one of the world's most convincing interviews post-qualifying about their recent form, and he must be, I mean, Mike Conway must surely be in for a bonus overperforming like that against his boss's expectations.
They can hear the Aston Martins wailing through. As we're looking at the 36 Alpine. 35, that's Ferdy Habsburg, in fact, and he is on the heels of Jenson Button in the 38 Cadillac. This is the battle for 12th place behind Nico Müller and Pascal Verlaine, the two super subs in at Porsche. What do we call Corvette and Ferrari? And this is Johnny Edgar versus Francesco Castellacci. So Johnny Edgar, the silver driver, Castellacci also silver graded driver in that car.
Yeah, we're seeing them beginning to cycle through, and here comes side by side. 94
yeah,
on
Duval,
the 51.
Duval putting a lot of pressure there on Giovinazzi. And there's a GT car in between them as they head through Eau Rouge. That's heavily compromised Robin Freins there. Look at that. And now the Ferrari, all of them, is going to be right under attack here. The Ferrari goes to the outside. And, oh, the Peugeot's got the momentum, goes through the middle. This is amazing.
This is phenomenal stuff from Loic Duval. I thought he was going to follow the Ferrari because the double toe would help him, but he had more speed even than Giovinazzi. So Duval goes up 2, Freins goes back 2. Giovinazzi stuck exactly where he was. He's still in 5th.
Hats off to all three of them there. They needed the respect, the awareness, and the safety of all the drivers that were fighting. So, I mean, amazing stuff. Robin Freins was the unfortunate victim that time around with the GT, so Giovinazzi gets ahead, but coming from at a great rate of knots. The speed that Duval could carry through Eau Rouge, last of the 3 that descended on that poor old GT car, he just committed. He was not lifting and sent it through the middle. Brave stuff.
And you almost need to back off coming up to La Source to give yourself a run in clear air, coming off a long run up down into Eau Rouge, and then you can blast up the hill. If you get the line right and you're in clear air, you will pass them up the hill. Number 10, all over the back. This is Eduardo Barrichello battling with Rui Andrade in the 81 Corvette, the yellow car.
Battle for 9th in the LMGT3 class, which is really turning out some entertainment as well. By the way, hats off as well to Matteo Caroli in that melee with the hypercars for just doing exactly what he needs to do, which was get the hell out of there.
Closing his eyes and making himself very small in the car.
What you pray for when you're in the hypercars driver situation is just don't move. Don't try to get out of the way, basically, and we'll work our way around you. Things start to go wrong when the GT drivers does something erratic, something you're not expecting in that situation, which of course is really tempting. You just want to click your heels and disappear sitting in a GT car in that moment, but he did absolutely the right thing. Now I wonder if Peugeot are going to switch their 2 cars around now that they're one behind the other.
Remember, the 94's got that 5-second penalty to come.
Yeah, but also got the tyre advantage, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do let Duval through.
It would be the smart thing to do, because if he can gap the sister car, it negates the penalty.
Exactly.
And the other thing is, if he's going quicker, he will help to tow his teammate along, and so Di Resta will get a slipstream. They might even have to lift and coast a little left. Look at Conway's right-hand side tyres. Now, those were on because he had a puncture 46 laps ago. The left-hand side tyres were changed in the virtual safety car pit stops. Nato, as you pointed out, had all 4 tyres, so he's actually got a significant tyre advantage in all the left-hand corners, like this one, where you're clinging on for dear life in the Double Gauche de Pouin.
Easy for you to say.
Almost.
In one breath.
So here's the 2 Peugeots threading their way through the GT Mercedes, and look how racy Giovinazzi. He's had a good run here, hasn't he, through the traffic to be piling the pressure on the 2 Peugeots now once again. So like I said before, Giovinazzi is not slow. This car is quick, as his teammate's proving 2.5 seconds he is. We haven't seen much of Miguel Molina, who leads this race over Fred Makawiki. Yeah, so the car's definitely got the pace, has the Ferrari, but it's Di Resta that's doing the job out in front, and being flashed there by his teammate. I wonder how Peugeot are gonna how they're gonna play this.
Meanwhile, as we watch this fantastic hypercar battle on pit lane from the lead, GT3, the last of the regular bronze-ranked runners, James Cottingham brings the 59 McLaren down pit lane. Car 92 is getting 10 seconds added to the next pit stop. That is for the clash with Martin Berry.
Something going on with the door of the 95. It wasn't shutting. It's still not shut at 59.
Watch Giovinazzi. Watch Giovinazzi. So the Peugeot gets the traffic. Has to lift a little bit there. And Giovinazzi's got the run. Here we go. So in the slipstream of the Peugeot. On the attack. The Peugeot tries to get a draft from the Porsche. Round the outside he tries. There's a bit of contact.
Done.
Makes it move. Yeah. Brilliant stuff there. And he, like I said, I could read the traffic in front. I could see what Giovinazzi was planning, and he displaces Duval, who was putting the pressure on his teammate, Paul Di Resta, and now has to sit back behind the Ferrari. That was a critical move there for Giovinazzi.
Lots said and written about the dominance in terms of one-lap pace from the Ferraris. If they're going to win this race, what they now know, they've got a hell of a fight on their hands.
They have not brought a gun to a knife fight. They've brought a knife to a knife fight, the same as everybody else. Real shame for the 59 McLaren. That was a long stop as Sebastian Boe got in. 2 minutes 16. They lost nearly a minute getting that driver's door closed.
Di Resta's compromised here. Di Resta's compromised on the gravel as well. It allows Giovinazzi to go around the outside, and he gets the job done, but he takes a risk there to go around the outside of the GT car. That was 100% risk, but who's driving? Is that Castellacci?
Yeah, Francesco Castellacci.
What awareness he had.
Car.
What awareness. And Giovinazzi can... Yeah, buy him a drink after that one, because, yeah, now we got Duval on the attack as well.
Yeah, he's going to try and get by Paul Di Resta. How many laps have we got left in this stint? Can't be many. BMW, Robin Freins trying to go around the outside of Duval. If you have a look...
Yeah, Di Resta's in.
Yeah, there you go. If you have a look and you don't make the pass, you're going to lose a spot. It's as simple as that.
Watch the Toto is closing on this pack as well. This is going to be another different battle in a lap or two's time.
What a stint for Paul Di Resta. Celia Martin in the pit lane, having handed over the Iron Dames. Porsche from the lead. She's with Bruce Joigny.
I am with Celia Martin, who just jumped out of the Iron Dames Porsche. How do you feel? An amazing drive. Even though you had the penalty, you managed to get up to the ranks.
Yes, yeah, there was a shame with the penalty, but yeah, I didn't pay attention to this, so really it's on me. But the rest of the stint, yes, I had a lot of fun. I've learned from Imola, you know, a bit more patience and count on the advantage of the Porsche, which is the tire degradation. So yeah, I was trying to be more patient and also take advantage of the traffic with the hypercar. So I had a lot of fun. It was, I hope, nice fights with the other guys. So fair, and this is cool. This is nice.
Okay, a big boost for your confidence level.
Yeah, definitely. I was very frustrated after the qualifying, but I've learned also something from there that I knew it will benefit for the race, and clearly it paid off.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brilliant stuff from Cyril Martin. Really, really impressive performance in only her third World Endurance Championship race. It is Zach Robichon who leads in the 27 Heart of Racing Aston Martin in LMG G3. Miguel Molina overall for Ferrari. 2.5 hours in, 3.5 hours to go. How has that happened? We've only done about 150,000 overtakes so far. What an insane race we've got so far at Spa.
Well, on board now with the number 8 Toyota. Toyota's both getting themselves into battle positions at the moment. And in comes the number 12 Cadillac.
I'm surprised that the Cadillac was under pressure there from Brendan Hartley, because Hartley only took the left-hand side in that last pit stop. So he was also, in a similar way to Mike Conway, on very old right-hand tyres.
Up through Rouge and Radeon, leaping through, and this is the battle for the lead. It's down to 0.4 of a second.
Yeah, it's come right down, hasn't it? And they just actually passed the lead battle in LMGT3, which is also only a second apart. But this gap has really shrunk.
That's, I think, a little bit of traffic has helped him. Let's wait and see what happens now, nose to tail.
It's come down from 2.5 to under half a second. So they go put the lap on the Aston Martin for the first time, and that's 009. It is. Marco Sorensen has just taken that car over and left the pit lane.
Yep.
And it's the Alpine that's got more energy, only 2% more, but still more energy than the Ferrari. It could also be, obviously, the state of charge of the battery. That's included in that energy graphic, of course. But yes, somehow the Alpine of Fred Makowiecki has managed to steadily close in on the lead car here. So was it in traffic? Is it just genuine pace? Now we're actually focusing on them. We'll get to see where the speed advantage is, if any. Let's hear from Miguel Molina.
Alpine is behind, eh?
Don't worry about the Alpine, don't worry. You keep them behind, that's fine. You stay out, big fuel saving, and you stay.
Ah, there we go then. So a lot of fuel saving going on for Miguel Molina out in front, and it does look like he's got it under control at the moment, but don't worry about the Alpine. I mean, they've been there the whole race.
Hang on a minute. You've not been able to see him on the straight for most of this stint, and now you can almost feel his nose poking in the exhaust pipe.
He comes in first.
Well, again, the energy level includes the state of charge in the battery as well as what's in the fuel tank. Like if you're driving a hybrid road car, if you run out of petrol, you've only got a little bit of electricity, and that's the total energy there.
I'm reminding myself of previous occasion of this. That's something we have seen from the Alpine before. Car 54, meanwhile, the Vistrev Corsa Ferrari is in trouble. Team manager being told to come to race control immediately, please. Under investigation for not taking an earlier dealt penalty, and that is going to be costly.
And that was the one that Thomas Floor turned around the 31 BMW. Another driver change for this time the 007 Aston Martin. Comes in from 9th place, Harry Tinknell, with 6 of the 7 cars ahead of him also in the pit lane. Big round of pit stops. The leaders have stayed out, and they are Miguel Molina, who started from pole position, and Mike Conway, whose number 7 Toyota started in 16th position, because Toyota have got no speed in the car. They've done, again, as you expect from Toyota Gazoo Racing, such a good job operating the car. It may not have had one lap pace. This is more than a one-lap race, and it's on race day that they come alive. Wow, so much going on in the first hour and 2.5 hours now already. You can just see one of the Peugeots, one of the BMW LMGT3 cars.
That was the moment that Di Resta lost the position to Giovinazzi. And Giovinazzi round the outside of Castellacci. What a brave move that was. Ended up in the gravel himself. But that's the kind of risk that the drivers are having to take there as the 2 Porsches fly by, racing each other. And on the grass, pushed onto the grass by your teammate. That's Pascal Wehrlein, isn't it? Still at the wheel of the Carnival 6. That's his first ever World Endurance Championship race. And in the hypercar...
Here comes the race leader, Miguel Molina, at the end of his energy stint.
All sorts of driver changes going on, so we're going to have to cycle through those. And the Alpine is 36, Jules Gounon. He's taken over.
Where's he going to emerge from, though?
So look at the number 36 on your track map to the right-hand side of your screen as the battle continues on with the Peugeots there. But the Ferrari race leader putting the energy, you can see on the top left-hand side of your screen, the energy graphic going up. Where is that Alpine?
By the way, that number 5 Porsche, Nico Müller, chasing the team for whom he used to race in WEC, Peugeot. Got the 2 Peugeots ahead of him. Leader is nearly ready to go. Not quite yet. Car 51 team manager to race director immediately. What is going to come the way of Antonio Giovinazzi's Ferrari? Energy still going in. Away they go.
Here comes Alpine. Alpine passes the line as the Ferrari starts moving. This is going to be super close.
And the Alpine is on hot tyres. He's up to speed. There he is.
Got the run.
He's got to dive bomb the Ferrari now or never.
He's going to do it. He's got momentum. Round the outside he goes.
Takes the lead of the race.
Beautifully done.
That's all BOP, that is.
Oh, stop.
Exactly. Exactly. Fantastic stuff.
We're going to keep an eye on this one. Gentlemen, at this point, we are, what, 2.5 hours into this 6-hour race. This is an absolute WC Classic developing here. No clue what's going to happen in the second half of this race at this stage. But as I've said before, a couple of teams that came in here very hot indeed are having to fight for their lives right now. Here comes the overtaking move, Ant Davidson.
Yeah, so the Alpine had a great run through that the first corner, gets in the slipstream, and Molina not really knowing where to place the car. He knew that the Alpine had the advantage in terms of momentum. Nothing he could do about it, but I'm sure he'll be back knocking on the door later on this stint. Let's see. Well, he was told, don't worry about that, Alpine.
If he went left, he left too much gap. If he went right, he left too much gap. He stayed in the middle. There was still enough room either side of him. So it was really down to the Alpine driver, Jules Gounon, to pick a window, and he picked a window, and through he went. And so he was on a lap warmer tyres. That's the difference, and he had that run coming down the hill. On board with Norman Nato in the Cadillac. This is the car number 12 in 9th place. Oh, we're in Belgium, so if you can't have frites and mayonnaise, you can certainly have waffles and chocolate.
We've got plenty of waffle in this commentary booth. Let's crack on with that one. Hey. But Jules Gounon, Alpine lead the race on pace.
Can I just say, Alpine lead from 2 Ferraris, a BMW and 2 Peugeots. The best of the Porsches, Nico Müller now up to 7th place, ahead of the better of the 2 Toyotas. What's actually unique about this race this year, and actually probably last, is that after an hour and a half, we'd already had 4 retirements. That's very high attrition. Now, here's a battle for position between the Peugeots.
This is Milton Jakobsen now ahead of Jean-Eric Verne. Now, I think the 94 has taken the pit stop penalty with the switch to Milton Jakobsen, but is still somehow ahead. So it's actually that switched around. It's now Verne ahead of Jakobsen.
Yeah, they did. Verne and his crew, a 1:09 stop, a 1:15 for Malte Jakobsen. So that 5-second penalty has been served. And look at this, it's 4 wide up the straight as the Toyota of Kamui Kobayashi tries to claw up behind Nico Müller. We ride on board in the number 7 car.
Fred, 2.5 hours of maximum attack and fantastic overtaking at La Source, at Eau Rouge.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tough beginning of the race. We knew we were strong in a race pace because we made a good free practice and work on that. It's always challenging because you have a plan, but sometimes the circumstances change a bit. But definitely we were where we wanted. Ferrari are really strong too, but we are capable in, I would say, in a drop from the tire to challenge them. Let's see what we can give it to until the end.
Okay, take us through the overtaking at the bottom.
I mean, when he started really to block me or to come close to me, I said at one point it's you or me, but anyway, if he was continuing, he would have finished in the wall. That's why I don't know if he had this aspect, but from my side, I was quite sure I will stay there.
Okay, well, very well done, and good luck for the end of the race.
Thank you, thanks a lot.
Look at the tyre advantage that Kamui Kobayashi has over Nico Muller's Porsche. Muller did not have tyres at the last stop. Kobayashi had right side tyres, they're only a lap old. So particularly on these downhill left-handers, he's really going to gain as they come up behind the Iron Dames 85 Porsche. Currently Rahul Fry in that car in her 30th World Endurance race, the most for any female driver. So celebrating the big 3-0, and she is currently in 6th position.
Toyota's beginning to come back strongly. It's Kamui Kobayashi aboard this car. Seb Buemi, by the way, when we see him later in the race, will equal Christian Ried's start record in the WEC at 89 races. Will overtake that at Le Mans in the car with Kamui Kobayashi.
Copy, Camo, yes, overtake him. And override is available.
That was full commitment from Kobayashi there. You expect nothing less from him in the slipstream now of the Porsche. Which way do you go, Kamui? To the left-hand side, laid on the brakes, utilise those fresher tyres. All but off the circuit. Is he going to give the place back?
Going to have to, isn't he?
You're going to be sure that Porsche are going to be pointing that one out to race control.
Yeah, trouble is it's on TV. We've spotted it, and I'm sure the stewards have too. He's got such a pace advantage that, unfortunately, as painful as it is, sometimes you just have to do the right thing and give the position back. But it doesn't look like he's going to.
It's battle for that seat, trying to get through on a pair of battling GT cars. This is the battle for 3rd position.
It is, and the Ferrari has just moved up into 2nd. In fact, it's Simon Mann in 21. Here's the position change going by Gianmarco Leverato's Mustang that was 2nd. So Mustang may not yet have double stint tyre under control, but it is certainly a quick machine.
A huge improvement from this team.
Christian Ried looking very happy this morning with the improvements to the Mustang, and also the fact that he wasn't have to worry about getting in and driving anything.
Well, we will see him in Interlagos, but not aboard a Mustang. He'll be back in the AMG for one more go.
In the MG?
AMG. One more go, he tells us, into the pits for that chasing Mustang of Gianmarco Leverato.
Is that the first of the next round of stops? Because we had our safety car and virtual safety car, sort of lost track of where we are.
Remember, the Mustang stayed out. Both Mustangs stayed out when everybody else pitted onto the virtual safety car.
Ooh.
Big lock up there, wasn't it?
Yes, that was a big lock up ahead of the Cadillac. So that was the Nico Muller car. We're now aboard with Rio Hirakawa chasing Pascal Wehrlein down the hill. There's Wehrlein with the white and red Porsche. And Rio Hirakawa again coming in clear air down into Eau Rouge. He's going to hoover up behind the Porsche as he climbs the straight. And he's not going to be close enough, is he?
No, he's further back than where Kobayashi was last time around, and that was difficult. So yeah, not this time for Hirakawa, but clearly has the speed over the Porsche at this stage in the race.
Yeah, whilst those two Ferraris, by the way, chasing hard on Jules Gounon, are at good pace, they're being caught at the moment by Robin Freins. The gap between Antonio Giovinazzi and Robin Freins back to 1.6 seconds now.
Rio Hirakawa in that black Toyota with Earl Bamber right behind him in the Cadillac. And the Cadillac, again, like the Toyota, had a very good run through Eau Rouge all the way up the Kemmel Straight. Cadillac's been not quite as competitive here as I expected it was going to be.
It's Wehrlein in Porsche 6, so not the regular driver, it's Wehrlein.
So basically you're fighting somebody that you've never fought before, so maybe approach with caution, but that car in front of Hirakawa right there isn't Wehrlein.
That was Kamui Kobayashi on Nico Müller. That's the battle for 7th place, because that was the number 5 Porsche being chased by the 7, and it's the same position with 2 unfamiliar drivers with the Porsche 963, and there's another car just cutting that curb. Dust everywhere again.
I have to say, actually, Pascal Wehrlein, it is his first time racing these cars. He is locking up a lot.
It's not. He raced at Daytona.
Raced in Daytona, yeah. But
first time, certainly in a European circuit, Daytona, a very different proposition indeed. Yet another battling pair, gentlemen.
Yeah, very late on the brakes there was the Toyota, and gets a good run on the exit of the first corner there. So I think this is going to be back into the slipstream of the Porsche, up through Rougenet. You look for a good run through this one as well, and this will hopefully give Kobayashi the run that he needs to get the job done properly, because he has indeed let that Porsche past, which it was gone unseen by us, but and a little bit of side drafting and a bit of bumping as well. This time, do you stay on circuit? Just about.
Just about. Now look at the Cadillac. Hang on, they've both gone by Wehrlein. Both the Toyota and the Cadillac have gone by Pascal Wehrlein. So Wehrlein must have had an awful run through Eau Rouge, and they've just steamrolled right on by him.
So for those of you watching that were confused, because I was confused at the time as well, when we played out the Hirakawa message saying, be careful of Wehrlein, you've never raced him before, we were actually riding on board with Kobayashi that had given the place back to the Porsche, and then that's why we saw the run up through Rouge. So it was a bit of confusion. So just to clear that one up.
Porsche number 6, Pascal Wehrlein, and now Charles Milesi up behind him in the number 35 Alpine. Just to remind you, 35 Alpine here in 13th place, 36 Alpine is our race leader and pulling away from the Ferrari. Jules Gounon now 2.6 clear of Miguel Molina in second, and Antonio Giovinazzi a second back in third.
But he is under investigation with Francesco Castellacci for that incident that saw the 51 car squeeze the 54 run slightly off track. That was just a little while ago. At the moment, though, he's right with Miguel Molina, and I wonder whether or not we're going to get any radio traffic asking whether or not there might be a positional swap here.
But that incident with Giovinazzi and Castellacci, I don't even know why that's under investigation. I thought it was a brave move to go around the outside. Giovinazzi kept a wheel inside the circuit, and there was no contact. It was a brave move, but I just see that as a racing move. Both drivers were fully aware of what's going on. That's why I praised Castellacci at the time. Yes, he was compromised, but you're always compromising the GT when you're getting overtaken by a hypercar. That's just, we've seen it all day long. That was nothing to investigate for me.
Milesi all over the back of Wehrlein. And this is for 12th place. So Pascal Wehrlein in that number 6 Porsche. He is definitely struggling under braking, and maybe a little bit more. Now, what's the tyre situation between the 35 Alpine and the number 6 Porsche?
Well, you take a look at that gap. Jules Gounon to Miguel Molina, 2.2 seconds. That's beginning to pull away a little. I'll say again, I wonder if we might hear from Antonio Giovinazzi that he might be able to close that gap more quickly.
Very similar tyre age, tyre life between the two that we're watching on screen at the moment. To answer your question, Martin.
Yep, perfect. So they both stop behind virtual safety car, just a lap out of sequence with each other. Somebody else is in the pit lane below us. We've got a couple of LMGT3 cars in. You can't hear it, but we can, because we're right over their pit box. And the Alpine still just keeping more than a 2-second margin over the 2 Ferraris.
I think you're beginning to hear the early parts of that. I think you're seeing Giovinazzi pressuring Miguel Molina, trying to push him forwards, trying to push this train, the 2-car factory car train from Ferrari towards the leading Alpine. 3 hours and 12 minutes to go.
But the gap from second to third between 50 and 51's gone out from 0.8 to 1.2 seconds on the last lap. Now, that will be where you catch traffic. Antonio Giovinazzi hasn't suddenly forgotten how to stay with him.
There was no traffic on that lap.
Well, in that case, he has forgotten how to stay with him. So that gap has gone up from... But the leader, in fact, possibly going a little quicker, because he has reduced, I beg your pardon, the faster of the Ferraris has reduced the lead gap down to under 2 seconds.
I think he knows that the prospect here is...
Sorry, Graham, this is going to be a problem there. Yeah, look at the Toyota and the Cadillac side by side.
Well, Earl Bamber cuts through the traffic safely this time. That's where the airplane crash was in last year's race. Earl Bamber in the 38 Caddy in 10th place. On board with Ria Hirakawa, out of the points now. The number 8 Toyota, just being eased down to 11th. And as we've seen so often, you get a clear run down the hill into Eau Rouge, you make the pass.
Okay, obviously you're going to be quicker than the 2 cars ahead who are on second stint tires, so just manage your tires and take the opportunity when it comes.
So the new drivers were put in on tyres that were not brand new, and that is the way that you give your new driver a chance rather than sicking him out on a track he doesn't know on stone cold tyres. 85, this is Rahal Fry, right up behind 81, the TF Sport Corvette. So Rahal Fry chasing Rui Andrade, the Angolan ahead of the Swiss, and that gap is coming down again in slices.
Perhaps a surprise here, cars 31 and 54, that was the incident that effectively eliminated the BMW. No further action for that hit in the bus stop earlier. We move on from that. Zach Robichon, by the way, pulling away nicely here. 16 seconds clear in the heart of racing, number 27 car from the Racing Spirit of Le Mans at number 10. So the two Aston Martins going very well at the moment with a 14-second gap to Rui Andrade. This battle with now Rahal Fry right under the rear wing of the Corvette.
And there is the other Corvette right in the mix of this battle for 10th place. Yes, it is 10th place, isn't it? That is the 38 car. Earl Bamber just ahead of car number 8, and this is Rio Hirakawa. In fact, they've changed places. That's Norman Nato, so Bamber's gone in front. This is where it happened, and that is a wave by. Earl Bamber did not dive bomb Norman Nato, but because the Toyota was so close behind, you've got to be very good. Now then, there's the Corvette of Rui Andrade, 3rd place ahead of Rahal Fry. Talking of Corvettes, if you've got half an hour and you want to cry, go and watch a new documentary. It's called Robert Wickens, The Next Lap. Now, those of you who don't know the history of Rob Wickens, came up through junior single-seaters in Europe, ended up racing in IndyCar, had a big crash half a dozen years ago, and has come back to racing. He's paralysed effectively from the waist down, so he's racing with hand control. Started with Brian Herter's Hyundai team in touring car racing, supporting IMSA, and he's now racing this weekend in Laguna Seca in a Pratt & Miller run Corvette with full hand controls for brakes, throttle, clutch and everything else. It is an astonishing story. The help of Bosch, the electronics kings, has brought that about, and Pratt & Miller and Bosch and Rob Wickens are producing an impressive change and potential opening up for all sorts of other non-able-bodied drivers.
Shows two things off that make racing and sports car racing in particular very special. That was a cut curb there for number 8, and that's what the human spirit gets involved with here, and it is an amazing story. And to our friends and colleagues at Bosch, what the industry can bring in terms of helping to unlock that human endeavour. A fantastic tale.
It really is. Really is. Don't go and watch it now, because you will need a small box of tissues. I absolutely guarantee it. Meanwhile, race leader is Jules Gounon, Miguel Molina and Antonio Giovinazzi 2nd and 3rd. There is action all the way down the order, and this is one of the closest battles. Nico Muller in the Porsche, now just half a second ahead of Earl Bamber's Cadillac. Behind the Cadillac of Bamber is Norman Nato. Behind him is Rio Hirakawa. So this is another 4-car train, and just ahead of them, and not far ahead of them, maybe 6 seconds, is the battle between Malte Jakobsen and Kamui Kobayashi.
Earl Bamber really with a bit between his teeth there, isn't he? He's absolutely flying on a mission. We saw that in qualifying as well. Very aggressive approach yesterday to get everything he could out of the Cadillac, but it looks to be like he's really showing strong race pace since he's jumped into the car. He only took a left side of medium tyres in that last pit stop after jumping in after his teammate Jenson Button, who, when Jenson he did his stint of 25 laps with a full set of new medium. So Bamber continues the right-hand side of those on into this stint.
Looking here at our second place car, our pole sitters. This is Miguel Molina, took over the car from Nick Nielsen, who started it. The number 50 car led them away, but it is Jules Gounon in the Alpine who's in traffic there at the bus stop. He just crept out to 2.8 seconds in front. That is going to be slashed by about a second as they come across the line. Because unfortunately for the Alpine driver, he got right in that hypercar battle, and that's the 46 BMW of Valentino Rossi ahead of the Iron Lynx 61 of Lynn Hodanius. One of our new young drivers, Earl Bamber, again closing right up on the back of the Porsche. That is Nico Muller. Behind him you can see the second caddy and the Toyota of Ryo Hirakawa, who's behind Norman Nato in Cadillac number 12.
Bamber, always exciting to watch, but I kind of get the feeling that today potentially needs to have a slightly calmer approach, because he's got the car under him and he's got the speed to deliver a good performance here today. And remember how it ended last year as well for him around this part of the track that they go right now in traffic. So he's got the run on the Porsche that he needs. Car number 6 that he's fighting, Pascal Wehrlein, in the slipstream, looks to the outside, late on the brakes. How's it going to be on the outside here? Are you going to stay on the track? No, you yield out of that one. Okay, that was, he needed to do that. Didn't quite have enough of his car alongside before turning in.
Last year, 80,000 fans here at Spa-Francorchamps. Just been sent the official figure, 98,874 fans over the weekend. Now, it is a holiday weekend, it's school holidays here in Belgium. We thought it was busy on Thursday, it got really busy on Friday, and today it is rammed. Outside of Le Mans, that is an all-time WEC record shattered here at Spa-Francorchamps.
But if there are 1,126 of you watching at home and close to the tickets are available, then we could get to 100,000.
Well, at least because we started late, and because they've revised their traffic management, I think everybody got in, certainly, well, before the end of the race, hopefully, but certainly for the beginning of the race. Back to our action, and what action it is. Ryo Hirakawa, Earl Bamber, no further action there. Car 51 and 54 again. I think Thomas Floor got away with that one fairly lightly. Back with Earl Bamber. It's only a matter of time, isn't it? The Porsche looks really susceptible here. Nico Muller doing the best job he can, but Bamber is climbing all over him.
Yeah, here we go. So Bamber's finally got the run that he needed on the exit of that final corner. And it's going to be side by side as they head towards the first corner, but there's a GT car in the way. Bamber can't brake where he wants to, but he still goes around the outside.
And says, I'm staying on the track. And actually, fair enough, Nico Muller went, yeah, you've tucked me up like a kipper, and I know I'm going to get a penalty if I bounce you into the gravel. Job done. Earl Bamber picks up another spot.
Yeah, he's really on the attack here, isn't it? It's great to see Bamber, who drives with such energy, sometimes gets the better of him, like we saw last year, but and I've enjoyed watching him this race so far. He's kept it clean enough, but kept the speed and the energy that he always brings to the World Endurance Championship. This is how it unfolded. So he went to the outside, could see a potential roadblock in front of him, and Muller's probably thinking, I've got this one here. Watch this, down towards turn 1.
Yeah,
but
there
somehow
was a little touch between them. Listen.
Oh yeah, you couldn't hear it, but I did see it.
Yeah, just the tiniest touch, because the GT Mercedes was in the middle of the road.
And now Hirakawa, as we focus on him through Pouhon, he's now got the car that he was originally focused on the back of, the car number 12 of Norman Nato. And we heard that message, didn't we, to Ryo, saying, you are on better tyres, so let's go get him. So now Bamber's done his thing, and he's on down the road. It's time for Ryo to start mounting an attack, surely.
I think Ryo might have been getting the hurry up there. Come on, get on with it.
Okay, Joe, let us know if there's somewhere we can help you. We see 3-4 sometimes looks good, sometimes looks difficult. Let us know if we can help you there.
And again, goes back to what we heard in full access after Imola. that the Toyota team reckon they lost the shot at a podium by being stuck behind other cars for too long and not doing enough about it. And I think they're determined not to let that happen.
Back to the LMGT3 action. This is the battle for third place behind the two Aston Martins. Delighted to be joined once again by Mike McGregor from Goodyear. Mike, LMGT3 is just coming alight. We talked about this at the end of last season. The class was maturing since then. Pretty much everybody's been put in a sack and shaken up.
Yeah, the battles are becoming amazing between the different manufacturers and the way they can exploit the tyres. And I think with what we've seen with the new surface here at Spa, it's really working well with the tyres.
So we've got a new tyre here, is that right? Was that this weekend?
No, it's not a new tyre. We're still on the B specification, but we've got a new sidewall this weekend.
That's what I was thinking, the sidewall, and that's celebrating. Once in a while, we'll be standing here in the booth and it all goes dark, and we're all thinking, what on earth's that? And it's the blimp coming over and putting us all into shadow. I think pretty much every eye at the moment is on the track, unless and until your floating icon comes over.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's a fabulous asset that we have, and being able to show the 90-odd thousand fans that Mike was just talking about, the iconic Goodyear blimp on its 100th anniversary is a big part.
Oh, trouble. Apologies, trouble. It's one of the United Autosports McLarens in the wall.
That's on the exit of turn 6, isn't it? Lecombe.
Yeah, trying to see if that's 59 or 95.
Sean Gelael.
Sean Gelael, who was in the 31 BMW when it had the massive crash with Earl Bamber last year. I wonder if there was contact.
He's got him backwards there. You can see the track from the car.
I think he might have had a puncture.
No, just turned around, just on the exit of turn 6. So
definitely took the tyre off the rim, that contact.
Let's have a look on board then. Covers the inside down towards 5. Gets back onto the racing line. Oh, there's a bit of contact there. And then the car on the inside stays on the inside, and bang, that's all of the damage.
And that is a big hit, fortunately, on the passenger side of the McLaren. Which of the two AMGs was it?
I think it might have been Matteo Caroli. In the number 60 car. I'm just trying to find look at what position was on the side of the car. It was a position in double figures, and Matteo is currently shown in 9th, and that was previously the 9th place car. So intervention immediately. Safety car has been called while that intervention goes on. 60 car has pitted meanwhile, as do another flurry of LMGT3 cars.
I think we're right in their pit window. I think we're right on bingo fuel for these cars.
The problem there, I think, for the Mercedes, for the Iron Lynx car, is that they were off circuit momentarily. I mean, it was the rejoin when you had the contact. So I know there was a bit of argy-bargy before turning into turn 5, but we often see that in GT racing. But I think the problem was Gelael stayed on the circuit there, and it was the Mercedes GT car that was off the track, rejoined, and then carried on that fight on the exit. So I think they could be looking at a penalty coming their way.
Now, all these 3 cars have just come into the pit lane for emergency fuel only. You're only allowed to take on something like 3 seconds of fuel, and then you have to go back out again, because as soon as the safety car is scrambled, the pit lane is closed. Well, there is the Goodyear blimp, and even more importantly, there is Sean Gelael. 2 years in a row, 2 different cars, and ending up in the barrier both times.
That's the best news. We saw that Goodyear blimp. Mike McGregor's still with us to watch one more time.
Yeah, look, it's the rejoin.
Trying to pick out if that is the 60.
I think the problem coming that driver's way is that the only reason this happened is because of the unsafe rejoin. You're off the track, and that the stewards will not look at that kindly.
I have a feeling it was the rebuilt 60 car, which is more black at the front. Three hours into the Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps that was led away by Ferrari number 50. Niklas Nielsen heading the field of 18 hypercars into La Source, with Phil Hansen and James Collado behind him. Peugeot and Alpine, BMW, Cadillac, Porsche and Toyota all jockeying for position. In LMGT3, it was the Lexus that led from the pair of Mustangs as the number 10 Aston Martin dropped down the order. James Calado moved up to second in the second of the Scarlet Ferraris on lap 2, or lap 1 rather, but there was a turnaround for the number 5 Porsche that would give Sebastian Bourdais a penalty. Alpine looking very aggressive, especially Fred Makovic inside Phil Hansen to take 3rd place in the first stint, the first hour. Then challenging James Calado, moving through into 2nd place with a brave move that brought the crowd to its feet. Paul Di Resta having a sensational early run in the Peugeot. Safety car was brought out for the 99 Proton Competition Porsche, one of 4 cars that has retired from the race. 83 is another of our victims. Both of the privateer cars are out of hypercar. 83 with a turbo failure. Trouble in traffic. Contact for Yasser Shaheen in the 31 BMW with the 54 Ferrari of Thomas Floor. And that would not end well. He continued past the pit lane, but he had broken steering, went off at La Source. Car buried in the gravel and spreading plenty across the track. And then also the 87 Lexus coming to a halt on the straight as reasons unyet specified put it out of the race. 27 Harter Racing leading in the LMGT3 class as they got to the end of hour 2. No clue as to who was going to come out in a titanic battle for supremacy in hypercar. Ferrari in the unusual position of having to battle Peugeot as well as BMW for a place in the top 3, and the 51 car getting shuffled down the order. Coming back at it, but Loic Duval in the Peugeot jumping up 2 places to go ahead of Robin Freins and James Calado, Antonio Giovinazzi rather, in the Ferrari. Great stuff for the Peugeot team. Very encouraging pace for both Peugeots and for the Alpines as well as for Ferrari. Coming out of the 2nd round of green flag pit stops, the 50 Ferrari being jumped by the 36 Alpine. Jules Gounon taking the lead. Alpine staying out front in a WEC race on pace for the very first time. Ferrari give chase, their 2nd and 3rd, and our 2nd safety car for a high-speed crash for Sean Gelael. And that United Autosports McLaren unlikely to do anything but head back on a flatbed truck. So the safety car scrambled immediately. Here's where we are at the midway point. 3 hours in, 3 to go. Alpine lead from the 2 Ferraris, BMW 4th, Peugeot, both cars in the top 6. The better of the Toyotas 7th, ahead of the best of the Cadillacs, and the better of the 2 Porsches also in the top 10. 4 cars have retired, the 99 Proton hypercar and the 83 AF Corsa hypercar, and 2, now make that 3 now. LMGT3 cars are also out. The 31 BMW, the 87 Lexus, and now the 95 McLaren.
So our 2nd safety car of the race for the elimination of the McLaren in that nasty shunt there, but we've seen Sean Gelael walking away from the incident. Gives us a chance to get back with Mike McGregor, who's still with us. Mike, exciting time for sports car racing, a really exciting time for your boys and girls at Goodyear. All sorts of anniversaries being celebrated. The Goodyear blimp is here as part of its 100th anniversary. But overshadowing everything is the big one still to come, isn't it? And that's the Le Mans 24 Hours. And what a festival of GT racing, and for that matter, LMP2 racing you're going to have at the big one.
Yeah, definitely. We've obviously got LMP2 and GT3 there. It's the biggest number of cars for Goodyear ever on the grid. We're celebrating 45 years of the Eagle UUHP tyre at the same time, which some of the guests here have got to experience some hot laps on some of those tyres as well. So, no, really exciting times to come.
One of the other big changes for Goodyear into this year, both European Le Mans Series and here in the F5 World Endurance Championship, is with the fans that are watching right now, can take part in this, which is the Wingfoot Award, and a big step forward there. You and I, amongst others, had conversations in the off-season about how that could be reformed. And tell the listeners, the viewers, exactly what the decision is from Goodyear.
So yeah, we've introduced the Wingfoot Award this year as a Driver of the Day award. So we're looking at, we've got a panel of judges made amongst some people within this room and other people from the technical delegates and understanders, and then we're nominating certain drivers from highlights within the race, whether it's qualifying performance, whether it's stint averages, whether it's number of overtakes, to engage the fans. And then closer to the end of the race, you'll see the announcement where you can get involved then on social media and maybe have the opportunity to win some merchandise within that.
Excellent. So keep an eye on the broadcast. You'll see the graphic later in the show, which will tell you where to go, which is the FIWC Instagram page, principally, where you can vote and decide which of those nominees is going to be your driver of the day in LMGT3 for this race. And there are prizes to be won. I know, Martin Haven has been trying desperately hard to get online and vote. He's desperate to win a flight in the blimp. We don't go on about it much, but he's not been on the blimp, I'm afraid. We should explain just how extraordinary and world-class that experience is, as the tyre wall is being rebuilt up down at the incident site. We'll see the blimp again at Le Mans.
You will see the blimp again at Le Mans. It will also be making a possible guest appearance for a possible UK sports car race that may be coming up later on this year.
Would that be the Goodyear-sponsored European Le Mans Series race?
It possibly might be that event, yes.
You're not very good at keeping your cars close to your test. You'd be terrible at poker. Great stuff. So remember, keep an eye out. It'll be in the final hour of the race on the broadcast. There will be the Wingfoot Award graphics allowing you. Every fan gets a voice on the Instagram page of FIWC for the Drive of the Day in LMGT3. Mike, fascinating stuff. Tell us a little bit about, as we carry on with this safety car, the appeal to a brand like Goodyear of being involved at this point in sports car racing.
I think, we're all so excited. You can see how many fans are here today. Having this many manufacturers on the grid, having racing like we've had for the first 3 hours of this race, where you can't take your eyes off the screen, it's just, so great to be involved with. And I think the technology that we're developing here and the type of technologies for tyres that perform for the duration that they do, it's just so relevant to the current market. We're all looking at sustainability, we're looking at the amount of sustainability within the tyres, and then having tyres that can perform for the number of stints that they do. Le Mans last year was a strange Le Mans in terms of safety cars and a lot of big yellow flag periods. We're hoping we can see drivers really push those performance windows this year to get 4 or 5 stints of real consistent fast performance out of those tyres.
I know you and I talk often before the big races, and the one thing that you focus on is, yes, there's lap time, but it's the longevity of the product as well. It's staying out of the pits.
Yeah.
Or being on the pits for less time, rather.
Well, I think, we all know now how much Le Mans has become a sprint race, and the longer you can keep the tyres on, the less time you're in the pits, the more pluses there are of you being up there at the front for the end of the race to go for the win. And if you look at, the performance of the winner of the race last year, that was exactly the mentality that they took.
Excellent stuff. Mike McGregor, thanks very much. Still under safety car at the moment. We're now deep into the second half of this race, which seems to have absolutely raced by. For Goodyear, what's next? We've got, because it's not just, of course, the FI World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series. There's big stuff to come in NASCAR as well for Goodyear. That's where we first saw that 100th anniversary sidewall just a little while ago. You're not a brand without ambition.
No, definitely not. We're looking at everything and making sure we understand all of those markets and making sure that, we're number one in tyres and number one in service. That's really got to be our true area of focus. And, we've got some exciting things coming up later on in the year in WEC. We're introducing the C specification tyre at Sao Paulo for the first time. Sao Paulo's been fully resurfaced not once but twice since we raced there. So, seeing how those tyres are going to react and seeing the different strategies that are going to come out of introducing that C specification tyre is going to be really exciting.
So just to be clear, is that going to be a choice, or is that going to be the nominated tyre?
The nominated tyre.
That's what we like to hear. Mike McGregor for now, on behalf of Goodyear, we'll let you get back to your valued clients down on pit lane. Thanks so much for all you're doing for the sport at the moment.
It's a pleasure always to be here. Thank you.
So back on track, gentlemen, still under the safety car. And things have gone quiet here on the Gunner pit lane.
Speaking, yeah, to carry on our chat about tyres, hearing worrying reports that car 51 may have a slow puncture due to debris.
Oh.
Yeah. I thought actually Mike had come in with my tickets for the blimp flight at Le Mans.
He did say something about that. He said, don't tell him while I'm on air.
In the post?
I'll tell you later. Yeah. Said something about there's not that many seats on it. Don't be too disappointed if.
51 Ferrari, if they have to stop now, that is going to put them last.
So they've just come past without pitting, so
crew are out. I can see the pit lane cameras and the crew are ready. The unfortunate thing, as all car owners know, is that punctures tend not to cure themselves. Looking there at Ricardo Pera in the Manthey First Form Porsche. That is our leader in LMGT3, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, with now 5 retirements. When was the last time we had 5 cars retire other than outside Le Mans? That's a long while. And 3 of them, well, you know, 3 of them are mechanical. We don't know what stopped the Proton competition Porsche. It seems to have been a turbo or an insurmountable issue with the turbo in the 83 Ferrari. 31 we know is accident damage. 87, the Lexus, we don't know why that stopped on the straight either. We do know why Sean Gallel's 95 United Autosport McLaren is out of the race. That's because of that contact with what we believe is the number 60 Mercedes. Now, they're working on the tyre walls.
Yeah, you've got to make it exactly how the circuit was homologated for FIA safety, the homologation, the safety standards. So, yeah, the FIA have different grades of circuits and in terms of safety, and this is a grade 1, so fit for purpose for the fastest cars that race here, i.e. Formula 1.
Giovinazzi's coming in. You saw Alessandro Pierguidi walking out to the pit apron. Giovinazzi already unplugging the driver cooling vent that goes to the helmet. So he is prepping to come into the pit lane next time round. How many laps has the safety car been out? Because the pit lane opens after 3 laps.
I'll check that in one moment. I can tell you, by the way, the last time we had a race with 5 retirements was 2 races ago, but it was an 8-hour race, remember, in Qatar.
It feels a lot. Normally, we're unlucky if there's more than 2 or even 3 who retire. Can you genuinely believe, looking down on that shot from the blimp, there were some people out karting while this is going on? No racing you're going to do is more fun than this. Right, let's get down to the Toyota pit and see what Nick de Vries has got to say.
Nick, you're making your way up the field, but is it easy to read the race at this stage?
Yeah, I mean, so far we've been very lucky with the first virtual safety car that brought us back in the game. We had a right front puncture, and if we had to box early, and yeah, somehow we managed to undercut a lot of cars then. I think everyone is about to box now. What we currently see is pretty much the true picture, but yeah, it looks very, very tight and competitive out there.
Good luck for the safety car procedure now.
Thank you.
Okay, 3 laps behind the safety car, pit lane open, boom, 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 boom. Reset the whole field.
Gets a black and white flag for driving standards towards car 38. Car 8 gets a warning flag for driving standards towards car 38. Car 27 gets a drive-through for tire pressure. Car 27 gets a drive-through for tire pressure.
Oh, that was a previous race leader, the Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
Was.
So the reason why they've all come in is because most of them were on 16, 17 laps worth in this, and we know they can only do 25 laps, probably a little bit more, give or take, with the safety car speeds that they've been doing the last couple of laps, of course. So getting towards the latter part of their stint, hence they've all come into the pits to get a cheap pit stop.
Staying out is the 93 Peugeot, the 35 Alpine and the 6 Porsche. Also the 77 Proton Mustang.
Beautiful array of Ferraris there in the Air of Corsa garage, almost all of them in together.
It's the 7 Toyota out ahead of the Ferrari.
There's quite a lot of questionable releasing going on there, I think. What's going on with the oh, the Ferraris swapping positions so they didn't have to stagger. That's 51 going ahead of 50 so that they can pit in the correct order. That's what's happening there.
Are they allowed to do that?
Well, they've done. One's going below the speed limit.
I think you can if you're in the blending lane, as it's
Yes.
called. So the painted Goodyear graphic part, and that's why members of the teams are jumping out of the way. I've never seen that before. I hope Ferrari have read their rule. Oh, Nick de Vries, the car stopped in the wrong box.
That's because the lollipop man stopped him, didn't recognise which car was coming in. Because, is that the order they were on track? Yes, it is the order. 7 was ahead of 8, so they should have known. But that's it. No, that's absolutely a first for me. I don't think I've ever seen cars swapping position or swapping order in pit lane.
But the 7 has leapfrogged the Ferraris. The 7 of the stoppers has leapfrogged the Ferraris and is only now behind the 36, albeit now 5th because 3 cars stayed out.
Yeah.
But that was 1 minute and 2 seconds on pit lane, despite that delay for the 7.
Now, the 3 cars that have stayed out so they didn't get caught in double stacking carnage, because we won't go green this lap. Why won't we go green this lap? Because everybody's in the pit lane and it doesn't allow the officials to do a wave by. So we absolutely won't go green this lap. We absolutely will have at least one more lap of safety car, whether the damage to the barriers has been replaced or not, and it has been.
We've had the wave by.
Do we have wave by?
Yes, we have wave by.
That must have been when I was clearing the bins.
I don't think anybody needed to actually be waved by, but we have had the wave by.
Okay.
To tell you, the safety car was called at just after 5 o'clock local. Pass around started 7 minutes later.
Okay.
So that has been concluded.
In which case, our race leader is Jean-Eric Verne in the Peugeot. Now, what can Peugeot do to have the race stopped at this stage?
Which is, the
Peugeot, Alpine, Porsche, that's your top 3.
Yeah.
So the Alpine's just
the Alpine's gone in.
Yeah. So interesting that Peugeot have decided to go against what all of the others have done in terms of strategy, pitting under the safety car. The alarm bells usually start ringing when you're the odd one out in this game.
The 83's back out. The 83.
Safety car instructed to go at full speed. The works at T7 have been concluded. Safety car instructed to go at full speed. Let's get those gaps narrowed, please.
Still under safety car here in the Total Energy 6 Hours of Spa. Peugeot lead from Alpine. Toyota number 7 is the best placed of the cars that have stopped. So Toyota lulled everybody into a false sense of security by qualifying 15th and 16th when they really had one of the fastest cars in the field or something. So Jean-Eric Verne stayed out. Peugeot and Alpine, well, the Alpine, the Alpine that was second has come in, so only Peugeot have split their strategy. Now, in terms of what's going on in LMGT3, it is Ben Tuck in the Proton Competition Mustang number 77 that is leading the field, and we get to see them because they're now in the top 20 overall.
Lights are out on the safety car, by the way, as you keep talking about, Ben.
Yep, we are going to go racing. So Proton Competition 77 Mustang leads from Simon Mann in the 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari, with the second Proton Competition Mustang, the one with the blue nose and the white rear end. So basically that car, but gone through the paint shop in the reverse direction. That is third in LMGT3. But there are your two race leaders. Jean-Eric Vergne backing up the Mustang.
What an extraordinary race.
Now,
what an extraordinary kind of order in this field.
Jean-Eric Vergne has a great opportunity because he's got a GT3 car behind him. As soon as he belts off, the next hypercar in the queue has to wait until they pass the line before he can pass the Mustang.
He can go.
Well, he can't yet because he can't pass the safety car before it goes into the pit lane.
Now he can go, and he's
Green
gone.
flag is, and he's gone. Yeah, he's checked out.
Of course, no overtaking before you get to the line, though. So that's why they're all stuck behind the GT car and trying to give themselves a run on the exit of this corner. So Vergne sprints away.
There's Jules Gounon and Kamui Kobayashi. Headlights flashing on the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi and the BMW of René Rast. And poor old Ben Tuck trying to stay out of the way. He's basically got the entire hypercar field coming by in one go.
I can tell you, though, that Jean-Eric Vergne got that memo, 3.5 seconds to good as he crossed the line. So already sprinted away, made it very difficult indeed for the chasing pack, but they're having fun amongst each other. Ferrari alongside the BMW as they come on the Kemmel Straight. That position's going to go.
In fact, that's not Pierguidi, that is Fuoco going by René Rast. That was taking candy off a baby. Fuoco had a really good run because René Rast was right up behind the other Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi.
Yeah, Fuoco and René Rast took new tyres, well, used mediums, but all four so probably qualified tyres went on. So 3 laps worth on their tyres. So yeah, that explains why there's a close fight between those two. Kobayashi only took a left-hand side, brand new set of mediums on the left-hand side, and remember from the right-hand side, that went on the last stint. So Kobayashi's got better tyres than car number 36 of Jules Gounon, who didn't take tyres in that last stop.
But he's already dropping away from Gounon, and the Ferraris are harassing the Toyota get through. The first of them, the 51 car, Alessandro Pierguidi, and Antonio Fuoco is right with him. If Kobayashi veers offline even a fraction, both Ferraris will go through the gap.
Pierguidi, by the way, took the same as Kobayashi, but a used set on the left-hand side. So here we go, in the run-up to Blanchimont, round the outside goes the Ferrari.
2 wheels inside the white line. That time, though, no grace at all.
Gonna have to give it back. Gonna have to give it back, and he does exactly the right thing. But Kobayashi has a massive lock-up and off the track himself through turn 19. An awkward rejoin, no contact, but that was a really costly mistake there. That lock-up by Kobayashi.
Yeah, Malte Jakobsen in the Peugeot now right behind the Toyota driver. He's looking to go around the outside as the Ferraris try and swap position. René Rast is right in there in the yellow, black and red BMW, and Malte Jakobsen goes by the Toyota. Made the move, but will Kobayashi be able to come back at him?
Fuoco looking really feisty there as Kobayashi off the track as well for good measure at the top of the hill. But Fuoco flashing the teammate on the better tyres as well. Is he going to be let through? Yes, he is. So that's a strategic move there by Ferrari.
Yeah, I'm sure that was a radio message beforehand. OK, as soon as we can, we're going to swap you guys around.
But Jakobsen as well took a brand new set, used tyres, all 4 mediums in that last stop. So in the same as Rast in the car number 20 BMW. So pretty fair fight between 51, 50, 20 and 94.
Sorry, Graham, confirmation that was a Ferrari mandated change. They did do that over the radio.
Catching this group, look behind all the 2 Cadillacs, and they're on a tear as well. Much quicker than the group ahead of them, a moment as they get themselves tied into their own battles.
And again, they're quicker because they're coming in fresh air and they're not battling with somebody else. So they've got a little bit of a run going. But Malte Jakobsen, what can he do now? Right in front of him, René Rast, number 20 BMW, one of our podium finishers in Imola.
I'll say, really impressed with what Ferrari did there. The swap around in the pit lane, if they're allowed to do it, which I'm sure they've read the rules even more than we have. So that's impressive. And then the switch back, organised, synchronised that strategy between the two of them. No complaints from the drivers on the radio, just really well managed. And this was right as well from car 51 to have to give this position back. As soon as you go off track and you're in an overtaken position, you have to give the position back. But then luckily for him, Kobayashi locks up his brand new left-hand front tyre and off the track himself.
With the two cars, two Ferraris nose to tail, compromised Kobayashi, didn't he? Just went in too deep there.
And Fuoco played that well as well. The second Ferrari on screen played that really well. He could read that situation perfectly. He thought, oh yeah, I know what my teammate's doing there. Backing off, he's got to give the place back, and then gave himself a bit of a breather. Kobayashi properly ragged on the exit of turn 9. Jackie X corner just kissing the gravel there. That was a close one.
He's having a bit of a nightmare since the restart. Look how close the Cadillacs are behind him. Let's hear from Ferrari.
Okay, so now we focus on the front tire saving. Target will be with car 50 to catch the Alpine in front of us.
Change for the lead and a re-change for the lead. Ben Tuck back in front of, I know that's Gianmarco Leverato, so Ben Tuck has gone. It's now Mustang 1-2. I thought that Simon Mann had passed the leader, but he's not. He's down to third place now.
It's two Ford versus Ferrari battles, first to fourth in this race. And now it's 1-2 for the two Proton competition Mustangs ahead of the two Vista AF Corsa Ferraris.
Well, what a race we are seeing here. Here's the 54 cars. That's still Francesco Castellacci. It is indeed. Just holding off the 78 Lexus, that car driven by Finn Gerzic, the man who put it on pole position in Hyperpole. And what a race. 2 hours, 30 minutes left to go. Still no clue how this is going to work out. Phenomenal racing here at Spa, and 98,874 people watching it. Peugeot lead from Alpine. Are we in France? It's a really, really encouraging sign for the Peugeot team especially, but Alpine continuing the progress they've been making with these cars, and Jules Gounon in second place. He knows, everybody else knows, that Jean-Eric Verne has got half a stint of fuel and they've all got a full stint, so the Peugeot will disappear from the lead before they need to pit.
But they've got another card in this game with Meltzer Jakobsen on the back of this group. It's Alpine in the game, it's Ferrari in the game, BMW, Peugeot, Toyota are still in this, and so are Cadillac. They're dragging up now behind Kamui Kobayashi, with Earl Bamber in the number 38 car, the head of the 12. Here's the two Corvettes.
Corvette battle. Johnny Edgar being flashed by Rui Andrade. Rui Andrade, by the way, under investigation because when he came into the pit lane during the safety car, he left through a red light.
Allegedly, also under investigation. I think the remaining Lexus, I think, is under investigation too for the same thing. It is. I think yes, it's.
Oh, there's the Mercedes. In the midst of it, the Iron Lynx car, Lynn Hodanius, young man who came in with very little racing experience and all of that in sort of junior single-seaters, really starting to find his feet in that Mercedes. And here comes the United Autosports McLaren of Sebastian Boe. That car came in from the lead. James Costinger brought it up from the back row of the grid in LMG G3 to first place. They lost over a minute in the pits, fixing a door that wouldn't close on the driver's side. They're right back in the thick of the action now, though.
Also in the thick of that action, and coming back, I'm not quite sure why they dropped so much time and so many positions. There to the outside, the Iron Dames number 85 Porsche, pushing up with Rahel Fry. But listen into what's going on with Rahel.
Okay, Rahel, you have mega pace at the moment, so try to catch the cars in front, try to overtake. You are faster than all of them.
Oh, she's getting overtaken down the inside, though, with the Aston Martin. A bit of a scruffy run there, where she had to defend, didn't she, on the way into Le Combe.
She'd just taken the position, then lost it again. Yeah.
So, yeah, that overtaking move didn't quite work out for her. But, yeah, encouraging signs that the car has got the speed, and we saw that earlier on in the race. So she's just got to settle down into a good rhythm and use the pace of the car.
Right behind her was the other Mercedes of Brenton Grove, another of our newcomers this weekend, the Aussie in the black car right at the tail of this group. And
there was a look.
Well, there was a look indeed, and that is Sebastian Boe having a look at the back of the yellow car of Rui Andrade. Looking back from Finn Gersitz. Finn is currently in 7th place in LMGT3. That's him at the front of this queue. So that's 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th, all in one queue.
Massive step forward here from the Mercedes-AMG squad from Iron Lynx in the mix for the first time.
Proton competition 1-2. The Ford Mustangs leading in LMGT3. Ferrari 3-4, 21 Simon Mann ahead of 54 Francesco Castellacci. Valentino Rossi in 5th place, and Sebastian Boe down the inside of Rui Andrade in the bus stop. And that was a change for 10th place. Boe into 10th, Eduardo Barrichello into 11th, Rui Andrade down to 12th, and here comes Brenton Grove in the Mercedes, trying to go around Rahal Fry for 12th.
Oh, it's probably difficult, but if you can, try to clear the 78.
Brenton Grove in the Mercedes, going by the Iron Dames Porsche.
A little bit of unnecessary contact, you'd have to say. Next in La Source on the run down towards Eau Rouge, but they get away with it, but that was touch and go for a while. But yeah, I'm not seeing the pace in the car anymore from the Iron Dames that was reported to Rahal Frey from the engineer. So that's 2 positions. Yeah, 2 positions lost in that last lap.
And Célia Martin brought that car up, despite a 5-second penalty added to one of their pit stops, to the lead of LMGT3 before she pitted. We ride on board now with Earl Bamber. Let's hear more from that LMGT3 battle.
I'm at United Autosport with Edgar Sossi. You are still in contention, and your teammate has done a great job driving up the field, James Cottingham, but you had a problem with the door as well. So take us through what happened with that door, and then still in contention now. That's quite good.
Yeah, James did a really good job in the first 2 stints. So yeah, big congrats to James. And then yeah, we just had an issue with the door. Couldn't close the door in the pit stop. So we lost like more than 1 minute during the pit stop. Now with the safety car, we just a little bit back in the game, we will say. And there is still more than 2 hours to go, so the race is still long, and we can still to fight for a good result.
Okay, excellent. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, McLaren a little bit downcast, United Autosport drivers, after qualifying. They were the penultimate row of the grid ahead of the 2 Mercedes, but they have certainly produced race pace. And again, James Cottingham, absolutely standout performance of the season so far for him in that big, long triple stint. Gianmarco Leverato and Rui Andrade both have a warning flag for track limits. That is your final public warning as we drop in on the 20 BMW. That car in 5th place. René Rast still chasing the Ferraris, and still, what on earth is going on here? Sebastian Boe under attack from the number 10 Spirit of Le Mans Aston Martin. Eduardo Barrichello got a run on the inside. Does he stay in front into Eau Rouge? Sebastian Boe is side by side. Didn't want to lift off a fraction, and he's got good momentum coming through as well, Anthony.
Yeah, this isn't over.
Brave,
absolutely not over there. So Boe had a little, a bit of contact there, and some debris falls off the car, I think from the Aston Martin perhaps. So Boe back round the outside, but he's still there, isn't he, as Barrichello, and there's even more contact. This is getting pretty hot between these 3.
Yeah, it really is, and that is Rui Andrade's Corvette trying to get in there as well. RG and Bargy,
yeah,
if you
it's
want
getting messy. It's not going to end well if they don't calm down soon. I get the feeling it's getting too extreme.
In the black Mercedes, Stephen Grove has moved ahead of Rui Andrade, and so too has the pink and white Porsche of Rahal Fry. And it looks as though more contact between Sebastian Boe and Eduardo Barrichello.
Just watching the AMG there, great momentum, but the road was full in front of them. We've got one incident under investigation between the 59 and the 61, and another that is going to be a 30-second stop-and-go penalty for the number 60 Iron Lynx AMG Now with Brenton Grove at the wheel, and that's for the incident that involved Sean Galale.
Yeah, I think so. Unfortunately then for Brenton Grove, the road was full of bode in front of him, and still is. And this is the 61 car, just a little further up the order. Lynn Herdanius chasing Finn Gersitz.
Yeah, trying to go around the outside there. Who's in the Corvette? So that was too risky, and you've lost so much momentum because of it. You're never going to be given the room trying to go around the outside of that, of such a high-speed corner. It's inevitable that the cars run out wide. So a little bit too over-ambitious a feel, and you lost momentum, and now you lost another place because of it.
Now, we saw the two Ferraris swapping order in the pit lane. That is being investigated by the stewards. So hopefully Ferrari have read that particular bit of the FIA rulebook. The stewards are going to have to read the same. There might be a slight worry that one of the Toyota mechanics, the Lollipop Man, had to sort of jump out of the way. Meanwhile, back with 46 BMW, this is Valentino Rossi chasing Riccardo Pera in the car that won last time out. In fact, this is how they finished, 1-2, isn't it? The dying seconds. Richie Leitz in the 52 Porsche, holding off the 46 BMW all the way to the line, denying Valentino Rossi's crew a home win for the Italian in Imola.
This is for 5th right now, if you're tuning in at this point in the race. Boy, if you missed something, it's a Ford Mustang 1-2. It's Gianmarco Leverato and Ben Tuck slightly off the strategy of much of the other rest of the LMGT3 pack. Then Francesco Castellacci and Simon Mann. So 2 Mustangs, 2 Ferraris. Then it's the battle we've been talking about here, which is the 92 Porsche ahead of the 46 Team WRT BMW.
Oh, and meanwhile, that's the Alpine in...
This is the leader.
Second place, yeah.
It is, yeah.
That's the second place car, apologies.
It is, 36, Jules Gounon ahead of Antonio Fuoco. So the blue Alpine, the red Ferrari on the back of this.
And look at the graphics, energy graphics. So the Peugeot 1% due in this lap.
Yep, so this is the de facto race lead. Meanwhile, the remaining Lexus holding off Stephen Grove, Lynn Herdanius, rather.
Big loser in this traffic is the BMW, under pressure now from the second of the Peugeots, number 94. Still hasn't cleared the traffic. 94 still looking for a way through, and he's now under pressure from the Toyota behind. Then the caddy, mayhem. Motoring mayhem of the very best sort.
And this battle between Finn Gersitz and the car behind him, Lynn Herdanius, they're having their own battle as the top 5 or 6 in hypercar come through, followed by everybody else. And because of the safety car, all the hypercars have arrived, like at the beginning of the race, in a massive lump. 94 in the middle of that pack. That is Malte Jakobsen. He's got Kamui Kobayashi's black Toyota behind him. Then the 2 Cadillac Hertz Team Jota cars. Earl Bamber, 38, and a fraction back, the second gold nose of Alex Lynn.
And a phrase that would have been unthinkable not that long ago. Alpine Endurance Team take the lead of the race from Peugeot.
Yep. Jean-Eric Verne pits from the lead of the race in the 93 Peugeot.
It's not quite paid off, that strategy for them, has it?
Well, give it time, because if they're needing a splash come the end of the race, they might have factored that into their calculations. But obviously, more safety cars or full course, that can play its toll as well. So I think they've split the strategy there. It may not go well for them at 93. It is a bit of a risk, but you just never know. The day we've had today, I mean, they've clearly got the pace in the car, but they didn't pit under the full course yellow conditions like everyone else.
Good job, Ali. We keep safe, we keep margin everywhere, we keep the championship vision till the end.
Wow, talking championship already, are we?
All about points. Don't take any unnecessary risks. I mean, the basic rules of endurance racing: don't hit anything, stay out of the pits. Still apply.
Look at Kobayashi, look at this, he ducks to the inside, that's going to be a risky one. And how on earth did whoever is in 21, that is Simon Matt, that was incredible, because he had overtaking on the outside, then Kobayashi dive bombs down the inside as well. Wow.
I tell you what, it is a tough life being an LMGT3.
It most certainly is.
Really is.
But also the risk level that all of the hypercar drivers are taking in traffic. Who was it that said it earlier on? Was it Jensen, wasn't it? Mikael Jensen said, I can't believe we haven't seen a crash yet, because the risk level is huge. Watch Kobayashi. Ducks to the inside. The gap's not really there, but somehow on the dust as well, with the awareness of Simon Mann, who probably is looking in the left-hand mirror at this stage, and then look at this gap. That, if that was me, I would have hit someone. I don't know how that didn't happen.
And Simon Mann is desperately trying to hold off Valentino Rossi for position. It's not like he's tootling around on his own, because they're all bunched up after the safety car as well.
It really hasn't been an easy day in terms of traffic management for all of them.
Things have moved on, I think, since your day on.
I think they have. Yeah,
amazing stuff throughout. And look at this, 3 and 4 wide coming into the source. Both classes involved. The 83 Ferrari back on track after a long time in the pits, in the mix. What part could they play later in this race?
I think what I meant to say at the moment is that in those moments you do need a little bit of luck. When you're the one dive bombing, I mean, if Simon Mann just took his normal line, there's pretty significant contact. So, you know, 9 times out of 10 in that situation, you're going to hit somebody.
Come on, you're doing well. We keep it cool. We keep it cool, yeah.
Yeah, really cool. if that's cool, then I just think what red hot is.
I think that was the calm Seb message there for the 17. Okay, Kamui, just if you don't finish, if you have contact with an LMGT3 car, you're in real trouble.
Problem is today, though, if you're not the one doing it, other drivers are taking that kind of risk, and they're gaining lap time on you. So if Kobayashi, for example, just then in turn 9 sat behind the Mustang and didn't make that last-minute lunge, then you've lost another second to the car in front of you that did do that kind of lunge. So you end up spurring each other on. You see someone else driving, in a way, recklessly and take like 10/10s, and you've got to go with them. Because if you don't, then well, look at what happened to Hirakawa earlier on. How can we help you, Rio?
And Kamui outbrakes himself for a second time at the chicane. And that time, he almost made contact with Malte Jakobsen, and Earl Bamber is right on him again in the first of the gold-nosed Cadillacs.
Problem if you've had a lock-up before and you've got a flat spot, it keeps finding that same flat spot on the tyre.
Okay, Kamui, we have now higher tire energy, so look after the left-hand side. Next up, we change the right-hand side. It's 13 laps to go.
Oh, wait a minute, which means he's got to keep that flat-spotted tyre on for at least another stint.
Absolutely. So, yeah, that right-hand side did 16 laps last time around, and so far it has done 13 laps.
Battle for second place in LMGT3. Well, that didn't last long, did it? Battle for 9th place in LMGT3. 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th. And ahead of them, 8th and 7th. So in order, the first of the cars you're looking at is the red Lexus of Finn Gersitz. And then behind him is Johnny Edgar's Corvette, there you see it, Eduardo Barrichello with the yellow highlights on the green Aston, then Sebastian Boe in the orange and black McLaren, Rahul Fry in the pink and white Iron Dames Porsche, and Zach Robichon in the 27 dark blue Harter Racing Aston. So many tough battles for these drivers. Looking back from Barrichello, tiniest of gaps to the McLaren of Sebastian Boe behind him, and Boe under pressure.
We heard a little earlier investigations for 2 cars potentially exiting pit lane with a red light. Both those cars, the 78 Lexus, the 81 Corvette, will be getting a drive-through penalty. In addition, in the inbox for race control and the stewards at the moment, car 15, Kevin Magnussen, under investigation for pit lane behaviour a little while ago, half an hour ago now, and also that incident that saw Alessandro Pierguidi briefly off track and then Kamui Kobayashi off track in defence. That is under investigation as well.
Now look at the AF Corsa car there in 17th place, 34 laps behind the yellow Ferrari. Why is he going round? Because they're in a battle for the Privateers Championship with the 99 Porsche, which will not finish. 83 car will try and get 70% of race distance to score points and move ahead in that Privateers Cup. And the other McLaren is off. That's the 59 car. That is the car that led at the end of its bronze driver stint. Sebastian Boe in the barriers. I bet he didn't drive off of his own accord. He was in that big battle, wasn't he? Who was right behind him? That was...
with a Corvette at one point.
Yeah.
See
Let's
again.
take a look.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Martin. It's the Aston Martin once again, wasn't it? Yep, contact before the braking zone. And nothing that he could do there.
Eduardo Barrichello driving that Aston Martin. Pit stop for number 21 Ferrari.
It will be a virtual safety car coming.
I did wonder, I worried that it was going to come to that between that gaggle of cars. It was just getting a bit too hot. And yeah, I'm not surprised it ended in contact and a car out of the race, or at least for now.
Yeah, United Autosports McLaren leading after a couple of hours, and now the 59 car in the barriers, and I'm afraid the stewards are not necessarily going to look favourably on Eduardo Barrichello in that moment.
Absolutely not, but yeah, you live and learn. Of course, still new to this championship is Eduardo, but thinking of this virtual safety car that will of course lead to a safety car, as we know, the Peugeot 93 lot must be really looking up above thinking, why didn't this come at the end of our stint?
3 laps
that would have been
earlier.
Perfect, but yeah. Oh, and he's going to get this going.
But he's backed out of the gravel, or has been backed out. He's backed out. He's
They
reversed
wouldn't
it
have
all
intervened
across
yet,
the gravel.
would they? So he's done very well there indeed.
That's brilliant stuff.
So could we not get a virtual safety? Well, they might
No,
abandon this.
virtual safety car must go to safety car.
I think in this circumstance, let's see what happens, because I think the race director can, at their discretion, change that if they need to.
Well, virtual safety car in the Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. 2 hours and 10 minutes to go. And here is why Anthony Davidson, Eduardo Barrichello's Aston on the inside of the McLaren of Sebastian Boe.
Yeah, well, this is earlier on through Le Combe, kicking up the dust and side-by-side action. And then later into turn 14, there was contact between the two of them. And there goes, at the top of your screen, McLaren into the barrier. You couldn't really see it from the rear view camera there. And disappointment and surprised faces down in the United Autosport garage. So look at how close they were through turn 13, and then it all came to blows, all a bit too much, wasn't it, towards turn 14. I don't think it was intentional, but the two of them have been at it for multiple laps with quite a lot of contact, so I'm not surprised it ended with one of them going off the track there.
Bit of dice rolling going on by some of our leaders. Look, the 51 Ferrari in the pit lane, number 8 Toyota, number 12 Cadillac. Sebastian Boe has got the 59 back in very short order. Really impressed by that one. Now, if we don't go to full safety car, this might be a stroke of absolute genius from the 3 cars that have pitted.
I think if there was any prospect at all that they would abandon this procedure, the fact that some cars are pitted ends that. They will not allow that to go forward.
Here's the real reason we will go to safety car is the barriers have been moved. Those safer barriers, you can see the marshals trying to push them back. And I don't think that is necessary. The problem is, even if they fix it, the marshals are exposed. So
yeah, exactly. So you're right. It'll probably lead to safety car now because of what's going on here. Yeah, absolutely. With a tractor on the circuit. So looking at the strategy for the hypercars, with some of them pitting under this virtual safety car, that really hurts the number 93 Peugeot. Because they're all getting a free pit stop. And you got tyre damage there. So that's from the contact with Barrichello and the McLaren. So they're going to be limping into the pits as well for that change. But yeah, looking at the big loser here is the number 93, Jean-Eric Vergne, pitted under full racing conditions. Everybody else gets a free pit stop.
Yeah, so they're going to be double last, aren't they? Because everybody has more fuel and retains track position. Now, again, as before, one of the Alpines has pitted, 35. The other one has stayed out, 36. Real White Island vibes, but we're not in Ibiza, we are in Spa-Francorchamps, even more legendary location for things going down and stuff going off.
Oh, look at this. Trouble at pit in, the 10 car with that puncture has stalled at pit in.
Well, he's come to a grinding halt. I wonder if it's broken a drive shaft. 78, the remaining Lexus had to squeeze through. That's Finn Gersitz. And Eduardo Barrichello has got it going again. I'm not sure there's any tyre left on that. Or maybe it's just chunked itself all the way around the drive shaft. Okay, he's rolling again. That may not be a simple, straightforward stop. And of course, the stewards will definitely look at that contact. And unfortunately, whether it's by design or by accident, if one of your rivals ends up in the gravel, you tend to pay the penalty.
Well, we saw at the end of the Spa 24 Hours last year, pit entry being blocked, which cost Ferrari the race win. It was a little further on than that, but this time, the Lexus, no small car itself, by the way, managed to squeeze through.
And you can see how high that retaining wall is, because the Lexus coming in around the corner didn't see the Aston Martin was stationary at all.
And there's the state of the damaged tyre and wheel.
It's come off in a big lump.
There's a big chunk of wheel missing there.
Okay, well.
And a big chunk, by the way, of rear diffuser missing as well on that car.
That will be a little less happy at the tail than previously.
So 5 minutes away from the end of the 4-hour mark in this race. It has not been a quiet day at the FIWC office.
No.
Lots to feed back on, and what a delight. This near 99,000 crowd this weekend have been here to see it.
Yeah, goodness me. It's felt busy, and everybody having the week off because it's school holidays and so on. And actually, that's possibly why we've got so many young fans here as well. It's been a real family weekend, and that's fantastic to see. Mick Schumacher about to take over the 36 Alpine.
From the lead, Jules Gounon brings the car in. Antonio Fuoco is also on pit lane in the 50. Also there, Rennie Rast in the 20 BMW, Peugeot's 94. Milton Jakobsen brings that car in, and Kamumi Kobayashi, well in touch, brings in the first of the Toyotas.
Now then, 93 had stopped about 3 laps before the virtual safety car. So what do now? You don't stay out. You're already last in the queue. You come back in and top up again.
Top it up.
Yep. Always take fuel if you've got the option.
That was a very sideways exit from the Alpine, but that's a switcher position. That is the Ferrari out ahead of the number 36. So it's a switcher position on track.
Now, how have they done that? The chances are that Ferrari didn't take tyres and Alpine might have.
50 seconds on pit lane from the 57 seconds on pit lane rather from the 50 car. 36 took 1 minute and 4.
Yep.
And we'll see once we get the data rolling into Ant's magic box just exactly what they did or didn't do. Looking at the very red number 50 and ahead of it the very dusty 51.
So the 50 Ferrari took 2 tyres, a front right and a left rear.
Okay.
Okay.
Which is bizarre because they were on the same strategy in terms of tyres. They all took 4 used tyres, so only a qualified set of tyres for the number 36 Alpine, the 50 Ferrari, the 20 BMW, the 94 Peugeot. So they were all on the same strategy in terms of tyres and hadn't even done a full stint. So yeah, I'm surprised that any of them would have taken tyres just then.
Well, let's catch up with the man who brought in the number 36 Alpine from the lead, the inestimable Jules Gounon.
Gilles, you went from GT to hypercar. You just told me that last year you were suffering and now you're not anymore. You were just leading the race. How does it feel to be there leading the race for Alpine?
Yeah, it feels good. I remember talking to you in Fuji for, I think this is my 6th race ever in prototype, and I was dead. Like I asked you to give me 5 minutes. Now I feel good, and especially when you're leading a race, you always feel fresher. Car feels good. We just put tires on the left side for Mick. I think that's why we got jumped. But the fight is on, and to fight Ferrari is always a special moment. The team did a very good job on the car. The car is nice to drive, and I'm also enjoying to drive prototype. So I like to do the switch, but it's very nice today.
Okay, 2 more hours to go. Hang on.
exactly. I go for a long massage and then I come back in 1 hour 45 and I cross fingers.
Excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
He always tells it the way it is, doesn't he? And Anthony, I'm sure as a driver you can relate to that. When you're leading, you feel less pain.
Yeah, it's always nicer. It's always easier when you're leading. Of course, your problems seem to melt away. But I did just catch a glimpse. He had a little bit of K-tape, so the physio tape on the back of his neck there. So clearly feeling some strain still physically from the demands of these hypercars.
All we could see was the little bit. Normally, that's the very tip of the iceberg. And probably his back and shoulders are absolutely covered in it.
But at least the mental scarring that you take from that pain when you're leading the race, like he says, that seems to melt away. So no, he's performed really well, has Shogun on this entire weekend, and yeah, what a solid job him and the rest of his car crew have done at Alpine.
So with those stops now complete, we're going to get back and tell you just exactly how this has actually panned out. But before that, we're going to hear from the 93 Peugeot.
So explain me a little bit now, what's the race situation, because I'm completely lost.
Now we will be back to the pack. We'll be back to the pack and will be only 4 laps offset in fuel. By staying out, we catch back the fact of the offset we had. Instead of 15 laps, we have 4 laps offset. And then we will have a small window where if something happens, we're in front.
Okay, but I have everybody else is on the 4 new tires now.
Yeah, but your pace was decent, Jeff. Your pace was decent. I know it's
and
hard.
The pace is horrible. Like I'm telling you, you can go 2 seconds faster with 4 tires. And what position am I gonna be there?
16, I believe.
16?
Stand by, we will see.
Again, Graham and I were just talking about this, Anthony. They got caught out. They got 3 or 4 laps before the safety car, or the virtual safety car, they stopped. No, and they're last. No sense whatsoever in staying out. There's a small break. You're short on fuel. You're never going to take advantage of anything. Get him in. You're last in the field anyway. Get him in. Get it filled with fuel.
Yeah, I mean, the problem...
And put new tyres on.
The problem started, if you look at the root of the problem, was when everybody else came in the time before under a safety car or the virtual safety car, and they chose to stay out. Then you had the safety car. It bunched everyone back together, but they had less than half the fuel or energy remaining of anybody else, and they were right behind them thanks to the safety car. So of course they only did 5 or 6 laps worth before they did a racing pit stop at full speed, and the whole pack overtakes you, of course. Then this, like I said, they are the big losers here, because it's eradicated that offset that they were carrying to everybody else. They took a gamble. They could have been lucky if this safety car had happened just at the end of their stint, when the others had no point in pitting because they would have only had 5 laps on the board. So this, at the moment, has gone completely against them.
Well, what the safety car has done is brought us into the 2 hours remaining window with Ferrari 1-2. Now, if you saw qualifying and you're just joining us, you're going, well, of course Ferrari are 1-2. It hasn't quite been like that. Ferrari have only just got back to the front of the field, and they've done that by not taking tyres. Now, here's why we have the safety car. It is Eduardo Barrichello's Aston Martin making contact with Sebastian Boe's McLaren. This is in Piff Puff, side by side, wheel to wheel, out of Piff Puff, heading down the hill towards the next right-hander at Campus. Contact there.
It was unfortunate how the two cars kind of jumped when they hit each other. You don't usually see that, and that's the point where Barrichello in the Aston Martin got a puncture as well at the same time. So it was unlucky, because usually that side-by-side impact is door-to-door, especially in the GTs, and they can live on like that. I mean, you saw contact through turn 13 previous to the next bit, and it was fine there.
Frankly, we saw 4 or 5 contacts. Way worse than that.
Yes.
It did not cause that problem. Just an update with the cars down behind the safety car. That incident, by the way, we're now being told, unsurprisingly, is under investigation. It is the Ferrari 1-2. Then Mick Schumacher in the Alpine Endurance team's number 36. Then it's Nick de Vries in the 7 Toyota. That's the big winner in that last pit stop cycle. Apart from obviously the Ferrari now leads the race. Then Malte Jakobsen, the loser. Robin Freins drops down to 6th place and loses a couple of positions in that furore. Then the 2 Cadillacs. I cannot understand why Peugeot would not pit that 93 at this stage.
No, and again, it's probably a good reason why I'm not a team manager, but I'm sure there's an awful lot of people at home going, why wouldn't you? You're already 16th. Yep. All you're going to do is come back out in 16th, but with the same fuel and 4 fresh tyres. I mean, you heard Jev's reaction. Are you kidding me? Basically was what he was saying. We're last, I've got dead tyres, and you didn't stop me when everybody else stopped? I mean, for why? Anyway, that's as by the by.
That's a conversation they're going to have.
They are.
At some point in a debrief that I think might be either quiet or loud.
And actually, there are sort of similar parallels, really, with Penske Porsche Motorsport a couple of years ago, where they kept making decisions that took away hope that they might have had when the car was struggling, not last year, but 2 years ago. Whereas on Jota's pit wall, they were making the right calls with their privately run Porsche, especially here, and won the race as a result. Alpine have had to really up their game as well. They've gone past, we're fixing our car, we're sorting our car, we're trying to get competitive. Now they're in a position where Nico Lapierre and the Brains Trust are trying to win the race. And Anthony, that's a very different mindset, isn't it? Peugeot haven't been there yet, but they need to be alert because they could have been.
Yeah, Alpine have had the benefit, of course, of being close to the sharp end. We had Fuji last year, of course, where they were very competitive. They do just seem to be in that mindset of utilise the car.
Safety car out in the Total Energies 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps. Ferrari 1-2, 51 ahead of 50. Alpine 36, but with fresher tyres from first down to third after those stops. From 16th on the grid, number 7 Toyota now up to 4th, ahead of 94 Peugeot and the 20 BMW. So 2 of the cars that were on the podium last time out in Imola are in the top half dozen. Unfortunately, the 93 Peugeot team seem to have absolutely lost their chance with that car. In LMGT3, Manthey first form, our winners last time out, lead from Proton Mustang in second, 46 BMW in third place. Then the better of the Ferraris, the 54 car, ahead of the Iron Lynx Mercedes and the TF Sport Corvette. So in LMGT3, 6 brands in the top 6. Heart of Racing's Aston Martin in 7th makes it 7 brands in the top 7.
Yeah, it's been a little like this, hasn't it, throughout the season, and the better part of it still, Martin, is it's not always the same 6 or 7 brands either. Quite circuit-specific LMGT3 has proved to be, and through most of the day as well, despite the fact we've had 2 of the 2 factory Ferraris up front in this race, it's been a pretty mixed bag in Hypercar 2. It is back to Ferrari 1-2. That's because of the strategy that Amzi's explained as we went into this virtual safety car, now behind the safety car. But behind that, 1 Alpine, 1 Toyota, 1 Peugeot, 1 BMW, 2 Cadillacs, 1 Porsche. That completes the top 10 as we stand with under 2 hours to go.
You were asking earlier on what happened to Robin Freins in the BMW during those last round of pit stops with the virtual safety car. The reason that they may have dropped some positions is because they took a brand new all-4 soft tyre.
Wow, now that could be really very interesting.
Yeah.
Safety car in this lap. We're going to get back once again to full green flag running.
I would love to see what the track temperature is. Kevin Magnussen took softs at the start, said it might be a bit hot. I think the track temperature is probably higher, but the number 20 car, they are full of vim and vigour. They are going to go for it. Soft tyres all the way round. Let's see what that brings them. We are going back to green flag this time round, and all the prototypes are together, unlike the last time, and all the LMGT3s are together as well.
Before we get back to green, one more word from me, which is now, with under 2 hours to go, Ferrari know they can keep nothing in the locker. They have got to go full beans at this point. Green flag.
Yep. Alessandro Pierguidi, Antonio Fuoco, right behind them, the blue car, Mick Schumacher, and behind him, Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota. Kamui Kobayashi saying even a single point would be like a win for Toyota here. They have 8 wins at this track in 14 WC races, or 13 up to now. Can they make it another one? They are certainly in the frame. Never count out Toyota. We go back to green flag racing with 1 hour and 51 minutes, and who knows how much more excitement to come. Already there you go, a challenge on the Peugeot, the number 20 car, Robin Freins, trying to get by Malte Jakobsen. The young Dane says not here, but Freins has got a great run, Anthony.
Yeah, good run. We've seen good straight line speed as well, haven't we, from the BMW, but the Peugeot's pretty strong in that regard as well. But still, look at that. Keep an eye further down your screen with the BMW going around the outside. Now's your time when you've got to make those soft tyres count, contact, and off the circuit. Was he pushed off? And what's the problem with the Peugeot? A puncture.
Or a broken suspension or something. Malte Jakobsen squirreling around. Left side looks okay, but it is the right rear, left rear rather, I'm sure, that has got damage. The Peugeot team leaping into action.
So look, he had the inside covered and he was entitled to be there, but just got on the curb and ran out wide. Made the contact. Maybe it's the left.
I don't think it's just a puncture.
So yeah, the suspension's broken on the left rear. Yeah, the left rear waggling all around there.
Didn't look like there was contact at the rear of the car, though.
Looked more towards the front, didn't it? But, well, left rear is definitely broken, and I'm not sure that car's going to make it round under its own steam.
100%. Robin Freins rejoined. I tell you what, if the safety car comes out now, I know who's going to be on the radio ranting about coming into the pit lane, don't you? Poor old Jean-Eric Verne. And suddenly, the competitive Peugeot is in strife as well. Nick de Vries is in 4th place.
So after a brilliant start to this race, in the middle of this race, the Peugeot's now 15th and 16th. Jakobsen is still mobile, still continuing around.
83 Ferrari coming up behind the 2 Aston Martins as the 15 BMW fights off 009. No, he doesn't quite. In fact, he goes by 009. Raffaele Marcello has got by the better of the Aston Martins. And the 83 car in the hands of Robert Kubica. They just need to finish this race.
It's not been on pure performance, of course it hasn't, but it warrants saying, just because of the way this race has come together, the lead Aston Martin right now is under 10 seconds off the lead.
Yeah. And you know what? Every time they put miles on the car, they're getting better with it, and it's becoming less of a handful. Change of position between the Ferraris. Alessandro Pierguidi hangs on. No, he doesn't. It was a change. Antonio Fuoco did go by now.
And it's because, as before, the number 50 took 2 fresh tyres in that last pit stop. So there's a tyre offset between the 2 of them. And I don't know how aggressive that move had to be there, as we see the limping Peugeot back into the pits.
Yeah, Bruce Joanny right there with the Peugeot team.
Yeah, absolutely, and I can tell you they just opened a box with half set. The rear left suspension apparently is broken. It's ready to go, fresh new one. So they're going to bring the car in just now.
Yeah, Malte Jakobsen really having to fight that car back and just pray that nothing else got ripped off it on his way back to the pit lane. So Peugeot, from being in the mix, are now 15th and 16th out of 17 running hypercars. Now look at the Cadillacs. 38, Sebastian Bourdais ahead of number 12, Alex Lynn, as the 94 car gets pushed back into the garage.
The other thought that occurs around Antonio Fuoco being let through there, that's a positional change. Remember, that car is still under investigation for pit lane behaviour. Could Ferrari be anticipating some kind of penalty? And in which case he cannot be bottled up behind the sister car. If he's got the opportunity to gap the sister car. Now's the time to do it.
Absolutely well made. Dennis Olsen leading in LMGT3 in the 88 Proton competition Mustang. That's the one with the blue nose from Davide Rigon's Ferrari and the blue Porsche of Riccardo Pera. Then Valentino Rossi still at the wheel of the 46 BMW. He was holding off Lynn Hodenius, and this is the change of positions.
Did it look like a fight or not? That wasn't really defended, was it?
And it's a sensible place to do it. You've got all the straight to work it out and a braking area at the end of it to make it easy.
Now, is this, yeah, so Bourdais on looking ahead. So he's got his teammate behind him on better tyres, actually. Alex Lynn in the number 12 took all 4 tyres in the last pit stop. Bourdais only the left side. But the one that looks a little bit vulnerable there is Nick de Vries, who only took the right side. And the caddies at this stage, they look like they got the speed on the Toyota.
Yeah, 50 is pulling away here. Antonio Fuoco and been released from Alessandro Pierguidi.
On board with number 8, Toyota. This is a little further back, Sebastian Buemi. So, in fact, the Cadillacs are in a Toyota sandwich.
Yeah,
they've got De Vries in front, position change, there you go.
Yeah, so we're expecting that. With the tyre difference, I'm not surprised that we've seen that with the 2 Cadillacs. But Buemi now at the wheel in the car number 8 as well. Let's see what he can do.
For the lead in LMP3, the Ferrari is Davide Rigon. The Mustang in front of him is Dennis Olsen. Riccardo Pera is right there in the car that won in Imola 3 weeks ago. That's the turquoise car in 3rd place. Let's hear from the Proton competition team. What a day they've been having.
Seems that he's with new tires.
Yeah, copy. I will not fight too much with him.
You look at the very different looks of these GT cars, and you saw along the Kemmel Straight there, the Ferrari just peeking up the back. It sort of looked like a toddler peeking from behind the sofa, didn't it? It's astonishingly different, just the way in which these cars sit on the track.
Dennis Olsen replying to the team and saying, I'm not going to fight him too much. If he's got fresher tyres, if he comes knocking, that's fine. And that means, obviously, that the 88 car, they know they have fresher tyres waiting to come.
So here's the swap with the caddies. Flash of the lights, Alex Lynn through.
Yep.
Nicely orchestrated.
All right, let's get down to the pit lane, catch up with Bruce Ioani. Bruce?
Well, the stop of the car is due to the shock on the rear left, but they can't find the problem, but they don't want to rejoin. So it's not official yet, but car 94 will not rejoin.
Okay, yeah, if you've got an issue and you're not quite sure what it is, 200 miles an hour down the hill isn't a time to discover it, is it? And now then, here's 46, Valentino Rossi, under pressure from Alessia Rivera. Italian on Italian action, Valle in the 46 BMW.
It's for 4th.
And again, there's a lot of red caps in the crowd. There's a lot of 46 caps in the crowd. There are a lot of pink caps in the crowd as well.
So Rivera, of course, the platinum driver, the highest graded you can have in the World Endurance Championship. And Valentino Rossi, as well accomplished he is on 2 wheels, he's graded as a silver driver in the World Endurance Championship. So that might explain a little bit of difference in speed there, on top of different car performances as well. That investigation, yeah, so Freins and Jakobsen still under investigation, and this is why at the top of the hill there we saw contact right at that moment first of all.
I think it was a contact before we saw the contact at the centre of the car. Couldn't see because the BMW is in the way, but I think there was a contact earlier than we thought. So double contact, one to the rear of the Peugeot, and then the 2 cars going side by side, but it was the first impact that clearly did the damage.
It's not the best of angles really to see what Jakobsen, where he placed the car. Did the curb throw him off? It reminds me, it's a similar thing to what happened on the first lap between Bourdais and the Porsche of Van Tor, wasn't it, that got spun around.
Ben Barker here on the Hudenius, coming up, back up through the pack, and this is the battle for 6th place.
Yeah, the black and yellow car, the Iron Lynx Mercedes, Lynn Hudenius, Ben Barker in the Mustang behind him in 7th, and right behind them, Zach Robichon in 27, the Harter Racing Aston Martin, the dark blue car. So this is really encouraging stuff from the Mustangs, but also from the AMG Mercedes, because these cars, well, the AMG has really struggled. They've actually got it together, the Iron Lynx team, really for the first time in a race this season. Of course, they started their Mustang program only in Qatar 2 races ago, so it's very new to them. Christian Ried this morning really, really pleased with the pace of the Mustangs through free practice and qualifying. Finally, they've got the car in a window where it is quick and forgiving for the bronze drivers, and we saw that in qualifying and in the race.
Great stuff here from the LMGT3 field, and the Proton competition team must be massively encouraged coming to this warm-up for Le Mans, which is traditionally what this has been. They had a strong race last time at the Le Mans 24 Hours, finished on the podium and 4th, 2 of their 3 cars, and yet again side-to-side battles here.
Yeah, Ben Barker just picking up that 6th position from Lynn Hodanius in the AMG car. So Ben Barker moves into 6th. Dennis Olsen leads for Proton competition in the blue-nosed Ford. Ben Barker in the white-nosed Ford. There is the leader under real pressure again from Davide Rigon in the 54A, of course, a Ferrari.
Yeah, so 2 platinum drivers going at it hard down the hill towards turn 8. Brussels corner, just slides it in there, doesn't he? Does Olsen. Really nice driving, and Rigon tries to go around the outside there, has a bit of a look, and he's on the inside for turn 9. That was very nicely played out there, and a deserving round of applause from the Ferrari AF Corsa pit crew.
Well, don't forget, we heard the team telling Olsen that the Ferrari had a tyre advantage. He said, I'm not going to fight him. Yeah, when Davide kept his nose on the inside there, okay, fair enough, off you go. Not my battle right now.
I think he'll kick himself a little bit for not just opening up the corner in turn 8 a little bit earlier and making sure that the Ferrari couldn't keep his nose in there. But a job well done, and Rigon seized the opportunity, saw it, he saw a chink in the armour, and probably couldn't believe that the door was left open.
Great battle underway here. Toyota under pressure. Alex Lynn right in the wheel tracks, the number 12 Cadillac. This a battle for 5th place. Nick de Vries dropping off a little from Robin Freins ahead in the BMW number 20, but it's Caddy on Toyota now.
Yeah, Lynn is absolutely flying here. He does have that tyre advantage, doesn't he? He took the full set in that last pit stop compared to de Vries, who just took the right side, and of course still carries on with that probably flat-spotted front left from Kobayashi's lock-up and other moments that he had through his last stint.
Drive-through penalties being thrown around like confetti. Lynn Hodanius in the 61 Iron Lynx AMG picks one up. Rahul Fry gets a warning flag, final public warning for track limits in the Iron Dames Porsche. Looking back from Nick de Vries, what's interesting actually is that the car further back behind Alex Lynn, that's the 38 car of Earl Bamber, the other Cadillac.
Here we
go. The second Toyota.
Sorry, Martin, here we go. He's under attack here. Is de Vries round the outside, tries the move from the number 12. Does he stay on the track? Just about.
Just about. Doesn't get through, though. I was going to point out the other Toyota is dropping away from the 38 Caddy. So both Cadillacs with pace here. This could be very bad news for the Toyota of Nick de Vries.
Only a matter of time before Lynn is through, but he does have the tyre advantage. So the longer that de Vries can halt his progress, the better for Toyota, because it will come back around later on, of course, when Lynn is the one out there on older tyres. So, yeah, the longer that de Vries can keep that Caddy at bay, the better, but the Caddy's got more straight line speed. We saw it on the run down to turn 19 last time around. Is this a change of position, a fight here to turn 5?
Battle for second. Mick Schumacher ahead of Alessandro Pierguidi at the line. Pierguidi gets back in front of him.
It's still go, isn't it? Another day at the WEC, another fighting Toyota defensive drive against a patently quicker car at the moment. Here's how that positional change went and then went back. Mick Schumacher tucking in, goes to the outside, makes the move, but on the brakes, the 51 better, and retakes the position as they come into the comb.
Yeah, so that has been a battle all the way through this lap, and right behind them now, Robin Freins closing in the number 20 BMW, and that might be trouble for Schumacher. Freins is coming with a head of steam and soft tyres on, so has he still got a pace advantage over the 2 in front of him? Now, Sebastian Boe being investigated for not respecting blue flags.
And he's going to get a drive-through as well for another offence. That's a bad afternoon for the 59. In fact, he's just taken that drive-through. Also, Ricky Perra under investigation in the third-place Montai first form Porsche for a technical infringement, total power. We'll wait and see how that one pans out.
Power spike, it might be a warning. Riding on board with Robin Freins, he's no longer following the battle for second place. He is in the battle for second place. The red Ferrari Alessandro Pierguidi, that is second. The blue, the dark blue Alpine, that's Mick Schumacher in third, and Robin Freins is right with them in fourth place. Into the pits has come Sebastian Buemi in the number 8 Toyota. Now, he did stop behind the safety car. Have they got a debris puncture? Is something else going on with the number 8 car?
He had only done 11 laps in that stint on that set of tyres, and they were brand new mediums when he last pitted. So is this definitely an unscheduled stop, or maybe there's the splash that they're trying to avoid at the end of the race? But it's a big risk to take because of this safety car, the amount of virtual safety car and safety cars we've had in this race.
I would say back timing the race 95 minutes out, given where we are and what's happened so far, might be a bit of a gamble. I think there's something more to it than that. Maybe Bruce can report from the pit lane. He's come and gone. It is Ferrari 1-2 still, but Mick Schumacher, Robin Freins.
Freins got a good run here on the exit of Pouhon, but I feel like he's just taken a lot of care with these soft tyres at the moment. He's not really leaning on them, but he's enjoying just sitting back and watching this fight in front of him with Mick Schumacher versus Alessandro Pierguidi.
Dusty everywhere here, but Fuoco, meantime, is getting away from this group. 4.5 seconds to the good.
Schumacher on the inside.
And he's going to take that position.
Lovely move there by Schumacher. He saw a gap on the exit of turn 14. And now the BMW's getting involved as well. Contact, and this is big. Oh, such high speed there to be making contact like that, but muscles his way through.
It was really notable coming down the hill towards out of Piff Puff how much the Ferrari was sliding around. It's not got the grip at the rear that the other two did.
I don't think Pierguidi knew that the BMW was going to stick on the inside into that corner or something, but that was, talk about forcing your way through. That, my heart was in my mouth, let alone what it was like for the BMW.
Robin Freins' adrenaline probably made that seem very straightforward, but it's going to make a fantastic replay, that's for sure. And closing in on them, by the way, Nick de Vries in the Toyota.
Let's take another look at this. So he did know he was there because he was pushing him off the track on the exit of turn 15. But Robin Freins kept his foot in, not afraid at all in being pushed wide. And this is the view on board. Wow, I tell you what, at any moment that car could have pitched sideways, and as soon as you do that, you've lost all your downforce.
Game over.
This is what it looked like with Pierguidi.
So now we're going to find out how fast a Ferrari is and how fast an Alpine is. Just over 90 minutes to go, and now it's Alpine versus BMW for the second place.
Let's hear from Pierguidi.
Okay, we keep cool. 16 laps to go. 16 laps to go. We change the all 4 tire after these 16 laps. 16 laps, and we change all 4 tire.
Yeah, because at the moment these tires for Pierguidi, they didn't change any in the last stop, and stop before that they did have 4 used tyres on. So they did 14 laps in that stint, and he's currently sitting at 13 laps in this stint. So they're not hugely old, but he will have the tyre advantage next time around. Look at this. So Freins he's really on it, isn't he? He's revved up from what happened earlier on, and he's got the Ferrari behind him, who goes round the outside. He's going to do both of them?
He is going to do both of them. He can't stay on. He does stay on. Alessandro Pierre Guidi.
Here comes the BMW. Watch the BMW on the Alpine too. And he's got a good run on the Ferrari coming down to La Source. And here comes the Alpine to the outside.
Mick Schumacher loses 2 positions in one corner.
But makes
Pierre
one
Guidi
back. Comes up inside Robin Freins, can't get there. Freins with a good run alongside Pierre Guidi. Oh my goodness, this is not the place to be. Very, very bold. He does go through, and Pierre Guidi cuts the corner. He's going to have to give that one away, but it's Alessandro Pierre Guidi, so he's not going to give that one away. He's going to make Robin Freins work for it, because I think Alessandro Pierre Guidi feels hard done by on the run up the hill the last time round.
Well, if you just take it as it was all fair through first corner and down towards Eau Rouge, so what he did at the top of the hill, I feel like he needs to give the position back, because he stopped an overtake happening by driving off the track there.
Schumacher looking to the inside, no way through there. Completely agree. The smart move here is Pierre Guidi to let that one go.
He really should let this go, because a penalty will come his way if not. And we saw Kobayashi do it earlier on in the race. As painful as it is, he has to let Freins pass.
There's only one sensible move from Ferrari right now. Let the position go back, because otherwise you potentially got both cars sitting on a penalty.
But look at this from the drone. How did he hang on there? That's phenomenal stuff from Pierre Guidi, and that really slows down Mick Schumacher. Robin Freins goes by, and then Anthony.
That was, I mean, you could argue didn't give enough room, Pierre Guidi, on the run down towards Eau Rouge, and then just took to the escape road. And I don't like seeing cars going off the track, particularly that part of the track.
Pierre Guidi's mindset might be, he hit me, and there was contact, but what he couldn't see was squeezed the wall. Robin Freins had a major wiggle. That was not deliberate contact, that was keeping control.
Pierre Guidi still thinking, he bashed me on the way up the hill 2 laps ago. I'm not having any more of that.
It's a mistake here.
Let's hear.
That's not how it was at all, though, because he forced Pierre Guidi off. He forced him off earlier on in exit 15.
You stay in front, whatever it takes. You stay in front, whatever it takes. No saving.
Call. It's the wrong call. I don't think the stewards will like that.
And unfortunately, the stewards will have heard that.
Yeah, I mean, to say again, the problem at this moment in the race, with 90 minutes to go, is we still don't know what's going to happen for the investigation on pit lane behaviour for the 50, and now you've got, well, I think actual taking advantage of track. Why risk both?
Now, while all of that was going on, there was a random pit stop for the number 8 Toyota, fuel only.
Yeah, they're building an offset, I think, for the splash towards the end of the race. Remember, these cars can do 25 laps under full racing conditions, so that's it usually works out to be 45 minutes worth to 50 minutes. This track, you spend a lot of time. There we go. Sorry, message at the top of your screen. Car 51 to give the position back to car 20 by the race director.
Car 51 must give the position back to car 20. Car 51 must give the position back to car 20 for cutting at the top of T4.
You can see there the initial
That is to be done now. Car 51, give the position back to car 20 immediately.
And by delaying, he's made it worse. He's gapped him. He's got to give up more than he would have done.
He has given the position back, so he's kept Schumacher behind him and Freins in front. So look, he's going to have the tyre advantage later on, and that's, I think, what I would have said if I was his engineer in that situation. Okay, look, you survived up the hill. Well done. It got a bit rough there for a time, but keep cool. That was the earlier message. Keep cool, and you're going to have the tyre advantage later on. That's when you overtake the cars and get your rightful position back.
Change for 3rd place in LMGT3. The Mustang no longer the leader, the Mustang no longer second, the Mustang no longer in 3rd place. Oh no, hang on, that's Ben Barker, isn't it? That's the other Mustang. So Ben Barker attacking Ricardo Pera. It is Ferrari 1-2 in LMGT3. It is now Mustangs 3rd and 4th, and the first form Porsche is down to 5th position as Ben Barker has gone by Ricardo Pera. Jean Auverne in the pit lane. are they back timing from the end of the race? Either way, the real question for me is not what did Alessandro Pierguidi think he was doing. He had his blood up. The real question is, what did the pit wall think they were doing? What kind of call was that from the 51? Stay out and stay in front at all costs?
Well, you know, at the end of the day, engineers, they're not racing drivers, so sometimes it takes a Toyota have Alexander Wirtz in the team, for example, and he's that mediator between engineering team and driving team.
I'm just scared to push on these tires, so I just think they die. I don't have any info.
Okay, the info is that you're quick. You're quick.
Well, yeah, you're quick for now, but what Robin is saying is right, and you know, I don't know. I've got the feeling that the softer compound tyres, or the tyre that's designed to be used in cooler conditions, it gives the driver a feeling of it sort of wallowing around on its rubber, and it makes you feel like it's sliding even though it's not really. You're overworking the tyre. It gives the car a feeling of it being too soft in its movement and its suspension movement. That's the feeling that it comes through. And he said, I don't know how hard I can push these. I've got no data to go on. Is this a risk? And I think it is a risk, because coming into their second stint on them, as it will be when Pierguidi is on a new set all round, he'll be vulnerable. So he's doing the right thing. Keep track position and drive as slowly as you possibly can, I feel, to keep them intact for the next stint when the fuel goes back in the car.
James, while we've been watching that battle, by the way, Kevin Estre has gone by Sebastien Bourdais, so Porsche number 6 up to 7th place overall now, splitting the two Cadillacs, with Bourdais now under pressure from Julien Andlauer in the number 5.
Porsche starting to come back in. I wonder if they've got tyres in the locker that they'll be able to use. 51. This is Alessandro Pierguidi behind Robin Freins for second place at the top of the hill.
No love lost here between these two, is there? And Pierguidi's, he's got to play this sensibly. Like I was saying before, the race engineer, they're not racing drivers, so they only see the ones and zeros, and they just see the car in front of the other one. Don't give that position. Just keep doing what you're doing. It's great. We're ahead of the other car. It's not necessarily their role in that moment to take on the role of a racing steward, a racing driver, or race director. So I feel like that's where his engineer needed a bit of help from another driver in the team to say, let's do the right thing. Because I called it, we all saw it, and it's not rocket science. The race director has straight on the radio, swap the positions back. Toyota did it before with Kobayashi. You cannot overtake a car off of the racetrack. It's as simple as that.
Meantime, into and out of pit lane is the number 93 Peugeot. That's with full tank of fuel.
Driver change as well.
It is.
Mikkel Jensen will be in it to the end.
But he's now 1 minute and 34 seconds off the lead, albeit with everybody ahead of him needing a pit stop.
But he and the number 8 Toyota have taken a deliberate offset, and that will clearly be to try and make it a one-stopper to the end of the race. Whether that turns out to help them or not, only safety cars will decide. 36 Alpine is in as well, with 45% energy left. Is Mick Schumacher complaining that he's struggling for tyres? Are they going to try and go for an offset as well?
Well, look, there's your track and ambient temperature graphic on the right-hand side of the screen. So you're right, Martin, it is warmer, in fact, than the start of the race.
8 degrees Celsius warmer. That's a big step change in the track temperature.
Lead gap, by the way. Antonio Fuoco did have that up to nearly 9 seconds. No further action, by the way, on the incident involving cars 7 and 51. So given the place back, we'll say no more, says Eduardo Freitas and friends.
Yeah, that was the number 7 Toyota, Nick de Vries. In fact, it was before that, wasn't it, Kamui Kobayashi?
I'm not surprised about that one. Yeah, I was surprised that it even was under investigation, because it looked to me like it was, a racing incident when you saw Pierguidi, was it Pierguidi at the time? Yeah, give the position back when he went round the outside of Blanchimont and then didn't complete the move down towards. So he did the right thing then.
Pierre Guidi really held up by the BMW through no fault at all of the driver of the 46 car.
And did you see further back as well, the Toyota in a hot battle with the Cadillac still. Who is behind the wheel there? So that's De Vries and... Is that car number 12? Yes, it
Alex
is.
Lynn. Yeah.
No, Alex Lynn is in the 38.
Alex Lynn's
sorry,
in the 12.
in the 12, yeah.
The switcheroo, haven't they?
Interesting, Valentino Rossi no longer in the 46. That was Kelvin van der Linde in a BMW, just being handily in the way of the Ferrari as the number 20 BMW went through.
Let's remind everybody watching at home, Wingfoot Award from Goodyear.
Alex Lynn on the inside, and the Toyota just makes the corner.
Yeah, no contact, I don't think. He was very, very close. We call this Wingfoot Award because we missed it the once. Let's not miss it the second time. Side by side, we'll see whether or not Alex can do it around the outside here.
It's a tough one to do around the outside. I've seen it before with Hansen. De Vries gives him enough space, and it's going to be a drag race down towards Eau Rouge. Who's going to come out of this one on top? I've got a feeling it's Lynn. Yeah, De Vries just feathers out of it.
Let's finish the point. Beautifully done by Alex Lynn. The Goodyear Wingfoot Award, Drive of the Day Lanham GT3. Go and look at the FIA WEC's official Instagram channel for the nominees. You can vote, and the choice of the viewers and the voters will be recognised this evening with the Wingfoot Award to the Drive of the Day Lanham GT3. And we've got Alpine coming up through there, but off the track at Les Combes.
Is that the 35 of Charles Milesi and Julian Andlauer? It is. So on board with Milesi. Andlauer is in the number 5 Porsche, the red and white car, but with the black highlights on the engine cover. And as the sun glints off the cars, it's becoming a little harder to recognise who's whom.
So here comes Milesi on the outside, picks up the slipstream of the Caddy. Nice on the brakes, but just out-brakes himself by the time he gets to the apex. And yeah, he was always going to struggle to stay around the outside there.
And the slipstream of the Caddy that helped him up the straight unhelped him when he needed the downforce under braking. It wouldn't stop where he expected it to. So he clings on. And there is the BMW right behind. That is car number 15, Raffaele Marciello. So instead of going by Julian Andlauer, he's now dropped back into the clutches of the number 15 BMW. And this is the battle for 9th and 10th places, still in the points.
Costly. A little earlier in the race, by the way, on GT3, we had 2 Fords and 2 Ferraris. It's the other way around now. Vista AF Courses 54 leads the race in the 21. Here's the battle you were talking about, Martin. We'll keep an eye on that. Head of the 77 and 88 Ford Mustangs. A very different running order.
Milesi, by the way, is on older tyres. He didn't take any tyres at all during the last pit stop, so similar to that of Pierre Guidi. So hanging on for now, but it's going to be, keep an eye out for the number 35 Alpine. After the next stop, they'll put probably 4 new tyres on that car, and he'll be on the attack once again rather than the defensive as he is right now.
Look who is just outside of the top 10 at the moment. 009 and 007, the 2 Aston Martins. It doesn't take much for them to be looking for their first point of the season. Pit stop for the Iron Dames. Rahul Frey is in, and Michel Gatting will take over that car to go through to the flag.
Would add, by the way, you're absolutely right. They're cycling round as the 83 gets onto terms with the nose-to-tail pair of Valkyries. 24 cylinders operating in glorious harmony at the top of the hill. But there are a couple of cars behind that have had that off-cycle pit stop.
On terms with the Aston Martins, but 30-odd laps behind because of that long stop. But the key thing for that 83 car is to get to 70% race distance so they can score points, not overall, but so that they can score points in the World Cup, which is for the privateer teams. Their rivals, 99, the Proton Porsche, we know will not complete the race.
Riding on board with Tom Gamble, so he's on the fresher tyres. He took tyres in the last stop, unlike Marco Sorensen in the 009 car, who's still in the same situation as, well, even more so than Charles Milesi. So, yeah, very old tyres there for Sorensen. So that's why that's why he's under pressure at the moment.
Well, I mean, bear in mind, yes, at the moment we know the 83 has had more pace in this race, but this is not a pass for position. They do not have to pull over and let this car go. This is every single kilometre counts for the Heart of Racing Aston Martin effort in learning more and more about what it is they have to do with this car to unlock its potential.
I tell you what, there's going to be two more massive Aston Martin fans in the booth for our commentary team at Le Mans. Peter Dumbreck, long-time Aston Martin test driver. He's responsible for a lot of the road testing of the Valkyrie hypercar, and also factory driver, going to be joining us as well in the form of Johnny Adam, former GTE Pro class winner for Aston Martin at Le Mans. David Addison will be the 6th member of our broadcast lineup for the 24 du Mans this year.
Also Shannon, by the way, Peter Dumbreck here this weekend, as he is for all of the non-Le Mans races this year, as the driver advisor in the stewards room for the F1 World Endurance Championship.
Well, he hasn't had much to do today.
Yeah,
I bet he's regretting that.
Washed out Peter Dumbreck at some point later, looking for the nearest beer.
To be fair, I've agreed with pretty much all of the decisions today from the stewards. So, yeah, I think they're collectively doing a great job.
Yeah, Peter and just removing the boxing gloves now.
And that's really critical, isn't it? Because when you've got professional factory teams like this at the top level, you have to have absolutely spot-on decision-making, and I can't disagree with anything they've done today.
I'm struggling a lot with the efficiency of braking, especially in T18. There is no efficiency at all.
Now, Anthony, you've driven hybrid cars before. Struggling with the front braking, I'm assuming front rather than rear. Is that an indication that the hybrid might be starting to play up a little?
It's either that or just he's starting to struggle with especially the front tyres and yeah, the efficiency of the braking. I think he's just talking about just the pure retardation into turn, he called it 18, but it's 9, I'm sure he's talking about 19 there, the right-hander of the chicane. Just kissing the gravel there.
Final driver change for the first form car. Ricardo Pera is out and Richard Leeds will get in. This is the crew that won Imola last time out. They are in the pit. So too Proton Competition's 88 Mustang, Dennis Olsen, who led after the last safety car. And that means that 46 now in a battle with 27. So the 46 BMW in the hands of Kelvin van der Linde. It is Mattia Drudi in the Heart of Racing Aston Martin.
Mattia Drudi, another of our second-generation racers and one of the drivers that took the Spa 24 Hours last year in an Aston Martin. But great battle underway here, as there has been throughout this race in LMGT3. We had Mike McGregor from Goodyear in a little earlier, and this class has just matured as the teams have understood the machinery, have understood the challenge of energy management in this LMGT3 era, and the fact that we've got a deeper and more varied field. It gets better and better. Hour and 14 minutes to go. The gap, Antonio Fuoco to Robin Frijns, has come down a little. We still, I would remind you, have not heard the results of the investigation into pit lane behaviour for the 50.
No, we haven't. And again, either somebody's deep into the rule book or there is no case to be answered. However, this is, which of the two Alpines is this?
This is Schumacher.
Yeah.
And he's, I just looked down to see where he was on the time. He's been in for a cheeky pit stop, yes, which I didn't spot, and didn't take any tyres in that pit stop either. So I should imagine he's done the same thing as Sebastian Buemi in the car number 8, with eradicating that splash at the end of the race.
There is a strong smell of fuel in the car.
See, that's standard on a Morris Minor, but I don't think that's supposed to happen in a race car. Michel Gatti in the Iron Dames Porsche, right behind the sister car, brother car of First Form Racing, Richie Leeds.
That's an uncomfortable thing for Michel Gatti in a whole range of ways. The team will be taking a look at what they can see on the data they've got, and they've got plenty.
If it's leaking fuel, the first thing is you worry about fire. The second thing is you worry about
fumes.
Your fuel economy and getting to the end of the race, and fumes. That's very true.
A lot of care there from Haven about drivers' well-being.
It's all giving. We did have a race fairly recently with fuel in the cockpit, not for a GT car prototype. The other thing is, by the way, where is the fuel? Chemical burns is the other thing, and one driver suffering from that. Fuel in the seats as an overspill from the fuel filler. So she will not. It certainly isn't going to help her focus, is it?
Maybe not the last stops of LMGT3 coming up. Alessio Rivera stopped in the 21 car from the lead. 92, Richie Leet just taken over that car. And we're back with Robin Freins. Shell BMW, car number 20, in second place. Alessandro Pierguidi has not given up this one.
Okay, Alex, so the BMW in front of us is on new tire. So we are faster, we stay calm, we stay behind, we stay in their ass, and we take margin. And it's going to come to us.
Now that's more the calm, cool and collected engineering message that you expect to have. He's on fresher tyres, so he should be quicker than you. He'll come back to you. Now, what they didn't say is that he's on a soft tyre and we don't think it'll last as long. But actually, by the time that soft maybe starts to struggle, then the 51 Ferrari will be on fresher tyres anyway, so it'll double that effect.
The problem for Pierguidi, of course, is that he's not just focusing on trying to get past the BMW. He wants to beat his teammate, who's 7.5 seconds down the road, and he's losing time hand over fist at this stage, despite being on the older tyres. He wants to minimise that gap right now to that of the car 50 Antonio Fuoco. As we look at the LMGT3 action through Lecombe.
That's a change.
Nice move through turn 7.
Yeah, change for 7th as Mattia Trudi goes ahead of Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah, excellent move.
Yeah.
A curb-hopping move, but clean as a whistle.
54 in from the lead, Davide Rigon. Ben Barker's in from second in the 77 Proton car. The Acodis ASP Lexus of Yuichi Nakayama making his debut is in from third. Iron Lynx is in from 4th place, so lots of LMGT3 stops coming in. And a couple more as well. 15 BMW and the 009 Aston in hypercar. So teams in hypercar may be starting to back time their races.
Yeah, the 15 pitting from 10th, obviously dropping down the order now as others power through and go deeper into this race. Hour and 10 minutes remain and away we go. Ferrari back on track.
I wonder how close Michelle Gatting is in the Iron Dames to doing their pit stop, because that's going to be a good, with that smell of fuel in the car, be a good chance for them to check it as well at the same time.
Would say, by the way, that's a change in the pit stops. The 78 Lexus going ahead of the 77 Proton Mustang. Acodis ASP quicker on pit lane by some 13 seconds.
Very much quicker was the 21 AF Corsa car of Alessio Rivera, just 58 seconds. They did not take tyres. 20 is in from second place. Robin Freins now, have they decided that the soft tyre is not the answer?
Well, that was only 23 laps. We know they can do 25, so yeah, he's come in earlier than expected there, and you can see that by the energy graphics as well, confirms that.
It doesn't look like there's to be a massive tyre change, and putting 4 on now would be a massive loss of time. Putting 2 mediums wouldn't really help. You've got a pair of softs on the apron.
I think they've committed, haven't they, to keeping on this compounder tyre, and 2 more are going to go on of the same kind.
So at this point, you have to say it's worked for them.
Looks like right sides only, the way the guys are standing. Doesn't look like they're going to run round the car rather than straight up to them. So it will be a right side soft tyre change. That will give him, again, fresher tyres than the Ferrari of Alessandro Pierguidi. Leaves like it's a drag race.
But we are expecting, when Pierguidi comes in, to at least take a side of fresh tyres.
Again, he definitely won't take all 4, because that will just hemorrhage time, particularly against, as you say, his teammate, the 50, the championship rivals.
So the time to watch when we see the 51 on pit lane is 1 minute and 3 seconds. That's the, sorry, apologies, that's not the time to watch. I'm looking for where the 20s come out. That is...
Minute and 8.
Minute and 8 seconds is what we're looking for, because they were so close. A second either way could make a dramatic difference. There's some damage there to the right-hand side of that BMW.
Well, it's not like he's not had any contact. On board with Charlie Eastwood in the 81 Corvette. Sort of looked a bit like he was on the Baja there for a moment when we picked up the shot.
Briefly, by the way, we had the other Corvettes in the hands of Danny Cadella leading the race. He's now pitted the 33 car, though. Danny coming to Spa on the back of a second-class win and his first overall win in the European Le Mans Series. Here's the two Mercedes-AMG together. 12 car in the hands of Alex Lynn on pit lane from third place. What a turnaround in form for Mercedes-AMG and Iron Lynx this weekend.
Yeah, they're out of the points at the moment, but again, we've got 1 hour and 6 minutes remaining, so lots could still happen.
But they've been in the hunt all afternoon, and they've been, frankly, literally nowhere so far this season.
100%.
There's the 12. Cadillac Hertz Team Jota servicing that car.
Alex Lynn stays in. Looks like they're doing right sides only. Or are they? No, they might be left sides. So it's multiple podium botherer here in Belgium, Maxime Martin, a Spa 24-hour winner, as was his dad, and Matteo Cairoli right behind him in the other AMG.
There goes the number 12 car. Looked like, to me, like Cairoli looking for a way around the sister car.
That will be
fired up, Matteo.
So where does Alex Lynn feed out into? Is that the BMW car 15 that heads out of turn 1?
That's gone by him.
Yeah, Marcello's down in 12th place.
There is the 15 having a bit of a moment. Oh dear.
Hello.
Hang on to that one.
That was a bit of a workout, wasn't it?
Is that what we call self-policing track limits?
I was just thinking the same thing. You stole the words out of my mouth.
Well, I know it's your favourite phrase when we've got a gravel trap, so I thought I'd just preempt it. Here's our race leader then, the number 50 Ferrari, Antonio Fuoco. They are our championship leaders as well.
I've been gradually caught by the team car, the 51. The gap now under 6.5 seconds. It was closer to 8 when the 51 got back into second position. So they're gradually being reeled back in.
How much soft shoeing, how much lifting and coasting, how much of nursing of tyres is he doing now that he hasn't got somebody who's dive bombing him in every corner? Here's Alessandro Pierguidi, second place. Since the last safety car, Ferrari have looked much more like what we expected to see 4 hours ago, 5 hours ago now nearly.
10-second, also on pit lane, by the way, the Cadillac number 38 and the 5 Porsche. 10 seconds added to the next pit stop for car 10. That's a Racing Spirit Le Mans car, now with Valentina Harzaglo at the wheel. Incident turn 14 at 17:47. That's over an hour ago. Was that the Eduardo Barrichello on? It was, wasn't it? Yeah. On Sebastian Boe.
So look at the circuit map to the right-hand side. You got the race leader, car 50, heading down towards Pouhon, and followed by the teammate of car 51. Meanwhile, Nick de Vries down at turn 8.
Pierguidi goes through sector 1 with the fastest first sector of the race. He is motoring.
Car number 7, that Toyota, up to third from 16th on the grid.
You can look at the energy graphics there as well. Yeah, so 9% for the car 50. A little bit less because they stopped a bit earlier, actually, did car 51. So that makes sense for Pierguidi. And he's probably on a bit of a lift and coast mission as well to try and save as much fuel as he can to bring him a bit more in line with his teammate. And Nick de Vries, yeah, going to be in at the same time as car number 6. They can probably do, where was Nick de Vries? Yeah, he was at turn 8, wasn't he, just a few moments ago. So we should be expecting them in this lap, I should imagine.
Sounds likely. Alessio Rivera leading in LMG G3 in the 21 Airfista Ferrari from their sister car. Davide Rigon in the 54 in second place. Ferrari is super competitive this season. They've had spikes of genius in the last couple of years, and last year, of course, winners in Fuji with the 54 car, but both 21 and 54 looking good here. I was chatting to Simon and Mann yesterday and saying they look so competitive in Imola. He said, yeah, but we weren't exactly lucky, were we? Because they got nerfed off by Valentino Rossi. Into the pit lane.
Nick de Vries.
Number 6 is in as well with Kevin Est.
Now, they were nose to tail, weren't they, on track? So let's see what they do in terms of tyres, and that's going to probably determine who comes out ahead of the other.
There's a team out there praying for a safety car right now, and that team is the 007 Aston Martin Tour team.
Yes.
That car right now, okay, it owes us a pit stop, is in 4th place overall.
And do you know what? We saw how badly John-Eric Verne's Peugeot got completely done over by a safety car at exactly the wrong time for them. Sometimes you lose, much more often you lose on a safety car. Just occasionally, one comes your way that turns your race around.
So I don't think the Toyota took tyres there, but the Porsche is, but it looks like used tyres going on, but still going to have the advantage as he smokes his way out of his pit box.
Yeah, look like left sides only. So Kevin Est on his way.
It's actually it's a painfully tight pit lane exit. You release the pit lane speed limiter before you get to the corner itself. And especially on cold tyres, it's so easy to run over the white line on the exit.
Lead gap now down to just over 5 seconds, but in from 2nd place comes Alessandro Pierguidi. And so down to 0 usable energy.
Where was he? 5 seconds he was behind his teammate as he came into the pit. So let's keep an eye on that when Fuoco's let loose as well.
His previous lap, by the way, was purple sectors 1 and 3, but a relatively poor middle sector with traffic. So it's barely a difference in terms of the overall lap time, but he's been closing in, to say, pretty much every lap since he was released from that battle.
And that was a perfect pit stop as well. He came in, just locked up the tyre, and it slid to a standstill right on the right line.
Here comes the Aston Martin, 27, heart of racing. This is Mattia Trudi on Davide Rigon. More Italian on Italian action. Don't forget, we're still looking for you to vote for our Wingfoot Award for the driver of the day in LMGT3. I know there's still an hour to go, but go to the FIWEC Instagram channel and select the driver you think deserves the Wingfoot Award from the nominees there. 51. Fuel and tyres on the front.
All 4.
All 4. Wow, all 4 tyres. This is a massive roll of the dice from 51.
Also on pit lane, the 35 Alpine, and finally the 007 Aston Martin, which will cycle back. But it's been an impressive day from the 007 crew, particularly for the Aston Martin team. They've been consistently quicker than the sister car all day today. 51 come back out and are cycling back through, back down the order. Others ahead, though, will need to stop. Ford's
Mustang on Mustang, yeah, and this is unfortunately not for the lead. This is 5th and 6th now. Dennis Olsen ahead of Ben Barker. Right behind is rookie, well, for the WC, Yuichi Nakayama in the remaining Lexus. We're on board with the Lexus.
Yeah, and they're dragging up, by the way, to the rear of the 46 Team WRT BMW, Kelvin van der Linde.
Okay, let's see how many tyres our race leader takes in this stop. I'm pretty convinced that it was all 4 on Pierguidi. It might have been 3. They might have left the left rear. I didn't actually spot that one.
Now look at number 8 Toyota. That is going to take the lead of the race.
Because they did the early splash, didn't they? So Buemi currently has 18 laps on the board. And you can see the energy graphic as well. So, yeah, they're completely out of sync with the majority, especially the race leaders. So it's going to be interesting to see what car number 8 can do.
8 coming through the final turn now. And Ferrari still stationary on pit lane.
Still the battle for second in LMGT3. Ferrari versus Aston Martin. Davide Rigon holding off Mattia Drudi. Fuel is done.
8 to the lead. 36 comes through to cross the line.
All 4 tyres. 4 tyres on both of the Ferraris. Toyota lead.
Alpine through to second place with Mick Schumacher, cycles all the way back around with that switcheroo with the pit stops. Away comes the number 50.
And a Porsche up to third. Julian Andlauer in the number 5 Porsche Penske Motorsport 963.
Fines comes through as well, so he goes fourth. We'll wait to see just where Nick Nielsen finally emerges as the car's up to temperature around him.
So this is Mick Schumacher coming out of turn 7. Now we know him and Sebastian Buemi, they've taken a very similar decision strategically to do their splash earlier. So that's why they're due to come in, 50% and 25% respectively between the 2 cars.
So one of them's wrong?
Well, the Toyota had to pit earlier, so they took more fuel at the time. So they're both accounted for getting through to the end of the race, their next pit stop. It just means that Buemi will take less fuel. The Alpine will take less fuel when he comes in.
Yeah.
So it'd be a shorter pit stop for the Alpine.
And in LMGT3, Ferrari still 1-2 for the moment. Harter Racing Aston in third place, 46 BMW ahead of the 2 Proton competition Mustangs. They're in 5th and 6th, the Lexus in 7th. The delayed number 10 Aston in 8th ahead of the 2 Porsches. 88 with the blue bonnet, 77 with the white bonnet. Those are the 2 Proton Ford Mustangs. They are running nose to tail. Dennis Olsen with the blue nose just ahead of teammate Ben Barker. And Barker under more pressure now from the remaining Lexus of Yuichi Nakayama, the red, white and black car at the tail of this queue.
Yeah, as we're watching this LMGT3 battle, said we'd update you on where Nick Nielsen cycled round to as he got up to speed on those new tyres, and the answer is 7th place and behind Alessandro Pierguidi.
And here is Alessandro Pierguidi right up behind the number 15 BMW. This will be for position. Raffaele Marcello is in 5th place, and up the inside comes the 51 Ferrari. Pierguidi goes by.
Okay, so both BMW and LMDH are in front of us, but we have a tire advantage now. That was planned. They didn't change tire, now we have new tire. So we catch them and we overtake.
So they have taken the pain of 4 cold tyres. Anthony, they are now really in the driving seat here. Look, both BMWs on full softs, but they've already gone by the 15, and 20 will be the next target.
Yeah, so it's basically the race is between 51 and 50 right now, and critically, somehow they've managed to get ahead of their teammate. So whether or not they did in fact take all 4 new tyres, yeah, they did. You see the graphic on the bottom of your screen. So there was all 4 new tyres for 51. Somehow they managed to jump the lead car.
2 seconds longer on pit lane for starters. Yep. So they were only, what was it, 5 seconds ahead before they came in. So it's traffic on the in or the outlet that's made the difference.
Yes, absolutely. So that, wow, that's really gone against car 50 there. I mean, this should be, if they've got the same tyre age towards the, I'm still waiting for my the info to come through to update, but yeah, definitely a brand new set for the car 51 and ahead of car 50. That's impressive.
And 50 did a driver change in that last stop as well.
Back with 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th in LMGT3. Kelvin van der Linde in the yellow and blue BMW, still pursued by Dennis Olsen and Ben Barker in the Mustangs, and Olsen shows his nose around the outside in the bus stop. Doesn't get through, but it delayed the BMW. Have to ratchet up the brakes. Olsen alongside, and right behind him, bump drafting Ben Barker 3 wide up to La Source. Somebody's going to come out of this in front. Somebody maybe in the gravel. And Ben Barker is the man who goes into the gravel. 3 into 1 was never going to work there, but Dennis Olsen goes past the BMW down into Eau Rouge. That's a change for 4th. The BMW down to 5th. Up to 6th place is Yuichi Nakayama, and Ben Barker trying to make it 3 wide. Pay off.
Yeah, that was an ambitious move, wasn't it? I mean, we've seen 2 cars get through side by side, but that squeeze was always going to happen. So Ben Barker, yeah, really ambitious. I can see why he tried it, but at some point you've got to realise that, like you say, Martin, that the 3 into 2 is what was always going to happen on the exit of that one.
Well, Dennis Olsen had nowhere to go there, didn't he?
Well,
option was to hit one car or the other.
Yeah, he was right in the middle, sandwiched there, and it was hard enough for him to try it on around the outside of the BMW, let alone his teammate as well.
Down in 13th and 14th, the 2 Corvettes. When it's not your day, it's not your day. Another penalty coming the way of the 81 car, potentially. Rui Andrade being investigated now for more infringements, having already gone through a red light at pit exit. As we see Robin Frijns under pressure from Alessandro Pierguidi, drifts out wide onto the muck on the exit of pit path, and in the end, the door opened wide for Pierguidi, who needed no second invitation. That pressure finally paid off on Robin Frijns. Pierguidi moves up into 3rd place.
We can hear from Robin Frijns.
Yeah, just losing pace because of the brakes here, guys. I'm struggling.
I know, we're aware of the problem. You need to keep pumping the brakes and we need to keep doing the energy management. If it goes really long, you have to tell us and we'll have to stop.
Oh dear, I hope that's not the case. And I mean, it's obviously a really high-speed track and a very important part to be working on the car, and that's probably why he couldn't defend that move as well as we would have usually expected from Frijns, but they are nursing a problem there down at BMW, and it was inevitable anyway that he was going to lose that position to the fresher tyres and the faster car at this stage in the race.
Change for second in LMGT3, Harter Racing Aston. Mattia Drudi has gone ahead of Davide Rigon, and that leaves Alessio Rivera in front by 22 seconds. But look at the way the Aston has already left the Ferrari behind. Whoa, the 51 Ferrari, that's the 50 Ferrari, isn't it? Niklas Nielsen took over that car. He was on the grass around the outside.
He was under pressure from the Cadillac, opted to go to the outside. The Aston Martin was already there, the GT car. Ferrari on the grass, compromised his run down to Les Combes. He's under pressure here from the number 12.
And he's in the middle of the 2 Cadillacs. The 38 car in front of him, Sebastian Bourdais. Behind him, Alex Lynn. It is still all action inside the final 50 minutes of the previous 5 hours and 10 minutes gone.
Let's not forget, though, you were talking about that run from the Aston Martin on the Ferrari. This is a fantastic stint for Mattia Drudi. He's driven back through both Fords and now 1 Ferrari on his way to the front of this LMGT3 field.
That'll teach him to have coffee with me in the morning. Mattia Drudi on an absolute flyer. Lots of real estate still between him and the leader. 23 seconds and only 50 minutes. Look at this, though.
The gap was closing, wasn't it? But the commitment was there. You've got the momentum, and I mean, once again, we've seen this. The second time in the race we've seen this with the hypercar versus the GTs. The speed difference is huge.
And you saw Drudi there reacting. Suddenly there's a hypercar beside him. He moves and gives him space, but the Cadillac was already storming by that stage. So Sebastian Bourdais saw the danger and through he went. Drive through being handed to car number 59. Again, when it's not your day, it's not your day. That is the McLaren, Gregoire Saucy, not respecting blue flags.
Yeah, with another penalty while we were looking at that. 5 seconds added to the next pit stop for the 81 to yet another penalty going their way. Fastest lap of its race for the chasing Alpine, number 36 of Mick Schumacher, closing Seb Buemi. That gap now down to 7 seconds. Last time around, 0.6 of a second quicker than the Toto he's chasing for the lead of the race.
It's still interesting this, though, especially with Mick Schumacher, who's got the speed. They've had the speed all day. Let's listen to Buemi first.
Okay, so by my calculation at the moment, we would be very close to P1. So the gap to the Ferrari is 26.4. Gap to BMW behind is 28.6 and growing. So I would strongly go towards no tire change.
Yeah, they're going to be something. So I was just going to say, and that kind of confirms it. Buemi's engineer, I'm not convinced that Ferrari can make it through to the end of this race without another splash. 47 minutes remaining now. Car 51 has done 6 laps.
5 hours into the Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, where Ferrari had locked out the front 3 places on the grid. And it was Niklas Nielsen who headed the field into the first corner ahead of Phil Hansen in the yellow privateer Ferrari, with James Calado in third. 3 wide, 2 by 2. In LMGT3, it was just as busy. The Lexus on pole position, being attacked by the V8 engine Mustangs and the Aston Martin. Great aggression being shown early on by the 36 Alpine of Fred Makoviecki, getting in the hunt, up to third ahead of the yellow Ferrari, up to second, splitting the Scarlet cars. And then the first safety car as the 99 Proton Porsche rolled to a halt. It would eventually retire. 83, also a long delay for the privateer Ferrari with turbo problems. Second safety car after the 31 BMW made contact with a rival, ended up in the gravel trap. After racing Aston Martin with a strong race going in the mid part, but in hypercar, Alpine taking the battle to the Ferraris, and so too was Peugeot. Their strategy has let them down later in the race, but Peugeot definitely showing their great race pace. Look at this, Loic Duval splitting the 20 BMW and the 51 Ferrari and jumping them both. 50 Ferrari after pits, coming out and losing the lead. Jules Gounon diving by in the 36 Alpine to move in front on pace. Contact with Sean Gelael for the second year in a row in a big crash that put him out of the race. Trouble for the double stacking Toyota team, and trouble also for Sebastian Boe in the remaining McLaren as he got nerfed off by Fittipaldi's Aston Martin. Alpine trying to keep themselves in the hunt. Ferrari leading the race through another safety car period. And then Peugeot and BMW coming to blows. Both the 20 car and Malte Jakobsen, 94, had been in contention. Jakobsen with broken rear suspension, the car being retired by the team. Ferrari swapping 50 and 51 with the tyre on better tyres going in front. Mustang battling with Ferrari for position in LMGT3. Mustang had been out front early in the race. With the field being bunched up by the safety cars, moving through traffic, always tricky. Drivers having to have their wits about them. Robin Freins being very determined to get by Alessandro Pierguidi. Pierguidi just as determined to hold him off. Freins now struggling with a brake issue. He's the 36 Alpine that leads from the number 5 Porsche. Inside the final 45 minutes, last stop for the number 8 Toyota of Sebastian Buemi, and it looks as though they have not gone for tyres.
No, they couldn't take tyres, as we heard from the engineer, so they're playing the strategy well here in terms of track position with 43 minutes remaining. We know that the Toyota now can make it through to the end of the race. The big question mark is Ferrari. Pierguidi took fuel with well over 50 minutes remaining at this stint. They're going to have to lift and coast big time to see them through to the end without the splash.
Side by side for 5th place in LMGT3, Lexus and Ford Mustang. And the Mustang is going to take it brave there up the inside.
Just stays in front. The Lexus has been chasing the 2 Mustangs all the way through, and of course Ben Barker got eased off into the dirt, and so he lost that position 2 or 3 laps ago. Now he's come back at Yuichi Nakayama.
But they're both absolutely up by run through, both of them, by the number 10 Aston Martin.
Valentin Asseclo in the Racing Spirit of Le Mans car went by them both on the straight, and that's because they were battling each other. He just got a clean run down the hill and up the other side, and away he went. Ben Barker now chasing him down.
5th place, the battling point here. 43 minutes to go in this race. Mick Schumacher leads. Julian Andlauer, the latest to pit, from 2nd.
And the 46 BMW in the pits now, filled with fuel. So again, as in hypercar, 46, if they are now full and can get to the end, that means that anybody that's not stopping on this lap has to stop again before the end. This could all be turned absolutely upside down.
Phenomenal battling in both classes all the way through this race.
In the pits, number 5, Porsche Penske Motorsport car. So now this is the final set of stops for all these drivers. There is a driver change there, though. Why would you take Julian Andlauer out after his starring role in last year's race? Or maybe they were just adjusting something inside the car.
It's not been quite the same for Julian this year, has it? But it was absolutely a standout performance last season. One of the reasons why he's sitting in this car this year. It's going to be left tyres for the Porsche, or is it going to be all 4? Lefts only, and away goes to number 5.
So Alpine lead, Mick Schumacher in front, the number 51 Ferrari of Alessandro Piegri. Look at the energy now, look at number 8 Toyota. If 83% is enough to get you through, number 5 will make it, they've put more in. Number 20 BMW have got more in, so is 83 enough to get you through?
Well, is 63 enough? It absolutely is. 83 will get you through. They would have calculated that. Is 63%, though, for car 51, is that enough to get you through?
And it's 71% enough, because that's the 50 Ferrari as well.
If Toyota think you need 83%, then anything less than that means a stop.
Exactly.
But
So
why have cars got more in?
It could be state of charge, like we know. You could have the SOC level higher, but it could also be a more fuel-thirsty power unit.
That's true. What about 93 Peugeot? It's made its final stop. It's down in 14th place.
It's exactly the same state of energy as the Toyota.
The really interesting one, though, is the race leader right now. 19% left. Mick Schumacher got the speed in the car, so we watch a bit of track action here between the BMW and Porsche. I'll choose anyway, thanks, and I'll still go around you. But
number 20 car, Robin Freins again.
Look at Mick Schumacher, 18% remaining. Got the speed in the car to win this race. Last pit stop, he took a fresh side, right-hand side only. What will they do in terms of tyres? But critically, they did the splash early, as did car number 8 with Buemi, but he's got to put a lot less fuel in to get through to the end of this race.
So
Schumacher. So shorter pit stop coming up for the Alpine to get through these, what will it be, 32 minutes roughly remaining, 30 minutes remaining when they come in to do their stop.
And that sort of predicates against fitting any new tyres, so he's going to be good to go on fuel, but with less tyre maybe than some of the rivals.
And Schumacher's second fastest lap of the race overall last time around, a 2:04.184 on pit lane now.
GT3 leader, LM GT3 leading, number 21 Ferrari. Alessio Rivera makes his last stop, and that makes this battle the lead battle. Davide Rigon in the 54 Ferrari ahead of Dennis Olsen in the 88 Mustang.
This has been a brilliant fight between these two, hasn't it? It's gone on for, well, hours now, I think, but the two of them separated by such fine margins.
There's a gap behind them to Valentino Haase-Claude that is closing 7-8 seconds, but he was pretty much a second quicker than the two of them last time around.
Full course yellow on its way. Where is Schumacher on the lap? If Schumacher is coming up the hill now,
that's going to hand him the race victory. Sure, but mind you, it will be under safety car, so they'll all be bunched up right behind.
Yellow. If he's right by pit entrance,
you're right.
That would absolutely
hand him the race.
But if he's halfway around the lap, it's neither here nor there.
If he can get into the pits under full course yellow, and there's a double yellow at the final chicane, that will hand the victory to Alpine and Mick Schumacher.
Wow.
If he can... Oh, but the piece has been recovered.
It's at the bus stop. Oh, no, or is that...
it's the last chicane.
Yeah. Of course it is. It is bus
So if that's
stop.
been recovered, it's going to go green anytime soon. Where is Mick Schumacher?
Oh, he's halfway round. He's on the camel now.
Right, OK, so... All right, well, we've avoided that drama. 21 Ferrari has just stopped, and actually, that might have handed them the victory, because they lose much less time in the pits.
Simon, a fantastic battle. You're leading driver of the car, number 21, Vista F Corse Ferrari. We said we were going to speak after the pit stop because we never know what can happen. And there's a full course yellow. Do you know where you're going to stand after the full course yellow?
Well, I'm not sure. I have to go ask. But I think we came out ahead of Mattia Drudi, so I think the 27, so I think it's okay.
You had a great lead. Feeling better after Imola, which was very sad. You were leading.
Yeah, I mean, for sure, if we can close the race like we did, like we should have done in Imola, would be a great result for the team.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the last 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Well, Mick Schumacher not lucky enough this time, my friend. So close. Look, you see on the track map, just coming up to turn 10, Pouron, Pierre Guidi, we ride on board with him, and that is a get out of jail for Ferrari, because the full course yellow, as short as it was just then, also saved some fuel for that potential splash at the end of the race.
Okay, so we are clearly fighting for the victory. We optimize all the lap times, but we take margin, please. We need to finish this race. We are fighting for victory.
It's the second place car, 17.7 seconds back. But that will come down a little with the cars back up to full green flag running now. So 36 minutes to go.
And 9% less energy than their rivals in the 50 Ferrari, their own teammates, and less energy than number 8 Toyota. 54 Ferrari is in, again, from the lead in LMGT3, which cycles Dennis Olsen's Mustang back to the top of the pile.
Alessandro Pierguidi puts in the fastest lap of the race for the 51 car in pursuit of Mick Schumacher.
There's a new race leader in LMGT3, the 88 car.
Gentlemen, before we get into what is going to be an astonishing final half hour here, one quick thing to mention, which is the next race on the calendar is Le Mans. Oh my gosh, has this set that up?
Well, I'm not sure I can take 24 hours of this. 6 hours is quite strenuous. And we have to throw LMP2 into the equation as well, plus other cars that are not regular full-season WC entries. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. 20, they're working on the brakes, so that takes them out of the hunt. What a shame for a brave effort from the 20 BMW. Robin Rast, René Rast and Robin Frijns, one of those. You heard Robin Frijns talking about a long brake pedal, having to pump the brakes to get them back, and so they've dropped right down the order. 38 Caddy is in, Sebastian Bourdais from 5th position.
Fourth as he came down pit lane, 5th went the way of Nick Nielsen moments later, but cycling up and down again. Too tight to call this in terms of just where these pit stops will fall.
Watch the number 8 Toyota. How far up the order will it climb? They can't have got their sums that wrong, although looking at qualifying, maybe they can.
Well, the thing is, the Toyota will be driving flat out with no fuel saving, and the Ferrari will definitely be lifting coasting with only 52% remaining with the car 51, but they do have that tyre advantage, so that's the trade-off. The car 8 doesn't have the tyres to fight the Ferrari, but it's got the fuel.
But the Ferrari is 50 seconds in front, and we've got 34 minutes to go. So
but if you take that, the same strategy and apply it to the Alpine of number 36, Mick Schumacher, there's still an opportunity. There's still a fight with only 9% remaining now for Schumacher. He's due in what, in
3 laps?
Yeah, two or three laps around this long 7-kilometre circuit. 2 laps.
Here's the Caddy in 3rd place. Oh, that's the 38 car, is it? Raffaele Marcello behind him. There is Marcello at the top of the shot. He's got the 46 BMW, Kelvin van der Linde, and he's got one of the Aston Martins in between them.
New fastest lap of the race. It's the first lap under 2:04, and it goes to Alessandro Pierguidi.
Wow.
He's got the hurry-up call. They know it's marginal. They've got to push.
But hang on a minute, the fastest lap of the race was set by Julian Andlauer's Porsche on lap 2, and it's taken till lap 134 to anybody to go quicker, and that's the Ferrari that's supposed to be saving fuel.
Maybe they've realised with Pierre Guidi that they're not going to make it on the fuel, so that he's driving flat out. But maybe Nielsen is saving the fuel and they believe he can make it, but with huge lift and coast. Is Buemi's radio coming on?
Okay, so we're asking for the blue flags. Update on the Cadillac. That's left-hand side is 2 stints. Right-hand side was done last time. And this time, no tires. So his tires are worse condition than us.
Well, on the lift and coast theory, I tend to agree with you. Last lap around for Nick Nielsen, a 2:07.771. The last lap around for Alessandro Pierguidi, 4 seconds quicker.
Mind you, chasing him and assuming no lift and coast for Nick de Vries, 2:07.4, so only 0.3 quicker.
Yeah, the Toyota just hasn't had the pace of the Ferrari the entire race. That's why I was surprised to see de Vries suddenly so close behind Nielsen, it's Nielsen, isn't it, who's in the 50. So I don't know whether it was huge traffic, but he seems to be driving away from de Vries at this point in the lap.
Nick de Vries in the number 7 Toyota in 5th place, chasing Niklas Nielsen in the number 50 Ferrari. The key is what is happening with the 51 car. Mick Schumacher's 36 Alpine that leads the race will have to stop within a lap or so, and the 51 Ferrari, instead of saving fuel, has now set the fastest race lap last time round and has gone nearly as quick this time round as well. So it seems what Ferrari are doing is accepting the inevitable. 51 will have to stop for fuel. They just want to be as far away from their rivals as possible. Mick Schumacher will come in at the end of this lap, and of our 98,874 fans, how many do you think have gone home already?
3.
I'm suggesting
Just 3.
0.
Yes, it's just 3 of them. Had another appointment, very urgent. This, by the way, is the battle for 10th position, and it's the battle between the recovering 15 BMW and the 007 Aston Martin.
007 in the points. And has it got enough fuel to go all the way? 51%, possibly not. Nevertheless, it's a very much more encouraging race for the Astons. It's only the 3rd race they've had in the World Endurance Championship. There's a parallel program, of course, for the Valkyrie going on in the IMSA WeatherTech series, so they are getting more data, but every track they go to, they are learning what the car requires in each circumstance, and that will be equally the case at Le Mans.
So
Here's
Mick Schumacher,
36.
yeah, 2% left. He's coming in this lap, and that gap to Nick Nielsen, 44
seconds first to 4th. So that's about staying on the podium.
And 15.5 seconds to Pierre Guidi.
So he won't stay ahead of Pierre Guidi, won't stay ahead of Alex Lynn, won't stay ahead of Nick Nielsen, won't stay ahead of Nick de Vries, probably will come out ahead of Kevin Esch in 5th place.
But will guarantee not have to pit again for fuel for the end of the race.
Correct.
That's the critical point. So I'm still taking Toyota car number 8. See the graphic there on the fuel, on the energy? I'm taking Toyota number 8 as the reference of how much energy you need to get through to the end of this race.
I was hearing the grandstand applauding the 36 car in from that, and it was indeed a magnificent stint from Mick Schumacher through. Meantime, to the lead goes the 51 of Alessandro Pierguidi.
So if we think that Nielsen, number 50, can make it through to the end of the race with the energy that he's got, then keep an eye on him through that final chicane now. And where does Mick Schumacher come out? So, yeah, out of the final corner comes number 50. You can still see on your graphic there on the right-hand side of the screen, 36, still in pit lane.
He can't make it. Mick Schumacher is coming out of the pits now with 64% of energy. I've just had Alan Carl say his prediction is 65% for 30 minutes. He can't make it.
All right, let's see. Let's see what super carpet slipper economy run Nick Nielsen can do. I mean, listen, that car came back and up and down and up and down and up and down from 18th in Imola.
And the fact he's still got Nick de Vries right behind him, well, pretty much right behind him. Look, he can't pull away from de Vries. He must be fuel saving.
Yeah.
He's been way faster the entire weekend, and suddenly De Vries is right there with him.
So if he's fuel saving to that degree, he must believe he's got a strategy that will get him there, but it leaves him vulnerable. That's the other point here. This is not done with 28 minutes to go.
Right now, all strategies leave you vulnerable. You stop, you lose time guaranteed. You don't stop, you might still lose positions. Lots of stops going on. 77 Proton competition. Mustang is still at the top of the field with Ben Barker ahead of the 21 Ferrari that has made its final stop. 61, that's the Iron Lynx Mercedes of Maxime Martin. He's in third, Dennis Olsen just leaving the pit lane. He's in fourth. 54 has stopped the AF Corsa car, that's in fifth. Harter Racing, they have stopped as well. That's Mattia Drudi in sixth. You've just seen Richie Leitz making his final stop. So too Matteo Cairoli in the 60 car. So this is our leader now, Ben Barker. So many times teams have wanted the race stopped during
but
the
he needs
6
to
hours.
stop. He does need to stop. Behind him, Alessio Rivera, I don't think does. Dennis Olsen has just pitted, clearly does not need to stop again.
Well, both those AF Corsa Ferraris have stopped in the last 10 minutes, so that's what's required. 61 Mercedes, that will need to stop. Maxime Martin. Also, the 33 Corvette, which has crept up to 8th place, will also need to stop.
What it comes down to, Martin, is that there's a 14-second gap between Alessio Rivera and Dennis Olsen. It's the lead Ferrari, and at the moment, the second of the two Fords, but it has stopped. Its sister car has not. And meanwhile, back in the hypercar battles up and down the field, Alessandro Pierguidi leads the race from Alex Lynn, who we believe does still need owes a stop at the end of this race. Nicholas Nielsen looks to be an extreme fuel save.
Thomas Floor, you can see there with the 54 Vista AF Corsa crew. Davide Rigon is in fifth, but has stopped for fuel. Dennis Olsen has stopped for fuel. Maxime Martin in third, has not stopped for fuel and must.
The problem for Mick Schumacher that he'll face if he is to fight the Ferraris at the end of this race is that the left side of his tyres, unless they change them in that last stop, will have done over 40 laps.
His last stop was 53 seconds. I think we can say they didn't change tyres. And the Ferraris had a full set of tyres, not at the most, at the most recent stop, didn't they? They took time for all 4 tyres. Kevin Esch in the number 6 car in 6th place, Paul-Luc Chatin. Now this is the Alpine right behind that we've barely talked about. It's all been 36 grabbing the headlines since the start of the race pretty much, but the 35 car is coming in here as well. Ferdy Habsburg was very aggressive in the opening stint, but it was the 36 car of Fred Makovic and then Jules Gounon before Mick Schumacher which led the race. And that, for them to end up on the podium, for them to potentially be in a winning position inside 25 minutes, who knows where we're going to end up.
35, though, does need a stop, doesn't he? You've got to look now at the 36 Alpine. That's the bogey level of energy comfortably. Anything below that, at least at risk, and the lower the number, the more certain it is we're going to see that car rolling down pit lane.
Well, again, let's look at the energy. 56% in the Alpine. If that will get you to the end, nobody else is getting to the end before him.
Well, OK, 1 or 2 percentage points of risk and doubt depending on the strategy. The Toyota at 54, the Caddy in 9th at 55, they look to be pretty safe too, but anybody under about 50% is either going to be compromised in terms of having to fuel save. There's a change. Is it?
Battle for position, yeah. Kevin Esch going very wide in La Source, and through comes Paul-Luc Chatin. That is a genuine pass for position, not on economy. How old are the Porsche's tyres?
To give you an idea, by the way, of what a fuel save is looking like at the moment, the 15 BMW has still not passed that Valkyrie for 10th place.
And the Valkyrie is doing 208s.
207s has been pretty much it's Harry Tincknell will be the 207s, 208 last time around.
Leader in LMGT3, Graham in the box. That is Ben Barker in the 77 Proton Mustang, so he will drop down 3 or 4 spots.
Sorry, Graham, to answer your question, Martin, the tyre age of Kevin Estre, 18 laps on the left-hand side, 27 only on the right. So, yeah, It's not really.
Not bad.
It doesn't explain that that lock up into the first corner, which cost him a position just then.
Yep, driver error. Out comes Ben Barker. Now, where does he file back in? There's our new race leader, 21 Ferrari. The 88 Mustang in second, Dennis Olsen. The 54 Ferrari should be in third with Davide Rigon. And the 77 Mustang drops out of the podium positions. The Ferraris again looking so consistent here.
The 21 looking pretty much unbeatable on pace at the moment, and it's also not able to match the pace of Alessio Rivera just now. They should both be good to go to the checkered flag. So it's all about pace, but the gap 18 seconds, and that's gone out just a little since the final pit stops for both cars.
Now, can Ferrari win both classes? It is about 51, Alessandro Pierguidin clearing off into the middle distance as much as he can to build a margin for the fuel stop that we think he's going to have to take. Alex Lynn in second place in the Caddy. But here is our race leader, the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari. Don't forget, they were looking strong for, that's the 54 in third. The 21 car looking strong for a podium until Simon Mann got nerfed off by Valentino Rossi in the Ravazza midway through the Imola race.
Mick Schumacher has found himself right behind the Toyota, and just in front of him, Nick Nielsen, car 50.
Wow, wow, wow. Can Schumacher win this? And it will be down to the driver. Look at the way he's catching the Toyota. He's all over the back of De Vries, and De Vries can't get by the Mercedes.
Full course yellow coming in 15 seconds. Can the positional change come before that? And this is why they're looking for it. He has done it. He's done it. He's made the change on the Toyota. He'll be able to close the gap a little before we go down in about 2 seconds. Full course yellow. Huge lock up from Mick Schumacher in coming down to full course yellow speeds.
Well, that's a little bit like the pass for lead in LMGT3 in Imola last year on the last second of the full course yellow countdown. He had to do it, and he did.
Watch this lock-up, as Graham pointed out, under our graphics. That did he make it down to the speed? I'm nervous. Slowing down during a corner, that's why that happened.
Okay.
And breathe. Well, this will help the fuel save, but I don't think it's enough, is the honest answer. We're 21 minutes before the end of this race. The gaps are artificial now with the full course yellow speeds, of course. It's Alessandro Pierguidi from Alex Lynn who will need to stop. Both will need to stop.
And it's only a 60-second full course yellow, so this will raise the bar again in 30 seconds. It certainly hasn't done enough. But Mick Schumacher, that might have been an absolutely critical pass. Oh, Nick De Vries comes right back at him. Phenomenal restarting from the Toyota driver, and he shoves the Alpine off the circuit. But Schumacher taking precisely none of that old nonsense and puts the Iron Dames between himself and the Toyota. But wow, Nick De Vries releasing the speed limiter with great vitesse.
Yeah, he was quick off the mark there, wasn't he? Releasing that full course yellow button. And Schumacher comes over to try to defend. It was a bit too late. Goes around the outside, but yeah, it wasn't really his contact again. I don't think De Vries really expected Schumacher to be coming at him so quickly.
De Vries in the pits.
De Vries on pit lane.
Schumacher actually put De Vries on the grass before De Vries put him on the runoff area, so all's equal.
You could argue that Schumacher overtook him off track in that moment as well, and I'm sure the stewards will be looking at that.
Wingfoot award winner, the driver of the day, LMGT3's most valuable driver, voted for by you, Ben Tuck from Proton Competition in the Mustang, and he has been right in the thick of it all the way through, battling silver. And he'll be very proud of that, I'm absolutely certain. Out comes the number 7.
Right.
Toyota Gazoo racing car.
Out in 9th place, just ahead of the Aston.
The biggest of the splash and dashes. So he's had to take the most fuel on board, and then other cars around. We just did briefly see the energy graphics. They're back on. Look, so 13% remaining for the Cadillac, 22% for our race leader.
The gap is the gap between 51 and 36. Assuming that 46% gets you there, and that gap is 45 seconds.
Well, bear in mind, the 7 cars just come back out with 45% of energy. Either everybody in that bracket has got it wrong, or everybody else is going to have to stop, or is going to be heavily compromised. Yeah. It's still not done. It's 18 minutes to go. It's a race to the line. It's a race to a fuel number. It's a race to who can do what on some very tired tyres at the moment, but it's not over here at Spa.
That number that stands out there is a car 50 at 35%. Based on your mathematics there, Graham, I would say he's got to come in again, surely.
The number is not a number we're looking at there. It's the gap between 45 and 34. You should be looking for that to come down. And if it's not, he's in trouble.
Alex Lynn on board in the number 12 Hertz Team Jota Cadillac in second place, but only 11% of usable energy. Don't forget, some of that is battery charge as well. 46 BMW, where are they in the order? I can't even see them at the moment. I've gone completely number blind. It's 21 that leads.
46 is down in 10th place.
Yeah, that's why I can't see them. So they're in the points, and in fact they'll move up as the 33 Corvette has just pitted with Danny Juncadella at the wheel.
We're getting close to, we are at a battle for second place in LMGT3. Dennis Olsen is under attack now from Davide Rigon, which would be then a Ferrari 1-2 in the final 20 minutes of this race.
Well, if Ferrari come out on top in LMGT3, will that be our third different winner of the season?
One other number to throw into the mix here, Nick de Vries has just come out of the pits. It was a 37-second stop to get the energy he needed. Look at the gaps ahead.
Well, we can't look at the gaps ahead. There they are. That's 38 seconds from first to second. And it is 1 minute and 2 down to, in fact, 47 seconds down to Mick Schumacher. And that is the pit lane time, including driving in and out of the pit lane, rather than just the time stationary.
It's not 37 seconds lost. And the point being made here, gently, is that it's going to be a shorter time the longer and deeper we get into the race. So what matters now is the pace of the chasing cars.
So for Mick Schumacher in the 36 Alpine, it is absolutely clear. Flat out to the checkered flag. You've got enough fuel, or we've made the sums wrong, but you've got enough fuel, so it's absolutely give it death. It is win it or bin it. That's their only option.
The only problem that can stand in Mick Schumacher's way of finishing second, because I think the win is out of reach, car 51 should have that covered with the small splash that they'll need to take them through to the end, is the message that's just popped up on our screen. Car 36, Schumacher. Car 7, de Vries, under investigation. Incident at turn 17.
Well, there was
release.
There was contact, so there will obviously be an investigation. Yeah, and he pushed him off the track, and he was pushed off in turn. So, and he passed him over the white line as well. Alex Lynn chasing Alessandro Pierguidi, and again, look at the way the Cadillac bottoms out, as we saw in qualifying through Eau Rouge. Coming in this time round, very elderly tyres on the Cadillac Hertz Team Jota entry.
Well, against that 37-second prediction on the time, it's 39 seconds back. He is very vulnerable here for a podium position. Just checking as well the timing and scoring screens as well. Fastest first sector of the race goes to the 009 Aston Martin of Alex Riberas, who's running in 14th. There's performance still there in some of these cars, no matter how mucky the track and how deep we get into this race. This has been a quite fabulous 6-hour race.
It really has. We've still got just over 14 minutes to go. Still not quite sure who's going to finish on top. It won't be the number 12 Cadillac. They are coming out of the equation. What about the 36 Alpine of Mick Schumacher? It's all down to his pace on track, potentially versus the car that's currently third, the 50 Ferrari of Nick Nielsen. Don't forget, they won our season opener. 1.5 points they got in Qatar. A win here would stretch them a little further clear of their rivals, the 51 car in the championship.
Nick de Vries putting Sebastian Bourdais, who we looked back from, down towards Pouon under huge pressure. You see their tyre life at the bottom of the screen briefly, so yeah, pretty even. So Bourdais took the right-hand side tyres from qualifying 2 pit stops ago, and it was a brand new left side for De Vries 2 pit stops ago.
Okay, mate, you will get him. You are much faster.
Yeah, I tend to agree. As you see, Alex Lynn pull in the other caddy.
Nielsen cycles through to second, back to a Ferrari 1-2 for the first time in what feels like about 2 hours.
Yeah, probably only about half an hour. Alessandro Pierguidi leads in the 51 car. Nick Nielsen second in the 50 car. Mick Schumacher is on the podium. He is now up to 3rd place. Have Cadillac put enough fuel in?
Yeah,
31% energy remaining. Well, not if Alpine and the number 8 are correct. It's not all fuel, of course.
Yeah, they've put enough fuel to get it through to the end. So it's going to be less and less of a splash in terms of time, like you said before, Graham, the deeper that they go into this race.
But it's a slower stop than we saw from Toyota's number 7 car. 39 seconds on pit lane there from Cadillac Team Jota. And that's another well-drilled team. Margin of error of plus or minus 2 or 3.
Sir. The battle is between Nick Nielsen in second and Mick Schumacher
100%.
in third. They are 2.2 seconds apart, and Schumacher went half a second quicker than the Ferrari on that last lap.
And Nielsen still only has 24% remaining as one of the Ferraris is in, as the 51 comes in, because they were only at 9%.
Yep.
And they should come out still in the lead of this race.
They got this covered. They've had such strong race pace.
Let's watch where the next closest car is. The number 50 car is coming through turn 14 as the car comes to its pit stall.
And Anthony, I'm guessing they're taking their medicine before they absolutely have to, so they get track position for a potential podium.
I think, yeah, they had that 9% remaining. They don't want to take too many risks as we watch the energy going in right now.
Turn 16 for the number 50, turn 17. It's closing, of course it will, but he's rolling already before the number 50 car gets down to the bus stop.
Wow.
Coming through turn 18 now.
Yeah, they only had to take that, 20% of extra energy, because he came in with 9. So that's Mick Schumacher coming out the final corner, so that's not his race. His race is still with car 50.
Well, is it though? Because the 51 is back out in front with enough energy to make it, let's say. 22% may not be enough energy for the 50 car.
It's not going to be enough. And the reason it's not going to be enough is because the gap between the energy the 50's got on board and the 36 is not closing.
Well, it might be enough if he continues to do massive lift and coasting.
No, I've just one point, you're absolutely right here. We don't know which element of that is fuel.
But the gap is down to 1.6 seconds from 2.2 in a lap. Schumacher's taken another 6
Nielsen
tenths.
is trying to get to the end of this race by doing huge lift and coasting. That's why De Vries was catching him as well and putting him under pressure. And that's why, despite being on older tyres, Mick Schumacher is going to be fighting 50 towards the end of this race, because I think they've committed to trying to take this to the end of the race with 21% remaining. They've either got to do the shortest splash at the end of the race or just continue this huge lift and coasting out. And I don't think the latter is really going to work.
It's a pray, isn't it? Pray that there's a full course yellow or a virtual safety car or something. Or just accept we can't be second, but we could well be third.
And this is really fun. When you're in the car and you know you've got the fuel remaining to just drive how you want. You don't have to lift and coast into those corners and really be thinking about, oh, don't waste the fuel here or there, and thinking about how you manage the traffic. It's a huge distraction. But look at the tyre age. So Schumacher is at a deficit here with 47 laps on the left-hand side, 33 the right, compared to 21 all round. So Nielsen's got the tyre advantage, but Schumacher's got the fuel advantage. And without having to do a massive lift and coast, he can just sail past flat out down the Kemmel Straight, for example, or down into this chicane.
Schumacher took 9 tenths out of Nielsen in the first sector, lost a tenth in the second sector, but look at Nielsen, he's cornering on the door handles.
Well, what's the second sector of this circuit?
Twiddly stuff.
The twisty bit where you need your tyres.
Yeah.
It's the straight lines that's going to hurt him, and that's coming up right now. He had a lock-up, did Nielsen, into turn 19. And Schumacher runs a little bit wide, deep on the brakes himself, into the first corner.
Alessandro Pierguidi can conservatively manage this gap. The gap has come down just a little, by the way. It's under 14 seconds. That doesn't matter as much as the battle we're seeing going on right now for second place. It is about tyres and fuel and guts and ability and all of that good stuff. But Mick Schumacher, I think, has got the winning hand here.
Well, maybe not the winning hand, but certainly the opportunity to get ahead of Nick Nielsen and put this 36 Alpine into a podium second place position.
The car 50 crew must be thinking, or the driver crew must be thinking, where did this all go wrong? We were leading the race, we had it covered, and we were told not at one point not to worry about the Alpine, and here they are catching us back up. How has this happened? It's, I think, perhaps a little bit too over-optimistic in how much advantage they had pace-wise over their rivals and how much lift and coast they were going to have to do.
And don't forget how safety cars and virtual safety cars have affected strategy as well. Close the field back up when you've built an advantage and eked out your tyres, and then, it's all for nothing. You know, sometimes you win on those, very frequently you lose.
In LMGT3, by the way, Alessio Rivera leading this race has got remarkable pace against every other car in the field. 2:19.9 last time around against the chasing Mustang, a 2:23.7, who is still, by the way, fending off Davide Rigon.
Oh, I really wanted to stay on that onboard.
Yeah.
Did Schumacher get past it? No, he had to wait before to get past the Corvette, and it's these moments where Nielsen be way off the throttle pedal before the braking zone, where Schumacher can make inroads to that Ferrari.
7 minutes to go. He is still 1.6 seconds back. He set his fastest first sector of the entire race for that car on the last lap, Mick Schumacher, and he still can't get the gap down under a second. Nielsen is driving the wheels off that Ferrari. I know that Schumacher is in the Alpine as well.
Driving the wheels off the thing without squeezing the throttle pedal too hard.
Yeah, well, that's
easier said than done.
But that's how you do it, isn't it? By carrying the speed.
Porsche Penske Motorsports number 6 car pits from 5th in the hands of Kevin Est, and that will drop that car down towards the bottom end of the top 10. 6.5 minutes to go. Anybody else in the other takers on pit lane specifically?
Don't think anybody else needed to. That was the real outlier, the number 6 car.
It's now all about, can the 50 get home?
Gap is out to 1.49 now. 2:05.7 last time round for the fuel-saving Nick Nielsen. 2:06.0 this time, last time round for the hard-attacking Mick Schumacher. Those tyres may have given him all they had. 21 Ferrari leading in LMGT3. He's got a big time advantage and a small fuel deficit over his closest rival, Dennis Olsen, in second. The gap's coming down by a 10th here and a 10th there, but it is still half a minute. Alessio Rivera is going to manage this. He's got 5 minutes to go, and Olsen has to catch him and pass him in what is probably going to be 3 laps.
Rivera, to me, on pace, had this nailed about 20 minutes ago. It's been a great race for the Vista of Corsa team. It's been a fantastic race as well for the Proton Mustangs. What a turnaround from a disastrous outing in Qatar at the start of this season.
The cars that just repeatedly set fire to themselves last year, particularly in Brazil, and now they're a competitive proposition. We're going to have currently 2 Ferraris and both Mustangs in the top 4 in LMGT3. What different cars they are. What a different background those 2 racers have come from, and they are pretty much equal in terms of pace around here. There you see the better of the Mustangs. There's the 54 Ferrari. Davide Rigon 1.8 seconds behind Dennis Olsen. It might yet be a Ferrari 1-2 in LMGT3. It might yet still be a Ferrari 1-2 overall in hypercar.
Warning flag for car 7 and 36. That was that double contact between Mick Schumacher and Nick de Vries.
So they both received the black and white flag in that moment.
I think that's fair. It was like and like. Alessandro Pierguidi heading into the final 4 minutes, leading in Spa for Ferrari in the number 51 car. that will be their second win of the season if they can take it. Their teammates, the 50 car winners in Qatar. Really important for the 51 crew to claw some of those points back. Alpine third and fourth. Toyota in fifth, ahead of both Cadillacs, and the 7 Toyota in 8th position. 007 stops inside the final 4 minutes. Harry Tinknell brings it in for a splash.
And drops it out of the top 10 for the first time in the better part of an hour. Phenomenal step forward from that team today.
100%. So 3 minutes remaining. This plus one more lap of Spa-Francorchamps. And Alessandro Pierguidi leading from Nick Nielsen, the Ferrari 1-2.
And as we ride on board with Mikael Jensen in car 93, what could have been for the Peugeot for this car today? They had the speed, took a punt, didn't they, in the strategy, and severely lost out. But they've had the speed all day, at least on par with the Alpine.
I think they're going to go away from this race as we watch what's going on here.
7% remaining only, but only 3 minutes left of the race.
And that's enough for 2 laps. What isn't enough is 1% in the 35 Alpine. That must stop on what is likely to be the last lap of the race. There's the leader, Alessandro Pierguidi, going by the 46 BMW of Kelvin van der Linde. Antonio Giovinazzi, it's like watching Doctor Who. He's kind of staring slightly from behind his hands. Here's the 35, in for about 1.5 litres of fuel.
To just complete the point, I think Peugeot will look back at this and think they made the wrong call with that 93 car, and that their driver was right and the guys in the pit wall were wrong. Yeah. And I think he was right.
Okay, so Toyota number 8, Sebastian Buemi, moving up to 4th place. Toyota number 7 is in 8th place with Nick de Vries. And there is the 35 Alpine. So that was the car that needed fuel. 6% for the Ferrari, 2 minutes. 6% should do at least 1.5 laps, and I think that's all the 50 car has got to go. 83 going very slowly, so it doesn't have to do another lap, or...
That's just come out.
Has it broken?
That's just come out after another 7-minute stop. They're just coming round for the points, I think, for the Hypercar World Cup.
What is 70% of 149 laps?
10% is 14.9.
Okay, that's not the question I asked.
7.15s are.
I'm not doing maths live on air. You know that never works well.
Laps.
Alessandro Pierguidi flashing the headlights as he comes through traffic. 1 minute and 22 seconds to go. It is a 2-minute-plus lap here. As he gets to the line, it will be the last lap of a ridiculously overexciting Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, and still the battle for second. Nick Nielsen ahead of Mick Schumacher.
Look at the lead gap. Okay, he's being conservative. It's down to 5 seconds. Last lap of the race.
Can Schumacher nick second on the last lap?
I'm pretty sure that with 3% energy remaining, that will see him through this last lap. That's Nick Nielsen. So he's done a phenomenal job in eking out that fuel, hasn't he, throughout this stint. A great job by him. Mick Schumacher, no tyres left on his wagon, really, to see him through. So that's his problem. But boy, he gave it a go. 1.5 seconds behind he is. Riding on board now through Eau Rouge, and you can see that red Ferrari just in front of us. That's the target.
Remember Nick Nielsen at Le Mans last year? He was phenomenal in terms of his speed, but also in terms of his ability to eke out the resource, and that's what he's done. But this is getting close on the final lap. Doesn't matter about the clock, matters about the lap, and Schumacher is closing here.
Well, if 2% is enough to get you to the end, everybody else is carrying too much fuel. But it's been a remarkable job. You know, Nick Nielsen and those guys, but Nielsen particularly, you know, in the 50 car, coming from the back all the way through to the front after that disaster in qualifying in Imola. Now he's done exactly the opposite of giving it all the beans. He's given it as the minimum beans possible and still hanging on for a podium. 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi on his way up the hill. Here comes Schumacher, Nielsen right in front at Piff Paff. Schumacher's going to have to throw it up the inside off a long run at the bus stop, and he won't get it stopped if he tries. He's not close enough.
Came down to fuel versus tyres, didn't it? And the ability to manage the fuel.
1% left for Nielsen. It's so tight.
Here comes Alessandro Pierguidi. The 51 Ferrari is going to win here in Spa-Francorchamps. It will be a Ferrari 1-2. And there is a very tight battle for second place in LMGT3 as well. But victory for the hypercar, Ferrari 51. It is Alessandro Pierguidi who brings it to the line. Nick Nielsen takes second place in 50 inches in front of Mick Schumacher. A phenomenal last stint from Schumacher to try and snatch it away. In the end, the age of the tyres decided otherwise. Stefan Everts, 10-time motocross world champion, one of Belgium's huge sporting heroes, waves the checkered flag.
Waiting for the top three in LMGT3, so a little way back down the... They're just ahead of the hypercar winners, so pretty much halfway through sector 2 at the moment, 21.
Yeah, you saw Alessio Rivera.
He's way ahead, 38 seconds to the good. Davide Rigon under 2 seconds back, but let's have a listen to what's going on in the winning car.
I can't believe we did it, mate. We did it. We won the race. It's a Ferrari 1-2. Ferrari 1-2. Amazing.
Well, here is our race leader in LMGT3. Alessio Rivera brings the number 21 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari to the line. Francois Heriot started it. Simon Mann did a great job, as ever, in the second stint. And Alessio Rivera rounded it out. And as Graham pointed out, didn't just hold the lead, he almost doubled it. He destroyed his rivals. The Proton Mustang looks like it's going to come across the line for second place.
Guys, thank you, guys. I can't believe, actually. If you think how we start the weekend, I cannot believe. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you so much.
And collect rubber, save fuel, collect rubber.
If anybody has to collect rubber and save fuel, it's less the 51 car and more the 50. Well, there is very happy Pierre Signot with the Alpine of Mick Schumacher in third. Dennis Olsen does take second for Proton competition. A great podium result, the first for the Mustang in World Championship racing. And Davide Rigon makes it third for the 54 AF Corsa car. And adding to the joy of Proton, the Mustangs are second and fourth.
Grandi ragazzi, grazie. Grazie a tutti, gran lavoro.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, everybody. That's a great effort from Vista AF Corsa again. They've been quick, and their strategy has been absolutely spot on.
It marks the first time in the LMGT3 era that Ferrari win both classes here this afternoon, and the third place car, the number 54 car, Davide Rigon, Ben Barker really almost caught him, just 1.002 of a second at the flag, but Ford versus Ferrari, it's back on.
Second, third and fourth, you're right, Ford versus Ferrari. Second, third and fourth in LMGT3, covered by under 3 seconds. Christian Ried was looking like the cat that got the cream this morning because the cars had performed so well in free practice and qualifying. He will be absolutely thrilled. He'll be buying big beers for his Proton engineering crew.
Well, if you were watching this afternoon, I hope you'll agree this has been a phenomenal 6-hour race. Been watching trackside, what a treat. We're looking across at the start line grandstand. There's barely a single, well, I wouldn't say seats, because everybody's standing as they do here. An incredibly knowledgeable and respectful crowd here in Belgium. We heard so many of the efforts being applauded. We could hear through our soundproof windows from that grandstand. Amazing response from the crowd.
And that pass at Redillon as the Alpine went through for the lead, you could hear over the engine noise the applause of the crowd. Antonio Froco on the right, Miguel Molina on the left-hand side, second place. They've really limited the damage that anybody could do. Don't forget, 1.5 points for the first win of the season has really put them very strongly into the championship mix.
But I can't help but think they're disappointed with today, even though they managed to hang on and eke out that fuel towards the end and finish second place. For a long time today, they had this race covered. They were pole position, they had the speed. I'm not entirely sure what went wrong for them. Maybe it was an early strategic call to think we can get through to the end of the race here if we're kind on the fuel. Maybe in hindsight, they would have been better off chasing the sister car flat out and utilising those fresher tyres that they had at the time and just take the fight to their teammates. But it looks like they're a bit dejected, the two of them at least, walking to the podium.
Yeah, it's a Ferrari 1-2. It's not been achieved in remotely the way that I think anybody expected today. And for me, the best marker here is the field is getting closer. The strategy high bar is getting higher, and it's just getting better without a shadow of a doubt. Brilliant race from Alpine Endurance Team today.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, Graham. And I think one thing that we can learn from this entire race week, not weekend, because we're racing on the Saturday, is let's not focus on qualifying too much. And let's not call out BOP being wrong too early, because BOP is based on race pace.
Yep.
And today, as far as I saw it, the racing was pretty close.
It was, what we've seen is we've called it with a couple of these teams. Standing up and be recognised, Peugeot. What a massive step forward for them in terms of the pace they've had during the race.
Absolutely.
But strategically, I'm afraid they need to look at how others have performed here.
Well, they took a punt, and I was surprised at the time. It could have really worked for them if the safety car or whatever, full course yellow, had fallen their way at the right time. I think they were, what, 2 laps out with that completely going their way? It didn't. And it was a short-lived full course yellow when they needed it the most. But I still feel like it was an unnecessary risk to take based on the speed of their car.
Ferrari had to produce, I think, pretty close to their best to take this win today. And that's a great sign of things to come as we get deeper and deeper into this World Championship.
And for the 51 crew, who were the championship leaders after Imola, they have extended their advantage. Now, the good news for the 50 crew is they were third after Imola behind 83. They're now second place, but they are 19 points behind. Of course, with double points for Le Mans, the whole thing could change in a month's time in France.
It's also, by the way, extraordinarily the first car to win consecutive races of the WEC since Toyota number 7 at Monza and Fuji in 2023.
Wow. I think the biggest luck that the car 51 had today is that the race director got involved and demanded the position to be given back and not just give them a penalty.
Yep.
That would have ruined their day in that one moment. And it was that interjection and that decision from Eduardo Freitas today, that was a present to them.
And that's a lesson they need to learn on the pit wall, because they were going, stay where you are.
Sticking with it.
Don't give him back.
Yeah. So, and usually, 9 times out of 10, the race director will sit back and go, OK, that's your decision, is it? I'll just sit and watch, and I'll dish out a penalty.
Well,
when you don't.
If there were any errors in the way that the 21 Ferrari performed, was driven, or was managed, I didn't see them. And this time there's Simon Mann, the man who was in the driving seat when Valentino Rossi lunged him in Imola. This time they've got the pace and the luck. So the 51 crew extend their advantage, and 21 also looking very strong indeed.
Remember, they had the bad luck of being punted out of a strong position at Imola, but you're right, they are looking a very strong package indeed. It's the second win in the WEC for both Simon Mann and Francois Heriot, and both those wins have come in the last 4 races. It's a 4th win here in the WEC for Eliseo Rivera in 3 different classes. 2 wins in GTM, 1 in LMP2, and now his first win here at Spa in GT3. Yeah. He's a very talented boy.
Rivera drove a sublime race today. Can't praise him highly enough. Absolute world class.
3 races, 3 different cars have won in LMGT3. The Corvette winning under real pressure in Qatar, the Porsche winning under real pressure in Imola, but the Ferrari 21, Rivera there taking a well-earned drink, absolutely stretched his legs, selected top gear and drove away from his rivals.
Well, let's look at, we said a little bit about the depth of the competition in hypercar. Let's look just for a moment in LMGT3. Look at where the Lexus are now. Look at where the Mustangs are now. If you look, for that matter, a great step up for the Mercedes-AMG. And again, Le Mans is a great track for that form of car, without a shadow of a doubt. Big barking V8 up front in a big GT car.
Alessandro, you just finished the race, second win in a row for the 51. How do you feel?
To be honest, I still can't believe it. I think how we start the weekend was very difficult. And at the end, when I have to push like a quali lap every single race, single laps I have to push every quali, I give everything. Actually, I'm finished even myself. I just gave everything and trying to be as quick as I could. And after the splash, when I was P1, I could believe it. But the team, my teammates, did an amazing job. The guys worked so hard. We had a few crashes in the weekend, and they have to repair the car quick. And they did an amazing job. So second victory in a row, 1-2 for Ferrari. We can be better prepared for Le Mans.
Okay, congratulations again. James, I remember talking to you during the race, and you said to me, we're going to take points today, and that'll be fine, because we had a hard beginning of the weekend. Just points, we're happy.
Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect that. It was a mental race. I mean, it was so up and down. There were so many incidents. You just never knew what was going to happen. And, yeah, I mean, clearly the car was super strong. Like Ale said, both of those guys did an amazing job. The team were just really spot on with strategy. They've improved so much on the strategy game. This is making a big difference. And yeah, it's a win, but we've got to focus on what's next day, which is the big one, Le Mans.
Yes, absolutely. Congratulations. Enjoy today before Le Mans. Last word for you, Antonio. You're increasing the gap and the lead of the championship.
Yeah, I think like Ale said, the weekend started not in the best way with the crash in FP2. But after that, we didn't give up. Yesterday, we put in a good position quali, and today was a perfect race. The car was fantastic, my teammates, the team. Yeah, just a fantastic weekend before Le Mans, and 2 in a row now, Imola, Spa. Last year, we lost these two for things, and now finally we are here on the top of the podium.
Time to enjoy. Thank you so much.
Well, what a result for the 51 Ferrari crew and the 21 crew. Francois Heriot, Simon Mann and Alessia Rivera. Ferrari win both classes here in Spa. Ferrari was the dominant force in qualifying. They led away at the start of the Total Energy 6 hours of Spa-Francorchamps, with the pole sitter heading down into turn 1, Niklas Nielsen keeping his nose in front of Phil Hansen's yellow car, and James Collado in the second red machine as everybody else jostle for position. In LMGT3 it was the same story, the pole sitting Lexus holding off the Mustangs and the Aston Martin behind. Aggression early on rewarded Alpine's Fred Makovici, going by Phil Hansen for third, and then passing James Collado for second place in the number 51 Ferrari. Cheered to the echo by the huge crowd. Safety car as the number 9 Proton competition car came to a grinding halt. It would go no further. 83 with a turbo problem, dropped out of the top 3, and eventually it would finish the race a long way back. 31, broken suspension after contact in the bus stop, pitched off Yasser Shaheen and brought out our second safety car. And after a stop for fuel and tyres, 50 Ferrari coming out of the pit lane to be caught and passed immediately by Jules Goulnon in the 36 Alpine, who had stopped just 1 lap earlier. Alpine in the hunt. Not so though for Sean Gillel for the second year in a row in a high-speed crash here at Spa. Confusion for the double-stacking Toyotas in the pit lane, frustrating Nick de Vries. And in LMGT3, contact between Fittipaldi in the Aston Martin and Bode in the McLaren, saw Bode in the barriers. Ferrari returning to 1-2 as another safety car interrupted proceedings. Contact with the number 20 BMW put Malte Jakobsen's 94 Peugeot out of the hunt. Both Peugeots had been strong for the first 3 hours here in Spa. In LMGT3, the Mustangs battled the Ferraris for supremacy, but in the closing stages, Alessia Rivera took the lead and drove away from the field. 51 Ferrari, Alessandro Pierguidi suffering the slings and arrows of outrageous fortune, leaping up the order in the battle with the Alpine and the 20 BMW. And then losing ground as Robin Freins insisted that he was, in fact, coming through. But that car, the 20 BMW, would end the race with brake issues into the final stages, and fuel strategy became the edge. The 51 Ferrari clinging on to the last possible moment. It was AF Corsa with the 21 Ferrari that won in LMGT3, but 51 managing their pace and their fuel, getting their splash in at the end and returning to the track as the leaders, taking their second straight win in this season as they claimed victory in Spa, leading a Ferrari 1-2. Jules Gounon there, looking a little bit pensive. Fred Macco waiting for Mick Schumacher. Schumacher's in the background. All three drivers of that 36 Alpine, Graham Goodwin, absolutely put in stellar stints today.
On another day, they'd be a winning crew here, without a doubt. All three put in, I thought, really mega stints. That is the final result, 51 from the 50 Ferrari. Yes, a Ferrari 1-2, but won in a way that nobody really expected. Alpine Endurance Team's 36 crew, less than a second off second place. Winners in LMGT3 with a stellar performance, particularly from Alessia Rivera at the end. The 21 Ferrari looking very good as a package. Then from the 88 Mustang and the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari completing the podium, but under massive pressure from the second Mustang at the end. The Lexuses were there without a doubt. The Porsches were there for a time. The BMWs were there for a time. That's setting up something pretty special for June as well.
Well, without that brake failure, the 20 BMW should have been on the podium, but it's all ifs and buts, isn't it? Pierre Fillon, the president of the ACO there in the blue blazer, greeting the team from the 51 Ferrari, too many ones in the Ferraris.
Ferdinando Canizzo, the technical head of the Ferrari program.
Worth pointing out that the cars that qualified 15th and 16th finished in 4th and 7th place. So it's not all about qualifying pace.
It absolutely isn't, and it's what makes this all so engrossing and fascinating, and we get to do it all over again over a much longer distance in just a few weeks' time.
And again, as I was having a conversation with Toyot's Alec Vurks about exactly this yesterday, it's how well you operate your car, and 51 Ferrari and 21 Ferrari, boy, did they do the job. Well, you can see the smiles on the face of Jules Gounon there in the Alpine.
I think he's got good reason to be delighted with his own personal performance. And here's the point. Outside of where they finish in the overall order, that's what they'll be looking at as well. Did I execute the best I possibly could? I think Jules Gounon came pretty close to it.
And I think their pit wall calls, absolutely spot on. I think they did pretty much everything they could do. And they finish on the podium. Fred Macco, so much speed at the start, so much speed in the middle stint from Jules Gounon, and so much speed at the end from Mick Schumacher. They did a great job, and for the second consecutive race, Alpine have a car on the podium.
We'll get to the second of the Ferrari crews home, the 50 crew.
Miguel Molina, Nick Nielsen, and the man who qualified the car, Antonio Fuoco. They started on pole. They desperately wanted to finish at the top of the pile.
For the winning crew, it's going to be a third win for Antonio Giovinazzi, a 15th WC win for James Collado, 14 for Alessandro Pierguidi. As said earlier in the show, first car to win consecutive WC races since the 7 Toyota, Monza and Fuji in 2023. Not perfection, but pretty darn close to the 51 Ferrari.
Yep.
They are, by the way, the first Ferrari factory Right, first of the 499P crews to win 3 times in the WEC.
Yeah, it was quite a drought between Le Mans 23 and last time.
As the crew celebrates, well, there's all sorts of votes in for driver of the day, isn't there?
The anthem's still going, mate.
Oh, apologies. It's the second chorus. Love to hear it. It's a joyful tune.
That's brilliant. I wonder if they'll cut short the anthem next time.
Well, they don't. They played it out the normal amount, but there's an awful lot of anthem and an awful lot of happy Italians.
How happy do we think Fred Macco is about his choice for this season, moving to the Alpine Endurance team? He was, as you've been saying off mic, phenomenal at the start of that race.
I really enjoyed his stint, his efforts at the wheel at the start of the race.
And it's all really coming together with Alpine, isn't it? You know, the big question mark now is, does the revised engine survive Le Mans at the sort of level of maximum attack that this crew and the crew of 35 are going to give it? But that's for us to find out in June. And boy, they're going to give it everything, aren't they? I mean, their strategy is good, their pit work is good, their driver lineups are good. The car
looks easy to drive.
Looks good.
Easier than most, I'd say.
Yeah.
None of them are easy to drive. But from word go this week, when I saw the long runs, the car just looked, you know, it looked to be doing what the driver wanted.
Yeah. Well, very big smiles from 51. The 50 crew second here, looking a little downcast. And of course, they're still trying to make up the deficit of the disastrous Imola race for them. They won the season opener in Qatar, got points and a half. They're second here to their rivals who led the championship. They have moved up to second in the standings. Of course, all they need to do to turn over that lead is win Le Mans.
You know, we said at the start of the race that 25 laps was a stint. The car 50 crew, 27 at the end.
That's, and doesn't sound like, oh, it's only 2 laps. That's 14 extra kilometres. That's try running that bit extra.
Worth saying, by the way, the 50 crew for Ferrari, they've not won the race this afternoon, but they have got 3 guys there for that team to be proud of. Miguel Molina has just found another level. This is the driver's standings in the Drivers' Championship. Of course, it is the 51 crew that lead the way with 75 points, 57 for the 50 crew, and then the 83. It's 1, 2, 3 for the Ferrari crews.
18 behind, not 19, because I forgot they got the pole for point for pole position. And look, in 4th place, the number 8 Toyota crew ahead of the 36 Alpine and the 20 BMW. Now, 20 BMWs down to a duo now. Both BMWs now are only 2 drivers in the championship hunt.
There's the Manufacturers' Championship, dominated at the moment by Ferrari, with Toyota second, but with Le Mans to come.
Oh yeah, Le Mans changes the complexion of everything. Well, we've seen the action. Let's hear from some of our podium finishing stars.
François, a well-deserved win after Imola. That was so tough. You were already in the contention for the victory, and finally it comes here. You must be delighted.
Yeah, delighted. We got our revenge, let's say. We showed good pace since the beginning of the year, especially in Imola. And in the end, we get it here right before Le Mans, so it's good to get a big momentum before the big one.
Excellent. Congratulations. Have a good time now.
Thank you.
Well, congratulations to those guys. Great effort.
Yeah, world-class drive from Alessio Rivera at the end, but all three drivers played a major part.
Now, Ferrari have had 5 wins here in GTE Pro, 5 in GTE AM. They can now add 1 in LMGT3 to that. Toyota still the winningest team outright with 8 victories in Spa to 4 of Audi, 1 for Porsche, and now 1 for Ferrari. So Vista AF Corsa first and third, and Proton competition second and fourth. And again, who had that on their bingo card last week? Heart of Racing and the number 10 car from Racing Spirit of Le Mans, the 2 Aston Martins lining up next ahead of the Manthey Porsche, a Codis ASP, Team WRT's 46 car, and the Iron Dames making it into the points.
I'd say as well, we had at least 2 occasions on which Francesco Castellacci on the right-hand side there, phenomenal in hypercar traffic, keeping to his line, and boy oh boy, could we have had a very different result for a couple of those teams.
He might have a St. Christopher medal on the dashboard of that car, I think. But
there's an angel on his shoulder there, but
he's definitely got second sight, Francesco.
But after, well, no wins, remember, no podiums, if you remember, till Fuji last year. Then each of the cars took a win in the final 2 races of 2024, and now they are looking very much on form as we get deeper into this 2025 World Endurance Championship.
Well, they've got their heads around the setup, and the drivers are doing a great job with the car as well. From the gentleman drivers like Francois Heriot, we heard from Thomas Floor there in the centre, and that's the key to everything in LMGT3. How quick your bronze driver is against his peers, how quick your silver is against their peers. That's what makes the difference, because the golds and the platinums, you sort of take them as read.
Well, you would, until today. I am blown away by the pace of Alessio Rivera at the end of that race. Blown away by it. But,
Thomas Floor, Francesco Castellacci, Davide Rigon, the 54 Vista AF Corsa Ferrari team, take 3rd place. But this is a big, big moment for Ford and for Christian Reed's Proton competition team. 2nd place.
Best result for the Mustangs so far in LMGT3.
Well, they've come a long way from Qatar, haven't they? With the disappointment of that race, with the car pulled over in flames. Not too far into the race, actually, so to be standing here just a few races in 2nd place, really great achievement by them and the team.
Stefano Gattuso, their bronze, Gianmarco Lavorato, their silver, and Dennis Olsen, their platinum star, didn't quite have enough to take it from the 21 Ferrari crew. Francois Heriot, Simon Mann, and Alessia Rivera.
They're joined on the top step of the podium by Ron Reichardt, looks after the customer side of the AF Corsa effort, the GT side of things. Great race in GT3. It was by no means just about these 3 cars.
Yeah, almost everybody had a chance to shine. I mean, Celia Martin leading for the Iron Dames. 5 out of your 9 podium finishing drivers were singing along there, because even the Fords got 2 Italians in the crew.
I spotted that.
Gianmarco Leverato and Stefano Gattuso singing their hearts out, along with Batti Pregliasco and the rest of the AF Corsa crew. So, General Director of Circuit Spa-Francorchamps handing out the trophies to our 3rd place crew.
Yeah, things have moved on a bit since the first Ford versus Ferrari.
Oh, just a touch.
Yeah, singing along to the play, that wouldn't have gone down well, would it, back in the day?
I'm not sure they'd have had many Italian drivers in the GT40s, but, you know, there we go.
But
globalisation, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Great advertisement for LMGT3. Took a while to get to find its feet, the new GT production class for the FI World Endurance Championship, but now it can stand proud.
Well, because everything was pretty much new.
Absolutely.
And new to most of the teams, and so yeah, and you know, you look at the AMGs. All right, they finished out of the points, but they were 11th and 12th. The team really starting to get a handle on those cars in only the 3rd race they've had them, and 3 of their 6 drivers were brand new to the World Endurance Championship. So it's very, very encouraging. We talked a few years ago about the forthcoming arrival of LMGT3 and said that even if there was no hypercar, that enough was to rejuvenate the championship. Well, oh boy, you know, this is year 3 of all our Christmases have come at once, isn't it?
There's the points. It is still the 33 TO Sport Corvette leading the way, but just by 4 points now from the closing down move for the 21 car, the Vista AF Corsa. It's ASP Lexus 78 car with 38, and then the 2nd Ferrari 4th in the points. It's pretty close with a double point score to come.
4th in the points, tied with the 92 Porsche that won last time out. So 3 races, 3 different winners, 3 different podiums. Ben Keaty, Danny Junkerdale and Johnny Edgar still with a slender advantage. Should we basically call it dead level between at least the top 3 teams going into Le Mans? We definitely should, because double points is going to make an awful lot of difference to all of those cars.
We've seen topsy-turvy form all the way through the first races here. We've seen races where the McLarens have been at the front. They had a disastrous day today. BMW have been right there at the sharp end. They too did not have their best race, but they will surely come good again. Porsche have won. They don't finish on the podium, and then we get a podium like that makes it look like a foregone conclusion. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Again, a couple of real standout performances in LMGT3. James Cottingham finishing his stint in the lead from the last row of the grid, and Celia Martin as well, despite a penalty, also bringing the car in from the lead on merit. I think those 2 drivers particularly stand out in their crews as having a really good start to the race. And again, when you're looking against bronze versus bronze, they are right in there.
I'll tell you what, though, all of the bronze drivers particularly need a huge congratulations for staying out of trouble with the frantic, hard-fought racing of the hypercars, darting between them, left, right, centre. That took a lot of awareness, a lot of skill today for the lowest graded drivers here, with all due respect. That's not an easy task. So to keep their noses clean most of the time really needs to, that's a lot of respect.
You're spot on.
It needs applauding.
You're spot on, because we did see, we said all the way through this, there was a race that you had to go out there and take by the throat and win it, and quite often we saw the risks being taken.
It was too competitive not to.
Absolutely. There was no margin given, and we mentioned Francesco Castellacci and his behaviour on track, but he was by no means the only one that was heads up enough to just stay out of that trouble when it came their way. This is the trophy presentation, by the way, for the Hypercar World Cup winning team. One of the only one of the 2 cars finishing with the early retirement of the 99 Proton competition car. They did bring this car out with finishing enough laps to score those points. That will be important for them as we move through the season, but they do not look happy with the result today, and they've got good reason. Although Phil's got a cheesy grin.
Well, the first real mechanical frailty we've seen from a Ferrari since Alessandro Pierguidi's car failed to restart at Le Mans 2 years ago.
In a race, maybe, but remember, they lost the engine at Imola in practice. What an event, what a race.
In LMGT3, dodging traffic is like dodging bullets in the Matrix. You have to have more than 6 senses. for 98,800 and counting fans who came to Spa-Francorchamps. What a race we've had. And for those of you watching at home, oh boy, Le Mans in mid-June is going to be one for the ages. From everybody here, from the WEC TV crew, from Bruce Ioanni in the pit lane, on behalf of Graham Goodwin and Anthony Davidson here in the booth, Martin Haven saying thank you for joining us. If you've enjoyed this, you are going to love Le Mans. We'll see you there.